Okay, everybody. Hey, it's late at night. I can't talk too loud, but I'll try to do the best I can. We just got done watching Antonio's hangout. He was just ending it up. So Arcane wanted to take a bite at the apple, and I think Arcane Logos wants to come on in and explain to us the model of intelligent design, which is the problem that Ronnie had. He wasn't able to give us a model for intelligent design. Matter of fact, he wasn't to give us even an argument for intelligent design. So this is my one chance to Arcane Logos, who I know is a confirmed troll. He wants a bite at the apple. Fine, whatever. So I've given him the link. I'm just waiting for him to come in. Until then, I've got General here. I told him I wouldn't mute him and I wouldn't kick him. No, but if General mutes him, that's his thing. But I wouldn't. But I'm asking General, avoid it at all cost, obviously. But I won't mute him and I won't kick him. And then we'll see how it goes. And within, whatever, 10, 15, 20 minutes, half hour, if he still hasn't got a model, then I'll move this into an open hangout, right? And he can stay or do what he wants, or I just close it out. But I'm not having high expectations from somebody like Arcane Logos who thinks the earth is flat, obviously. But I have given him the link, so I'm just waiting for him to come in here. Don't know why he hasn't yet. Hi, General. How are you tonight?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just having some hot cross buns.
Ooh, that sounds dirty.
Yeah, it's really delicious when you toast it and put some butter on it. And
so what do you say for the salutations? Happy Easter? Is that what it is? What, 2 days?
It's Good Friday, so it's Friday for me at the moment, and then it's going to be Easter Sunday. This coming Sunday. So happy Resurrection Day, Steve.
Awesome. Let me see.
I just told Arcane, chat to join this one.
Yeah, I just asked him. I just said you have the link. Are you coming? So we'll see here. It's such a weird dichotomy when you look at the people that come to my channels and you look at the people in my live feed, and then you see the people over in like Antonio's live feed, like Johnny Lee and Jungle Jargon and Arcane. I mean, it's just a vast difference, right? These people can't even barely tie their shoelaces together, and they're thinking they're basically refuting the greatest scientific theories of all time, right? It's just astronomical how these people are just so arrogant in their beliefs and yet so inept at them, right? I just think it's just really funny to see how different it is.
I saw JD Kane when I came back from church. He referred to me in a post he just posted, like, how many hours ago? Let me just go to it. More like 12 hours ago. He said, just recently you threw out General Hansel for daring to join your hangout with the intent of offering scripture reference to defending talking to non-believers. And then G-Man responds back with a video replaying a debate that he had with JD Kane, which I never saw before. But JD Kane was asking him questions on the basically Easter Day, like the events with the stone being rolled away and so on. I was saying, yeah, I don't know at the top of my head. Like, I don't know what, I don't know the scripture references or whatever. And even I'm shocked because I'm like, every Christian knows about those things. And yeah.
But they do say some odd things.
Sorry?
They do say some very odd things. By the way, Ken has multiple accounts, so I don't know which ones I'm sending it to. Was this like a few minutes ago? It was really weird. Brojo had in a message box said, quote, "You can't have analytical truths."
Yeah, I saw
that. And then
that.
Literally a few comments later said 1 + 1 = 2 is an analytical truth. And I'm like, you guys aren't even aware of your contradictions anymore, are you? They don't care. They simply just don't care.
Yeah. I honestly, my mind does actually go a little bit numb when I read stuff like that. And so what I do is I just get away from the computer. I just take a breather and I don't know, have some tea or something. Well, it is discouraging to read stuff like that.
Yeah, where do you go with somebody that fundamentally flawed? It's not like it's that complicated to see a contradiction of that magnitude, right? You can't have analytical truths
Yeah.
followed by 1 + 1 = true is an analytical truth. I mean, that's Brojo for you, right? I mean, it doesn't matter to these people what's true or not. They just want to win the argument. And I
He
was
wants
listening to
the
that kid
link,
Alex.
so.
Yeah, can you give it to him? Because I don't know I
Yeah.
gave it to his other account. I listened to that kid Alex, very smart kid, but his argumentations are so flawed. I mean, he's falling down the Darwin's deity precept thing and Matt Slick and all that other people, but he's making the same mistakes that they all do. You know, when he's talking about the laws of logic or the principles of logic, one, you cannot demonstrate that there are other things that don't account for the laws of logic, and two, why do you have to have an accounting of the logic of logic? If you don't follow the principle of sufficient reason, then why would you need a justification for them anyways?
Yeah, what was Alex's argument? Because I never really heard properly what he argues. Like, can you summarize what he says? Is it different to someone like Wyatt or any other preceptor?
I'll tell you in a second. One sec. Hang on one sec. Let me see if I can get this in here. No, he does the same argument. He gives the same argument. You can't know anything about the Christian God, which is just a huge assertion without any kind of rationalization for that at all. It's just an assertion. And GPH, you're not blocked from my live feed, so I don't know what you're talking about. GPH in the other feed said he's blocked, and he's not.
By the way, who is Quantum Eraser?
That's independent variable, John. That's the guy that's completely nuts. Yeah, and a flat earther.
Okay, because I've noticed he's been posting a lot of comments on my YouTube videos with Fiona, and he seems to be uptight.
He does. He keeps asserting that time can never be an independent variable, which makes no sense, because if you vary your amount of time between two experiments, that is your independent variable. That's the variable you have control over. And so we call him nickname as independent variable John, because he's just so clueless on it, and he doesn't understand basic concepts, and so people kind of just don't take him seriously. But then he spams everything. He put the same cut and paste over 15 different ones of my videos. I mean, 15 videos with the same cut and paste. So and it wasn't the first time he did it. So I eventually blocked him.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing on my channel as well.
He's just a nutter, and so you cannot have conversations with people like that. I'm checking again to make sure that GPH isn't blocked from my live feed. He's not blocked from my live feed, so I don't know what he's talking about. Anyways,
I just sent Arcane the link, and I don't know why it's not.
Yeah, so Arcane wants a little bit of the piece of the pie. Again, this is their one shot. I'm fine with it, even though it's late. My voice is shot, and I'm tired, but whatever. But maybe I should give him the argument that agnosticism accounts for the rules of logic. Without agnosticism, you can't know anything. Why not? No, the whole presuppositional thing is just one big mind fuck. That's all it is, right? I mean, I like listening to Alex. I think he's a smart kid, but he's definitely utilizing a very bad approach to argumentation, because he was refuted ad nauseum by many different people, and he just wasn't willing to listen to why his argument was flawed. Ocean had pointed it out. MP most certainly pointed it out. People are asking if this is a private hangout. Yes, this is a private hangout for right now.
Do you recommend we watch that interaction just then between Ocean and Alex, like on Antonio's?
No. I'm just saying that I think Ocean did a pretty good job, and I think MP, of course, did as well. The argumentation against these precepts, it's pretty consistent. I mean, we've all well familiarized ourselves with the.
Oh, so it's the same stuff.
Same stuff, nothing different. Yeah, he's literally a Site 10 Darwin's deity clone. But anyways, Arcane's here. So Arcane, like I said, wanted to give us a model, evolution versus ID, and why ID is a better model. So I told him, okay, go for it. So go for it.
I'll moderate. So go ahead.
Is his mic
Hello.
not working? Oh, there we go.
Hello. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes.
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Buenas noches.
What's happening? Yo.
Nada. ¿Tienes una modelo para me?
No spreche si Deutsch, my man.
Es español. Nosotros vivimos en Estados Unidos, pero es muy importante hablar las dos lenguas. Por mi negocio, mis clientes también, yo estudié 2.5 años de español en escuela, el colegio. But anyways, what did, okay, so what would you said that you have a model for intelligent design? Yeah, I took 4 years of Spanish, something like that. It was like 3.5 years. If you count junior high.
That's dope. All I know is cuss words.
Yo tengo uno gato en mi pantalón.
Yeah, all I know how to do is insult you in Spanish, and I'm not even gonna try right now. So, yeah.
All right, so
cool,
go for it, man. True wasn't able to do it. That's why True lost that debate hardcore. So if you want to give it a shot, I'll give you a bite at the apple. Talk to me about intelligent design and what's the model for it.
What do you mean he lost the debate hardcore? I didn't see the debate, honestly.
Really? Oh, come on. Really?
It was recent. It was pretty recent, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's on general. Can you give it to him separately?
What? Give him the link.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here's the thing. There's nobody in the rational mind that can ever think that True won this debate. I mean, it's just not happening. One, he didn't have a presentation, Arcane, and two, he ran away before he even started the Q&A, which was we had said we were gonna have a 30-minute Q&A. He didn't even stick around for that because he got beat so bad. He didn't have a presentation. He had a 1-minute opener, followed by, well, I had a presentation ready, but I don't think I'm going to utilize it. Talked for like 30 seconds, and said, "Okay, I'm done." That was about what he talked, 5 minutes at most.
Maybe he thought you were just easy work, man.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess he was wrong. I mean, even Jesus had weighed in. Jesus had actually said that he lost, which is a funny video. Well, the guy from Flavor. You can pay him like 10 or 15 bucks, and he'll say anything. It's funny though. You did a really good job on it.
Yeah. So it's your position that evolution. Well, first of all, let me say this before we start. You know, when I engage in these kind of discussions, they tend to get heated, right? But that's never the intention coming into it.
That's fine.
Because I genuinely strive to hear people's ideas, especially new ideas. So
I will strive to be
okay, and then it ends up getting heated, I will do my best to tone it down and not let it get there. But I just want to try to squash any beef that we might have had before and kind of start with a clean slate, because I know we got some history, and some of the people that are watching this or will watch it probably know. So I just want to set the record straight by saying I don't have any ill intentions of coming into this other than to exchange ideas. Fair?
Yep, fair. I every day is a new day, man. I'm fine with that. I told you I wasn't going to mute you or boot you, and I'm actually in a really good mood for various reasons. Has nothing to do with women, but hey, you know what? It'd be better if it was. But hey, yeah, no, I'm cool. So yeah, I like the conversations. I actually was listening to Antonio's hangout. That was a great conversation they were having in there until, unfortunately, DD comes in and say it, love it or hate it, DD ruins hangouts. I mean, he just takes over the conversation, takes it to presuppositionalism, and the conversation is over at that point. So I went away for a while, came back later on and listened to Alex, and I thought Alex was really articulate. I mean, the guy is just a smart kid.
I said in the side chat inside the hangout that Alex was like DD without the steroids.
You know what? That's probably not a bad analogy. I mean, the kid is smart. Let's give him props. What is he, like 16 or something like that?
Well, he sounds like he's 12. Yeah, but the guy's clearly learned.
He's actually, I believe he's either 14 or 15.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he's very, very sharp for being that age.
Yeah, I agree.
Myself. And I think he comes from an honest position too. I think he's not trying to deceive people. He doesn't want to run this game like Darwin's does. Like Darwin just wants to make people feel inadequate or like they don't know what they're talking about because it gives them an ego boost. I don't get that from Alex at all, right?
Yeah, see, DD reminds me of one of those vets with PTSD real bad who hasn't had any psychological treatment for it yet. You know, I think he's been through so many emotional wars on here that he's just like a wounded vet, man. Like he's just
Maybe he needs a break.
He's shooting his musket out of muscle memory at this point. He's not even thinking about having a conversation. He's just thinking about shutting everything down. So I agree there. He can be overbearing and it's wrong. And I say it openly. No doubt about it.
That's fine. Okay, so let's go on to the topic at hand. I mean, I'm sorry you didn't watch the debate. It was very good. As far as mine, I had a very decent presentation and an awesome rebuttal, even though I admitted I could have done a little bit better, only because I am very critical of myself. But it was epically greater than anything he did. He didn't have an argument. Watch it, Arcane. I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Watch that debate, and you just tell me what you think Ronnie did okay or not. And I got to tell you, most of the people, even on his side, was like, "Yeah, Ronnie, you were horrible. It was really horrible."
I don't know. I like true empiricism. I think he's too smart for his own good sometimes. I think he puts out a little bit too much information that goes over the heads of some people, and he leaves himself open to be criticized for it. No.
Well, that's a different topic, actually, though.
I like true empiricism's arguments. I think that they're valid and sound. I think that
philosophical arguments or science arguments, though.
Scientific arguments.
Ah, okay. So when that whole, and again, not the topic of the discussion, but the whole DNA and water thing, you sided with him, I take it.
I see it. To be honest, this whole time I've maybe watched 45 seconds of that whole debacle.
That's fine. No, you know what? I appreciate your honesty.
Because to me, it's not an issue. I mean,
so you didn't see.
I really don't understand the science to begin with, or whether or not DNA can form in water, or degrade in water, or dissolve in the first place. So I was not interested. But to me, it was a red herring.
That's fine. You know, it's better than saying that than something like what G-Man said in a video comment. He said something like, I totally agree DNA can dissolve in water, but not in pure water. And it's like, what? That was never the argument. Even True will say that DNA dissolves in pure water. So he doesn't even know True's argument, because I guarantee it, go ask True. True will say, yes, DNA dissolves in pure water. That was never the argument. But G-Man not knowing the argument, instead of saying, oh, well, I don't know that. Actually, I mean, he said, well, DNA can dissolve, but not in pure water. Oh, it hurts. But anyway,
yeah, I think that whole thing was a 2-year distraction, to be honest.
Oh, I think it's still great, though. It's still classic. But anyways, let's get back to the ID stuff. So you're an intelligent design advocate, obviously.
Yeah, man, the Earth was beautifully, intelligently designed.
Okay. And do you have a way for us to determine that as opposed to a naturalistic design or teleonomic design?
Well, you say a way. I think, sure, I think the scientific method demands the presumption at the outset that the universe is rationally intelligible, and these things are intuitively reflective of what we know to be intelligent agents from the outset. So it's ingrained into our philosophy when we begin to do the scientific method, even under your naturalistic standards. So I would say that right there in and of itself could be used. But just looking at the world and how things operate, there are things in nature that are more indicative of intelligent agency rather than the random happenstance or the unguided process of some natural effect or cause and effect.
An example?
Well, like true empiricism says, the molecular machinery is found inside of the cells, in every single cell and every single organism on Earth. So these things, we don't see them in nature coming about without an intelligent agency. So
okay, so are you
based
claiming
on intuition, scientifically, we can draw the line there to say that based on our scientific knowledge, these type of things come about through intelligent agency. Thus, intelligent design is the more plausible explanation for the existence of these things in nature.
Okay, so you know it's big, and I don't think you know much about ATP synthase, but you know that's his big go-to, or was his go-to big two argument. Actually, he's not using it anymore since our debate. He's moved on to neurology. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, but he's completely distanced himself from the ATP synthase, because I'm not kidding. I literally destroyed his argument when I showed him how turbines actually work. So he's kind of distanced himself from that argument. But let's use that as an example. ATP synthase, no matter what you know about it, you do agree it's some kind of molecular machinery. You call it that, right? And I will agree with that. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you claim that it came into existence ex nihilo? Or did it have precursors? In other words, in other species? I mean, did it just all of a sudden poof, it popped into existence, or was it based upon other things that were repurposed? And those proteins that are in there came from genes that were ancestral at one time and had different function.
I would say, based on what we can observe, like in the lab or in nature, there's no reason to assume that these molecular machines weren't created as is or similar to an original kind, sort of like we would create these molecular or these machines, which are like the molecular machines in our everyday lives. Assume that it came about piece by piece when we know that intelligent agency would create these things with irreducible complexity.
But I'm not. But I don't think that answers the question. We have ATP synthase in our mitochondria, right? So we have them in our bodies. That structure, did God or an intelligent designer just create that structure? Poof, here it is, or did he base it upon reiterations of prior structures?
I would say that there's no reason to assume that he didn't create it as it is or in its likeness.
Okay, so ex nihilo, poof, poof. He said a word, and ATP synthase, the thing came into existence.
Well, however, he whatever method he used,
okay,
he said it isn't really, because that's a one-time event. No one was there. You can't really reproduce the event of it coming into being. So, but there's no really rational reason to assume otherwise, right? When we create machines, we create them mugs to work and systematically with the environment, just like these do.
But would you say we've ever seen something come into existence, poof, ex nihilo, with any precursors? Have we ever seen a turbine?
Not without a.
Have you ever seen a turbine just create itself? No, has it just ever created itself, or did it come apart by parts?
No, I would say it takes an intelligent designer to create a complex functioning machine.
Okay, but again, we if you first say that ATP synthase or any kind of molecular machinery came up into existence ex nihilo, you're outside the realm of science, right? You do agree with that, right? That science only deals with natural things. So unless those molecular machineries are science, and you come up with a scientific reason why they exist, which, by the way, the current ID position is vastly different than the one you postulated. The one you just said isn't what most ideas say. Most ideas say that, yes, things like molecular machinery came from other iterations, but the whole process was created by an intelligent designer, not just the fact that an ATP came into existence. Because
I'm not a theistic evolutionist, so
right, but that would fall outside the realm of science, right? Intelligent design wants to be considered scientific, right? And as soon as you posit that things came up into existence, poof, magically, or by some divine thing, or by some intelligence, you're outside of science, right? Because science says that's
well,
not possible.
What do you mean by science? Is science in two respects. If you're looking in the past and you're looking at it like the origin of a right? You're saying, how did this object originate? Have a scientific theory that says how it originated without having to observe the initial process. That's perfectly rational. In the same way, you're trying to say that the first cell might have come about by some naturalistic process, and you're claiming that current observations are giving you the scientific warrant for such a theory. We're saying, based on current observations, au contraire, the initial conditions must have required an intelligent agent, because we see things today that intelligent agents do that we know is not indicative of nature on its own.
Okay, so have we ever seen a intelligence create a biological or natural system ex nihilo? Have we ever seen that happen before?
Ex nihilo? No.
Okay, so we've never observed something that we've never seen an intelligence create ATP synthase out of nothing. So that falls out again. It falls outside the realm of science. You could postulate it, but the problem we have is that we can actually show prior iterations of modern FTPase, which is the ATP synthase. We can show how these various subunits came into existence by genes way before we even developed our existing ATP synthase. Each subunit has a different function in prior species. We can actually see which genes created this. We can see how the C ring that Ronnie likes to talk about a lot was created. We can see the genes that created it. We can see how an FTPase was developed over a VATPase, which is basically the same thing we have only in reverse. Basically, instead of creating ATP synthase, it actually uses ATP synthase to create rotational energy. So we can see in species very much in the distance that they had something very similar to us, and that how over a period of time it developed into what we have now. Modern intelligent designers say that that whole process was intelligently designed. That's the common version of intelligent design. Now you're saying, though, in your version, that process didn't happen. God just created these molecular systems out of nothing, which is something we've
done in like a million things. So like pick what you want me to address,
okay.
like one at a time.
Oh, wait, who's calling me? Oh my goodness, I'm getting all these different things. One sec. Okay, wow, sorry about that. Okay, how about the fact we've never seen an intelligent agent create a biological machinery out of nothing?
Well, yeah, in the same way that you're saying that you can show me, right, this so-called process of the ATP synthesis coming about piece by piece, you can't show me that. So I could easily say that's outside the realm of science. You just have a theory.
Well, I could.
What we're looking at, though, is that was the inference to the best explanation based on current scientific observation, not whether or not we can observe the initial conditions. Because if we're both intellectually honest, we'll admit, both of us, that we cannot show the initial conditions nor some sort of piece by piece evolutionary chain. So we have to sort of look at what's happening today and then extrapolate a theory as to the inference to the best explanation for the existence of the structure. So I would say, based on the observation, we only see intelligent agency producing complex machinery, complex functioning machinery. We don't see nature producing it. So I could say, since we don't see nature producing it, your theory that nature produced it is outside the realm of science, if I were to use your logic. But I
can't prove it. I have multiple papers if you wish to see them. I can show exactly where these things come from. Would you like General to share them?
Papers?
Yeah, we can actually show.
Well, you can show me the parts themselves coming about.
Yes,
we can do that.
Yeah,
but you're saying that these things took millions of years, so that's kind of weird.
Well, yeah, but would you like us to do that and explain to you how ATP synthase works and explain to you how the precursors work? Because we can show that. We have all that documented. It's not that terribly difficult. That's why
when you mean documented, you're talking about something that happened millions of years ago.
Yeah, we can show evidence of things that happened in the past. Forensics does it all the time.
Well, you can't show me, though. You said you can show me. And this
we can show you evidence of precursors.
Well, what you can do is show me structures today and then give me a theory about how you think it came about piece by piece.
And that, but the problem is that theory works. We can if things are built upon existing precursors, then the whole model that we have, the model that I have, right, for evolutionary theory, is coherent. It's cohesive, and it builds upon existing theories and hypotheses. So the model we have will work if things are built upon existing things. So we have a coherent model. Now, I'm asking you, what is the coherent model for intelligent design? Because it's not an abductive argument. That's where Ronnie goes completely wrong.
You haven't addressed my argument, though. So,
well, which part of your argument?
Any of it.
Well, I have, because we have not seen any agent create a biological or natural system. It's never been observed.
No, but we have seen intelligent agents produce things which are like the things that we're seeing in natural systems.
Right, but that's a false analogy.
Right.
Just because we created like things, for example, a biological system like ATP synthase is not really a turbine in the conventional sense of the word. It has nothing to do with a turbine. So can you explain to me what ATP synthase is like as far as a turbine? Because that's Ronnie's argument, right?
Well, that's kind of irrelevant. It's a complex functioning machine.
So is a water molecule being formed. It's still
No, it's not.
Well, it's a molecule.
It's not a complex functioning machine.
Well, it may not be a machine, but it's complex. I mean, a machine
Well,
is.
that's not what we're talking
machine.
about then.
Machine just means something that has moving parts. Basically, a lever is a machine.
Multiple moving parts coming together to display an overall function or purpose.
Yeah, we're machines. Yeah, but
Right.
that doesn't
We are
mean
complex functioning machines. All biological organisms are complex functioning machines.
Have we ever seen an intelligent agent create a human out of nothing?
But that you're moving the goalposts. You're not addressing my argument directly.
I am.
My argument is that complex functioning machinery, as far as we scientifically observe. See, I'm giving you a scientific observation. Based on this observation, we're saying that the inference to the best explanation, not that there's some sort of model that I'm giving you that you can try to tear down. We're saying address the issue. Inference to the best explanation for how these things come about based on scientific observation is that an intelligence is required. We do not see nature without intelligence.
But that's a fallacy of division. There's a fallacy of division, though.
It's not a fallacy. Well, it's just showing.
It is. Let me show you why. We've
contrast.
We've never seen nature produce a 747, right? Right. Mm-hmm. So I can't say we can naturally produce a 747. We've never seen a natural agent create a human or a molecular system out of nothing. So we can't say we've ever seen that. So you're taking what we have seen by an intelligence, which we are, create a non-biological system out of, like a plane. We've designed a plane, but we've never designed a natural system, right? Humans or intelligence, we've never seen design a natural system, but we have seen design non-natural systems. So we can say, okay, every non-natural system we can see is designed by an intelligence, but a natural system.
But you keep moving the goalposts. That's not what I'm saying. I said complex functioning machinery. Like,
okay,
if you're going to just put different words in place of what I'm saying and tear that down, that's
are there
cool,
different
but that's not really just.
Are there different types of complex machinery?
Well, I'm saying complex functioning machinery, as far as we know scientifically, has always come about by a intelligent agent.
We'll call it CFM. Have we ever seen a non-intelligence create a CFM?
Right, that's outside the realm of science.
Right, thank you. Intelligent design is outside the realm of science.
No.
That's the whole point.
Come on, don't be dishonest.
Well, no, we've never seen an
intelligent design. Right. We do this every day. We intelligently design things every day.
Have we ever intelligently designed a natural system?
But that's not the argument. You're moving the goalpost from natural system from complex functioning machinery.
But a complex machinery can be natural or non-natural. You agree?
But that's irrelevant to the point of the discussion. Do you agree?
No, because it goes to the heart of the discussion. It's a fallacy of division when you're saying all complex machinery we've observed to be created by intelligence. We have not observed all types of machinery.
I didn't say that. I said all of the complex functioning machinery that we've observed has come about by intelligence.
We have not observed that. We've never seen a natural system like ATP synthase come about by an intelligence. We've never seen
No. Listen to me. That would be begging the question if I included ATP synthase into my example. I'm not going to do that. The point was, as far as we scientifically observe, it requires intelligent planning to produce complex functioning machines. Based on this knowledge, the scientific knowledge, we can then infer that the best explanation for the natural systems is an intelligent planning agent.
All right. Well, let me explain why that is a fallacy of division, because we've only seen intelligence design compact functional machinery, or whatever you want to call it, that are non-biological systems, non-natural, right? Non-natural, who keeps calling me? Leave group. Hang on. Let me turn this off. 1 sec. Okay, that's off. So we've never seen any intelligence create a complex functioning machinery that's been non-biological, non-natural. So that's why it's a fallacy of division. Now we can say we've seen humans create complex functioning machinery that's non-natural and non-biological, like planes and turbines and things like that. But once you say, "Oh, I'm going to apply that to all complex functioning machinery," you're actually literally committing the fallacy of division, because you're dividing that group of complex functioning machinery and you're applying it ubiquitously to what we have seen, to what we haven't seen. See the point?
I'm not dividing anything. What you're trying to do is separate it and create a false analogy. I'm not saying that all complex functioning machines in existence we've observed coming about through an intelligent process. I'm saying all of the complex functioning machines that we have seen come about have only come about through an intelligent process. Has nothing to do with whether it's biological or not. The fact that we just so happen to see this machinery in biology helps the ID argument. So that's why I think you're trying to separate our scientific observation with the most rational inference to the best explanation, which is an intelligence is required to create complex functioning machinery, whether it be natural or man-made.
So you're begging the question then, actually, because ATP synthase is a complex functioning machinery. Do you agree?
By definition.
Okay. Have we ever seen intelligence created?
We've seen intelligence create complex functioning machinery. That's
right,
the point.
But not all types. Right. Not all types.
Do you agree that it requires intelligence to create complex functioning machinery?
No.
Can you give an example of complex functioning machinery coming into existence without
ATP synthase?
That's begging the question, because that's the very thing that we're arguing about.
I'm not begging the question, because I'm not submitting that it wasn't intelligent design. I'm showing you that it doesn't have to be, right? You're the one that's saying all instances of a complex functioning machinery we've observed to be intelligent design. Okay, well, I give you an example of a complex functioning machinery. That is an example of that group. Now you need to show me how that's ever been intelligent design. Because you're just asserting that it is now.
Begging the question.
But I'm not. Actually, what's funny is you are. You're literally
I said, can you show me a complex functioning machine that we have observed come about without an intelligent design? You did not observe ATP synthase come about, first of all. Second of all, that's the very thing we're arguing about, is natural biological systems. So I'm asking you for a complex functioning machine, whether it be biological or non-biological, that has come about without an intelligent agent.
How about a human embryo that develops into a human? We've observed that from start to finish.
It's still begging the question, because it's still a biological organism.
Yes, right.
That's the very thing we're arguing about. It's biological organisms. So.
The point. We've never seen an intelligence create a biological complex functioning machinery. That's the whole point, Arcane. You kind of see the problem here?
Well, you keep moving the goalposts. I asked you if you can give me one example of a complex functioning machine come about without an intelligent designer.
I asked Steve a question. So Steve, Arcane is saying that, take a turbine or take any mechanical machinery that requires intelligence to make. So pre-existing material to then manipulate that to make it into an organized mechanical thing. So would you submit, like, apart from making the assertion that it's intelligent design, but would you submit that the systems we see in biology is indeed complex, and that's the remarkable thing about it?
Yes.
Would you submit that?
Yeah, they're complex. Yeah, complexity doesn't require intelligence. Complexity is a measurement over simplicity, right? And they're defined different ways. I mean, what could be what for example, a math proof can be using simple math or using complex math, using actually like complex math, right? And then so a math, that means a special thing. Or I can say, here's a simple cell versus a complex cell, right? So the difference of complexity is relative when it comes to that. But when we say something is complex, it doesn't imply intelligence. Just because something has an ability to function because it has properties like ATP synthase, where you have the enzyme doing something, you have the proteins in there actually doing something because of chemistry, that doesn't apply any more than, making a water molecule from hydrogen and oxygen. There's no intelligence required to do that. And it's the same principle.
Right. So ultimately, this all then boils down to the reason why the laws of nature function the way they do. And hence, it can then go back to that. Well, it's kind of like a faith issue then, like whether you put a God into it or not. Your point is, you can't scientifically say, here's the empirical evidence, of this quote-unquote God that then causes these particular laws to function the way they do.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
God could have, okay, there could have been an intelligent designer, but the argument on the table is we have two situations. We have evolution or intelligent design. Evolution has a working model that can show how these things came to existence. Now, you're right. We can't go back in time and validate this. But if the model holds, it makes sense. We can't go back in time to see how a murder was created, but a murder was done. But we can use evidence to show what we created and show what happened. And that's a pretty viable model they use in court all the time. So we have a model to show what happens in the past.
Well, I disagree. I think it doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense at all scientifically to assume that a complex functioning machine came about without an intelligent. Well, you kind of are, because you weren't there to observe it, even though you like to say you can show it. This isn't something that you can reproduce in a laboratory. The fact is ATP synthase exists today, and we have to formulate a theory of how it got there. Now, the intelligent design proponents, because remember, this discussion is intelligent design versus evolution. The intelligent design proponents say it was intelligently designed because all such machinery, according to observation, requires intelligence. The evolutionists would say somehow, based on an observation that we've never made, this process came about.
Would you agree that the genes that create certain proteins in ATP synthase are the same genes that you create other things for other functional things, like the bacterial flagellum or the type 3 secretory system? So the same genes create a part, and that part is utilized differently in different systems. Would you agree? Because it is the same gene.
Okay. So what's the point?
Okay, so we can show that in one species the gene creates this and has one function, and in another species the gene does this and does another function. And we can show over a period of time that mutations, we can go back each step and say, okay, this mutation caused this change, this mutation caused this change, and so on, and say, okay, this is what these things do now. Now, that is a model. Now, grant you don't have to accept it. I mean, it takes years and years and years of people studying this stuff, but it is a model. What we haven't seen is a model from intelligent design, because you're just making assertions saying, oh, well, we've never seen this, or we've seen this, but there's no model to explain how this came to be. How did intelligent design make anything?
Intelligent planning.
That's not a model. That's not a
but
model.
You haven't given a model either. All you've really said is that
I have intelligent.
All you really, it's not a model. It's just the Genesis story based on naturalism. That's all you've given me. I can give you the same thing. I could say that God had a plan.
That's not
to
science.
Make a turbine.
That's not science. We're talking about,
like you're saying, evolution brought it about without a guide. That's not science either. So
why?
If you want to be technical.
Wait, so to have science, you have to have a guide? Why? Again, you're making
so to have science, you have to see it happen.
No.
Okay.
We don't have to recreate historical events to be science. The Big Bang is not recreatable, but it's still science. We don't recreate historical events.
It's not observational. It's not demonstrable. It's not provable. I would say it's outside the realm of science. You can't demonstrate a Big Bang. Sorry.
Sure we can. Yeah, we can. We can do it two ways. One, we can show that the universe is expanding. And two, we can show the cosmic background radiation, which would predict.
Have you ever seen a Big Bang? Those are theories. You realize that, right? That's not a demonstration of a Big Bang. That is a theory based on a Big Bang hypothesis.
Right. The Big Bang model. Right. For example, okay, if you see two things moving away from each other, right, and it moves at a certain rate, could you do a linear, some kind of regression? It's not a linear regression, but just a regression and say, okay, based upon this model, years ago they were close together. Could you do something like that?
You can make theories on paper, sure. Okay. Doesn't mean that they actually match with reality, and it doesn't mean that it's in the realm of observational natural science. There's a difference between theoretical science or historical science and natural science. Natural science is the stuff that we can test, observe, repeat.
So the model, okay. Well, hang on a second. So, but you agree though that the model would be consistent. If I have a model where I have two things moving away, I can use that same model to predict where they were hundreds of thousands of years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or yesterday, right? I could use that same model, could I not?
If you want to have a hypothetical that you believe, sure you can. Yeah. Okay.
So the model. So we have a model that we can utilize, and we can make predictions from it and test it. What we do, the thing that a lot of creationists seem to get confused on is that whole testing, demonstrating, observing. They seem to misunderstand what it actually means. The way it actually works is this, and as soon as a creationist can understand this, they can start going forward from here. We observe a phenomenon, in our time. Okay, we are observing the remnants of something like the Big Bang. We are observing the cosmic microwave background radiation, right? So we're observing something we can see now. We then create an experiment to try to explain what we are observing. We then are repeating that experiment to get the same results over and over again. We don't observe something in the past. We don't repeat historical events. We don't do experiments for something that happened in the past. So when they say observable, repeatable, and demonstrable, what they mean is something that we're doing today. We observe something today, we formulate a hypothesis to explain it, we test that hypothesis, and repeat those experiments to see if they're still current, still valid.
Okay.
That is a scientific method.
So what we looked at today, you said were a similar gene in two different organisms. And you're saying that comparing these genes, you can come up with a story about how these genes produce something like a complex functioning machine, right?
Yeah, that's the model. Yeah, that's the model.
Right. That's a model. It doesn't necessarily mean that the model is correct, or you can prove it in any natural scientific way.
Okay. Well, we don't prove models. Models never get proved. But what is the ID model?
Well, like I said earlier, like 3 or 4 times, there isn't a sort of model like your story is, because you're calling a story a model. Really, it's not scientific. What we're saying is intelligence is required to produce such things. Such a statement is scientific. For example, if I went and I dug up an arrowhead, for example, I can say that I've seen intelligence produce similar objects. I've never seen nature produce such an object. Therefore, a scientific inference to the best explanation for the existence of said arrowhead is an intelligent agent planned and got the materials and made it.
Okay, but that only
so that is scientific, Steve. That's not
that only holds true when we have. Yeah, well, the reason why that fails is we only can do that when we have precedent. We have seen arrows being created by humans. We know that can happen. We have a precedent by which we can gauge our prior expectations from, right? So, for example, this whole an abductive argument is something like this, and I've used this example a couple times. Is that I years ago, for example, like I hear my daughter crying and I smell poop, right? I can reasonably make an abductive argument that my daughter has soiled herself, she needs changing, because 2 things that I've experienced before, that smell and her crying. I make a reasonable inference of what the best explanation is because I've had precedent and prior things of what has happened before to draw a conclusion. Okay, would you agree upon that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
but when we're talking about,
hang on, let me finish. But that doesn't mean it has to be the case, right? I can go downstairs and find, my daughter's just hungry and the cat pooped in the cat box, right? So even though I made a reasonable abductive argument, that abductive argument proved to be false, correct?
But it's not the same argument I'm making, correct?
Okay, but hang on. But you're going for what the best explanation is. When we have an arrowhead, we've had precedent of people making arrowheads. I've asked an intelligence. I've asked this numerous times. I have yet to get an answer. Have we ever seen an intelligence create a natural system of any kind?
But that's not you're not addressing the question or the position that I'm putting forward. You're sidestepping it. What you're doing is you're sidestepping my actual position.
Well, hang on. Hey, one sec. Can I at least get a yes or no on that?
We've been through that like 4 times already.
I just want a yes or no. I just want a yes or no, though. On record, have we ever seen an intelligence create a natural system? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question that Steve is giving.
So can I get out on record, Arcane? Do you yes or no? Have we ever seen an intelligence create a natural system?
No, we've never seen an intelligence create a complex functioning living organism.
No, actually, we have.
But that's okay, sure.
Yeah,
we've created life, sure, Steve.
Yeah, well, Venter, Craig Venter created.
That's not creating life, Steve.
Well, he didn't create it out of nothing, but he definitely used it. I mean, he used a template, but he created it.
It's not life, though. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's be.
Well, we created
what we say.
And we also created artificial life. They called alien life using more than just 4 base pairs, using 6 base pairs.
Right. Even Craig Venter, says that.
But I just want
was an intelligent process to create complex functioning.
Yeah, and that's fine. Right. But we've never seen an but there's artificial, right?
But can you address my question though? I mean, since
Yes.
that's actually the core of the issue, which is
Yes.
right. So complex functioning machinery, as far as we've observed scientifically, is always the result of an intelligent
No.
process.
No.
You don't agree, but
I don't agree at all.
I asked you for one example of an observation
I
of
told
something coming about that is complex and
synthase.
functioning, but you did not observe ATP synthase coming about, Steve. You have a
Actually, we can.
story. You have
Actually,
a cool story about evolution, about how it came up, but you didn't observe that coming about.
well,
When I
actually,
say observe it coming about, I mean observe the process of it developing and forming without a prior.
Yeah. Well, this is why I asked you about the zygote.
Kind that it came from.
This is why I asked you about the zygote. We start as a single cell, and their cell develops, right?
Well, that's your story, Steve. You can't expect me to just agree with your story.
Well,
You
it's not a matter of story.
You have to establish that. Right?
Each ATP in our body is put together by small parts, right? They're not formed whole. You do understand that, right? ATP synthase aren't just magically in existence. They're put together by proteins coming together, right?
But
they're not formed in humans.
It came from a prior. It's a complex functioning system that preceded it, Steve. So you just
no.
Begging the question.
No, Arcane. They're individual proteins that come together to form a system, and it does that naturally. These protons they intermingle with each other in the transmembrane, right, to form that F1 and FO part.
You realize the very thing we're arguing about was the ATP synthase intelligently designed, or did it come about by a natural process? You realize that's the very thing in question, right?
But you're asking the wrong question. We can see these things be assembled, right? We've never seen from the intelligence design point of view, we've never seen an intelligent agent do that. So you can't make the argument that intelligent design is a better explanation. If we've never seen it happen.
Steve, you're just sidestepping my point again. So,
but I'm not.
We can move on to another point because it's clear you're sidestepping my point.
General, how am I sidestepping his argument when I basically spot on it?
Because you're begging the question. When I asked you to give one example of a complex functioning machine that's come about without intelligence, you're giving an example of the very thing we're arguing about. That's begging the question.
What Steve's asking, and it is a good question, and I'm speaking even as a Christian. I'm not siding with Steve because he's a friend. I'm siding with the argument that it is a good argument. So,
is he begging the question?
Okay, let me just clarify with Steve first. Steve, are you agnostic on? Would agnostic be the correct word to describe your position as far as a God intelligent design with respect to the creation of everything? Just to clarify quickly.
For arguendo's sake, yeah, I use the word agnosticism very specifically, so I don't like using equivocation for it to mean something else.
I meant it in the sense that unless evidence is provided, you remain skeptical.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So what Steve is asking, Arcane, is that the scientific method is such that if God existed, then any form of intelligently created thing that just comes out of nowhere, pretty much what you would expect as we see in the Genesis story. If that's happening today, God can literally work with the scientist in an empirical context, and hence Steve then would have no excuse. So Steve's asking, currently, do we see God act?
Well, I've already answered that question, and I actually got to my question, which was sidestepped over and answered with a begging the question fallacy. So if we can get back to my question, and maybe you can clear up what you mean, because we're arguing whether or not the ATP synthase and other complex functioning machines in nature were the product of your evolutionism, or they were the product of creation. Intelligent design.
Right.
So if you give me the answer of ATP synthase when I asked you for an example of a complex functioning machine that we've observed come about, that is a begging the question fallacy. Do you agree, moderator?
I think Steve's question though is in fact just what he just said about that ATP. So then this is where I would use that, and I'll give another question to Steve and saying, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any moment because I don't know the biology behind the ATP stuff, But would you consider, or would you have an open mind in regards to a certain component of quote unquote the evolution of ATP, in saying, oh look, you know what, I would probably put a God in, like kind of like a God in the gap sort of argument. Would you ever do
God
that?
goes here. Well, let me say this one quick way I can. Arcane's giving a lot better argument, even though he's flawed. It's still way better than what Ronnie did. So I'm going to say right off the bat, Arcane, this is a much better discussion than I ever had with Ronnie in our debate. And if you watch this debate, you'll agree with me on that. So just trust me on that one. I give you my word. When you watch that debate that I had with Ronnie, and I hope you do, you'll see that it was so bad that he didn't have anything to bring to the table. So at least it's a better discussion. With that said, I don't think you can ever stick in, God goes here. Now I understand the complex, the concept of irreducible complexity, but again, we have the model, and the model is that things are built upon existing precursors, and we can show each iteration from prior species, right? As we go down the lines of phylogeny, of the different iterations of these complex functioning machineries, right? Can we just call them machines from now on? We understand they're complex functioning machinery. Can we just use the term machinery? So we all know that we have machinery now. We can show in other species how the machinery differed, and we can show each iteration of these machinery in prior species. That is a model that's coherent. It makes sense. We know that species do diverge. We know that there is speciation. We know there's natural selection and adaptation. We know all these things exist. So there's a coherency there. What we've never seen, though, as I keep pointing out, we've never seen an intelligence create any natural system. So we have to go by the principle that natural systems are natural. That's what science does. Science looks for naturalistic explanations for naturalistic phenomenon. And to throw in a non-natural explanation that is not parsimonious with anything we've ever seen before cannot be an abductive argument.
Okay, so basically you're saying
finding intelligence out of science doesn't. Well, hold on. The debate's between us, not between you. Let me respond, because he shotgunned like three things, and I smoke a lot of weed, and if I don't say it now, I forget it.
Go ahead. Let him do it.
So, I mean, you said a lot, but the model doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense from a scientific standpoint to say that complex functioning machinery comes about without intelligent planning and guidance. Looking at similarities between creatures and then saying that that's somehow showing how those functioning parts came together is disingenuous, because you didn't show how they came about. You gave a story based on what you see today, which is not things coming about that way. I'm asking you for an observation of any complex functioning machine, without begging the question, that has come about without intelligent guidance. And I would say you can't find any.
Well, you'd be wrong.
And that's only without begging the question. So that's only in support of my argument.
Because in science, we follow methodological naturalism. That is the default position. Would you agree? So if I'd
say that's your position. No, you can't force that on everyone else. That's
science.
Your position.
Okay. Do you agree?
No. That's your philosophy on science.
Do you agree that science taught universally that it follows methodological naturalism?
I agree that the majority of people today follow that philosophy.
Do you agree that that's taught universally in every accredited college? That's the standard for science.
Sure, that's the philosophy of today about science.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, good. Okay, so right. If that's
doesn't mean that
science,
it's the only correct philosophy. That's a flawed view to say that.
Anybody can have their individual viewpoints, but we're talking about when we talk about science, everybody who's into science knows certain things to be true. That science, by definition, follows methodological naturalism because we're looking for naturalistic explanations. That's what the field entails. Now, you could change the field
within your philosophy.
No, but you can change the field to mean whatever you want. Yeah. You can say, hey, look, math deals with numbers. But you know what? In Arcane's view, math deals with culinary arts, right? But it doesn't make it true.
Not the same thing. Not the same thing. Science, by definition, is observation, testing, repeating.
Of natural phenomenon. That is by definition. Go look it up.
Right. So if you out the gate a priori define science and you define supernatural, what you call supernatural, out of science, then you've already defeated your so-called scientific thinking right off the bat, because you're not supposed to be closed-minded to things.
No.
If you automatically say we're going to look for everything but the supernatural, then any supernatural explanation that I give to you, you can just dismiss under the assumption that everything you look for must be natural.
Do you know why we do that?
It's your philosophy.
No, but there's a practical reason. Let's say we're doing an experiment, right? We want to explain a phenomenon. We do an experiment, and we want to narrow down the parameters of this experiment. But we say, you know what? We're going to allow any kind of supernatural explanation. Okay, so we got to test to see if leprechauns did it. We have to test to see if fairies did it. We have to test to see if aliens did it. Well, that's not really supernatural. Or we have to test that Bigfoot did it. We have to test for all these different things instead of just saying, you know what? Science eliminates all supernatural causations, right? Because every time we've observed a phenomenon, we've never seen supernaturalism at work. Lightning, for example, and thunder used to be a thought, of the Thor striking his hammer down, right? But science says, you know what? We're going to look for a naturalistic explanation to do this. That's what science does.
That's not what we're arguing about. We're arguing about biological systems, and it's a different argument.
That's the whole purpose of science, is to find.
We're talking about origin.
But okay, hang on. That's the whole purpose of science. By changing the definition of science to something else, you're not talking about science anymore. You're talking about something completely different. Because science was designed. No, science has never been refined. Science has started off from day one as a thing from philosophy called natural philosophy, which was to find natural explanations for observed phenomena. That is what science has always been.
No, sorry, science. Science is the method of observing, repeating, testing. And the originators of science all believed that the universe was rationally intelligible because it was intelligently designed by God. So they had an incentive to do science. No. I'm giving you the history of what we should both be on the same page with. Is if you're going to say intelligent design is anti-science, but the originators of science were believers in intelligent design, you really have a funky argument. You're really just reduced to your own philosophy about science, not anything objective.
No, because their belief doesn't translate into their science. Newton was a creationist of sorts.
That's my whole point.
But hang on, Newton believed in God, but he never used God as a reason for why things happen. Right? He didn't say, "Hey, two things tend to move together because of God." He used gravity.
But that's not the same argument that I'm putting forth today, though, is it?
Exactly the same argument. Have you ever seen a supernatural explanation for anything? No.
We're not saying we don't know, therefore God, or this happens, therefore God. We're saying based on scientific principles, the scientific method, right? Based on the scientific method, when we observe things that are complex and functioning like a machine, we can trace it back using forensics or whatever, science, to an intelligent cause. This is science. So when we find things in nature, whether it be a complex computer from an alien race somewhere across the flat earth, or a molecular machine inside of a cell, the same reasoning applies until you can give me an observation to the contrary, and until you can show me a scientific observation of a complex functioning machine coming about without an intelligence, which is contrary to all human rational intuition, I'm forced to stay in my rational position that, hey, machines mean designer.
But that's a very irrational position, actually, because you're committing multiple fallacies, including the fallacy of division, like I said before. Again, let me make it very simple. I'll try to distill this down to a very simple argument. If you're going to say what's the best explanation for things, we have two ways of doing this. One, an existing model that uses naturalistic explanations, by which we've only seen come about by naturalistic explanations. We've never seen a supernatural one. We have an existing model that has multiple different lines of evidence, all the way from proteomics to phylogeny, cladistics, you name it. Everything has a consilience with each other. There's a harmony of all these different fields. Now, that's the model that we have that shows how we came to have the types of machinery we have now. That's a scientific model. It follows along methodological naturalism. Now, the other model, intelligent design, is predicated on the fact that we've never seen, as you admitted, an intelligence create intelligence create a natural system. So you can, if we have to rate which one's a better explanation, we have to go by what we've seen before. We've seen things only come about.
Intelligence creating complex functioning machines. That's what we see.
But not natural machines, right? Not natural.
All machines that we see, because we didn't see nature get here. We were here already. Nature was here already, bro.
But because we've never seen any intelligence create a natural machine, you cannot use that as an argument. You have to observe that before you can use that as an argument.
We've never seen nature create the complex functioning machines either. It was already here when we got here, so you can't use that as an argument. How do you like the argument now?
We can see nature do this. We can actually see it happen in real time.
No, Steve.
Yes,
we've never seen ATP, a complex functioning biological machine, come from anything other than an already existing complex functioning biological machine, Steve.
Not how it's designed, but we can see how it comes together in real time.
You can see how it's propagated from an already existing set of complex functioning machines, Steve. You haven't. You're just kicking the can. You haven't got to the root of the issue, which is the origin of said machine.
But I think you're missing the point. You cannot give an abductive argument and say, "Hey, I'm predicating this on something we've never observed." Okay.
I'm not doing that.
Let's say for the sake of argument, just for arguendo, we're going to go down your line of thinking here. We've still seen everything to have naturalistic explanations. That much is true, and we've never seen any intelligence create a natural system, natural machine ever. So what are we going to go by? Okay, the fact that we've never seen any intelligence create a natural system, or the fact that we've seen things come about without seemingly any requirement of intelligence, right?
When have we seen it, though? Can you give one example?
You're adding in an extra step that's not needed to be there. It's not parsimonious. You're assuming.
You're just repeating yourself at this point. Can you give an example instead of just repeating that we've seen it, we've seen it, we've seen it?
Yes.
And then give a story about, well, we see similarities between things today, but if you imagine billions of years of change.
What we're observing is what we observe today. Not historically. Right. That's the whole point of I try to explain to you the scientific method. That's where I think your linchpin is.
So we've never seen it come about. It takes millions of years, Steve, right?
Well, we've never seen the history come about because we can't go back in time millions of years. That's why we have a model. But the model is coherent.
So you have a story, which I'm challenging the coherency of, since it's not based on any solid scientific foundation. We've never seen anything come about piece by piece that turned out to be a complex functioning machine.
Well, we have them. That's what the model shows. The model shows
that's what your model assumes. It doesn't show anything.
The model is not an assumption. There's a difference between an assumption and a conclusion. A model is a confirmed thing. Okay, you cannot call a model an assumption. That's
according to your philosophy, I guess.
No, that's a categorization error, right? That's a category error. A model is always
a scientific model is a confirmed thing, huh?
Yes, by definition, a scientific model is a confirmed explanation. By definition.
Okay. Sorry, Steve, I don't agree with that.
Okay, General, can we look up the definition of scientific theory, please?
Scientific model. And I wouldn't even call it a model because
scientific theory is a model. Same thing.
I'm talking about your evolutionism. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, can you read to us the definition of scientific theory, which is by definition a model?
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
All models are by definition confirmed. All scientific theories.
Confirmed in which way? You mean assumed like we see similarity based on this, therefore we assume billions of years ago.
No, confirmed means by observation. For example, we
can't observe billions of years, though, Steve. Let's be honest.
But this goes back to where I explained to you before. When we're talking about observations, we talk about in modern times, today, not back then. That's what the term observation means. For example, if I say, you know what, according to general relativity, a star behind a sun, I should be able to see that star. I should be able to see that star bend the light, and according to the model, I should be able to see that happen every time that star is in that position. I should see light bend, and I should be able to see that star, even though I normally would not be able to see it. I'm making an observation. I'm looking up, and I'm saying, okay, I see the star. I can repeat that observation over and over and over again, thus confirming the model. The model meaning that it bends light.
So your mind is closed is what you're saying, like it's confirmed to be true.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
I'm just asking you, Steve, is your mind closed on the whole thing?
No, models can be falsified.
Okay.
Now if I look,
if it's confirmed, how can it be falsified?
Because confirmation doesn't exclude the possibility of falsification. That's part of Popper's falsification. Confirmed means that it works every single time. Now, the one time it does. Now, listen.
Well, if it works every single time,
that
it can't be falsified.
To date, if I do an experiment and I see that star has, for some reason, isn't where it's supposed to be, according to the model, that can falsify the model.
So,
right?
Well, first of all, let's refrain from talking about stars and such, and let's stick to what our actual positions are, which in your case is the evolution of complex functioning machines without a mind or an intelligent guidance.
Right, because we have no reason to postulate a mind because we have a model that explains how they came about without a mind.
Well, that's an argument from ignorance.
That's not what an argument from ignorance is.
And it is, because you're actually ignoring my argument, and you haven't addressed my argument at all.
Can I just read?
Yeah, read that.
When I put forth my argument, you sidestepped it and then added on criteria. You said I had a fallacy of
division.
And
I want to
let's look up the definition of fallacy of division.
All right, and let's look up what's called an argument from ignorance, because an argument from ignorance is when I say I'm going to hold a position X because you can't disprove it. That's what an argument of ignorance is. That's not what I've ever said anything of the sort. In fact, I just said the opposite, because I said my position can be falsified. And then you accuse me of argument from ignorance. So I don't think you know what that one is either. So let's leave what a scientific theory is. Then we can look what a fallacy of division is. And then argument from ignorance.
Yeah, because according to you, if something's confirmed, it can be false at the same time. I don't get it. Right. So maybe you have some internal issues with your philosophy of science that allow you to have such a contradictory.
I don't know why that's so confusing. That's Popper's falsification criteria. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, 1 second. This is closed down. 1 second.
Actually, can you read like something like Wiki, so it's not on? I don't know. What are you reading from, General? Just do a Google search.
It's more in line with the fact that we have a theist.
I agree with you, but I just want a standard definition. Then you can read this. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
All right. Accepted definition of scientific theory being a confirmed model.
Well, I've got the Britannica up, and it says scientific modeling, the generation of a physical, conceptual, or mathematical representation of a real phenomenon that is difficult to observe directly. Scientific models are used to explain and predict the behavior of real objects or systems, and are used in a variety of scientific disciplines ranging from physics, chemistry, ecology, and earth sciences. Although modeling is a central component of modern science, science models are at best approximations of the objects and systems that they represent. They are not exact replicas. Thus, scientists constantly working to improve and refine the models. So when
I totally agree.
So when you look at the history of science, I'll be done real quick. When you look at the history of science, the evolution theory has been refined. And changed. A great deal. Wait, hold on. I'm almost finished. A great deal. So when you say something is confirmed, I would say maybe it's confirmed according to your standards, but according to my standards, I would say maybe in 10 years, your confirmation might be complete.
All right. Well, here's the problem with that. What you just said, I completely agree with. I'm what's called a scientific instrumentalist, not a realist. I don't believe that scientific models have to comport so much with reality that reality is what it actually is. It only has to model it. There's different viewpoints on that. But a scientific model, to be confirmed, to be a scientific theory, requires the condition of confirmation. So I put in the side there, Wikipedia. Can you read that off, what it says about scientific theory, General?
Well, I think this one is a really good one.
Okay, I've asked you to read. Can you read what I asked you to read? Then you can read whatever. Can you read the Wikipedia? Because that's specifically mentions confirmation. So I want to know that I'm not just pulling this randomly.
You want me to read the first paragraph of Wikipedia?
Yeah, here, I'll read it. Whatever.
Okay.
What, you're going to read it?
No, I'll read it. It says, well, I'll stop sharing my screen. It says, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that can, in accordance with the scientific method, be repeatedly tested using a predefined protocol of observations. Established scientific theories have withstood rigorous scrutiny and are a comprehensive form of scientific knowledge.
Okay, so it's been repeatedly confirmed. Okay, repeatedly confirmed.
According to you, right?
Repeatedly confirmed means that every time I look at that observation, I should get the same results. It's predictive. The time when I don't get that result, then my model has a problem. That's why it could be falsified. Okay.
Well,
so we have to understand what these words mean.
So where's the evidence
Yeah,
for
this
evolution?
next paragraph is actually this next paragraph is actually the key to the article. It says the strength of a scientific theory is related to the diversity of phenomena it can explain. As additional scientific evidence is gathered, a scientific theory may be rejected or modified if it does not fit the new empirical findings. In such circumstances, a more accurate theory is then desired, because the less accurate, unmodified scientific theory can still be treated as a theory if it is useful, due to its sheer simplicity as an approximation under specific conditions. For example, Newtonian's laws of motion as an approximation to special relativity at velocities that are small relative to the speed of light.
Right.
And that's, yeah.
We get the
So
point.
this,
Right.
yeah. So the day I see two dogs mate and have a chicken, that would invalidate evolution, right? So
Well,
it's gonna,
for a naturalist, evolution is the only game to play. So you can come up with any arbitrary, say, well, if this happens, that'll refute evolution, but you haven't really given anything valid to substantiate that evolution could even be valid in the first place. All we see are things reproducing after an original said sort of kind.
well, that gets a
From
little
the
more
beginning
complicated.
of recorded history, that's all we've seen. You want to go back beyond recorded history and say something happened that no one's ever seen happen and claim that to be science, bro. So I disagree with your conceptual model, and I disagree with your definition of science.
Okay, well, that's fine, but I use the same definition everybody uses for science. So, but here's the thing. Again, you
Not
remember
everybody.
Well, any scientist would.
Not every scientist. So stop speaking in generalizations and just get to a point.
Okay, well, if they don't follow it, then they're not scientists. So it is not a generalization. Every scientist has to follow certain things. One of which they follow methodological naturalism. If they're not a scientist by definition. So it's not me.
Your philosophy of science,
according to definition. But here's the thing.
Your philosophy
remember
of
the
science
model,
says
remember
that.
the model?
Do you understand the difference between philosophy and observable, repeatable, natural scientific methodology?
I've already explained that. So here's the thing. So remember the example that I showed, or I asked you about, where I said, okay, look, I got two objects moving away from each other. Can I make a model to show where they were yesterday or day before or prior, years ago? Can I make a model? Can we take Kepler's law?
To evolution, though?
Hang on,
saying, since that's your position. That's the debate, right?
Can I make a model to show where things were historically? Can I say, okay, I have the models of the planets. 100 years ago, the planets were right here. The stars were right here. Can I make a model to do that? Yes or no?
If you believe the presuppositions at the outset, sure, you can make any model you want, Steve. But can we stick to evolution though, since that's the topic of the debate?
Do that. So evolution does the same thing. Evolutionary theory is a model by which we can show what happened in historical events based upon observations from today. We don't observe the.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, well, everything, phylogeny, basic.
Well, if everything's it, then it's unfalsifiable, Steve.
No, there's a whole bunch of.
Well, if everything's evidence for evolution, it is by definition unfalsifiable.
Well, everything in biology that goes toward evidence to support the evolutionary theory. For example, phylogeny and our evolutionary past with the great apes, right? We can show that we have a commonality to them. We can show multiple different lines of evidence. That model works. Okay, if
you can show. Let's be honest, okay? When you say you can show you have a commonality, what you're saying is you see similarities and you theorize that perhaps in the past there might have been.
Actually, we show differences. It's not just the No, Arcane, it's not just the similarities, it's the differences. We can look at a very specific structure and say, okay, how has this structure changed over time? So it's the differences that we're looking at.
Show it. That's your theory that it changed.
That's why it's called a theory.
Right.
But it's based on
when
evidence.
you say we can show, I'm just pointing out every time, you don't really mean you can show it. What you're saying is you can theorize it based on,
No, that's not how words work. If I say, hey, look, I can show how this murder was done. I can show you a model by which this murder was done by forensics. I'm showing you how it's done. That's yes, it's a theory.
Right. Doesn't mean
but that's not a science.
It doesn't mean that that's the best theory. Doesn't mean it's the only theory. But for you, you said
so
when I asked you for evidence for evolution, for your evolution, you said everything. Okay. So by definition, it's unfalsifiable. It's not science.
Two dogs having a chicken.
The religion.
Two dogs having a chicken would falsify evolution. Would you agree?
According to your evolution or General Han Solo's?
I think General Han Solo. Hey, General Han Solo, if you had two dogs and you mated them and a chicken came out, would that invalidate your model for evolution?
Some people I know actually say that would actually help evolution. So
then they're not very bright.
Well, an insult doesn't prove anything either. So
okay,
you have to come up with something better than
sure,
I know everything about evolution. Everyone else who disagrees with
sure.
me
Let me ask you this. Okay, fair enough. Two dogs mate.
See, let me put it this way.
I really want to do this, General. I really want to do this, honestly. Okay. If I have two dogs mate and they have a chicken, can you give me an explanation via evolutionary modeling how that can happen?
Punctuated equilibrium, just like Stephen Jay Gould said. Wow. There's a hopeful monster theory that's still invalid today. That actually trumped Darwin's slow gradual theory.
Punctuated equilibrium does not work that way. That has nothing to do with punctuated equilibrium.
Well,
punctuated equilibrium does not happen in a single generation. I'm asking about a single generation.
However fast you say it happens. If you come up with some hypothetical no one's ever seen and say, well, if this happened, it would falsify
genetically. How does it happen? Show me genetically how it happens.
Asking that question doesn't prove that it's falsifiable when you've already said everything proves evolution.
So according to your evolutionary theory modeling that you think evolution states, two dogs can have a chicken. According to Arcane Logos. According to your
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So
you can put words in my mouth though, if that's how you want this to go. But I didn't say that.
I want to make sure I understand you. Which theory of evolution allows for the possibility of two dogs having a chicken?
Well, that's interesting. Since I have an evolutionist in the room, why don't you give us the theory? Give us this grandiose theory that's been confirmed about evolution, common descent, and I'll tell you what I agree with and what I disagree with.
I want your version first. Give me the version of evolution.
No, I'm not the evolutionist. You are, and you claim to know more than everyone else.
Give me the version that you think exists that would accommodate.
That's not how this works, Steve. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give you your own theory. Sorry.
No, I'm not. It's not my theory. I am telling you that in my theory, two dogs can have a chicken, and I can show you why on multiple different levels.
I didn't say that they could, and so that's a red herring, right?
Well, you're saying though that some people say that it could. So according to them, do you know
some people say that might be? Some people could say that might be if it did happen. Let's say it did happen, right? An evolutionist could just easily say, well, that could be a form of punctuated equilibrium. Doesn't mean God did it. Doesn't mean that anything funny happened. So you're really just giving an arbitrary subjective opinion and placing it on me and saying it's an argument when I didn't even bring none of this up. I asked you for something specific. I would appreciate if you would address my specific point.
It's not punctuated equilibrium because that's meaning something totally different. And they can say whatever they want, but they have to demonstrate it. There's no way.
Can you demonstrate evolution for me, please? Can you give me the theory? What's the theory of evolution? Can you break it down?
There's no way two dogs can have a chicken in evolutionary modeling. In the mainstream evolutionary modeling that everybody talks about and learns. Do you agree, Arcane Logos?
I don't know anyone who's made that claim, but you, Steve.
Okay, so. I'm clarifying. Are you right here? According to evolutionary theory that's taught ubiquitously around the world, can two dogs have a chicken?
No 3 times, Steve. So can you please get to the point that I was making earlier? I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so evolution, you'd want to know about the word evolution or the evolutionary theory?
The theory of common descent, Steve. Can you give me your best evidence and can you break down what the theory entails from bottom up, please?
Sure. Well, you got to start with evolution itself, and you have to understand the definition of evolution before you can go any further. Evolution is
what I asked you about.
You have to, right, but until you understand what evolution means, you can't understand evolutionary theory. That's like asking me what's the theory of gravity without understanding gravity.
Assume that I know, Steve, and just give it to me raw, okay?
Common ancestry.
Well, just claiming that I don't really doesn't satisfy the discussion. It just really
common ancestry is based upon the fact that species speciate, and all species speciate meaning that species come from other species. Therefore, every species has to come logically from another species. Ergo, common descent.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, so you're saying because speciation occurs, therefore the theory of common descent that all life came from a single common living ancestor, however long ago.
That's not what it states.
Well, give me what is the theory of common descent? Can you give it to me, please?
That all life originated from the last universal common ancestor, which is the population, not a single organism. There's a single
population.
Yeah.
Well, you got to trace it back. When we look at the textbooks, it's traced back to like a single amoeba type creature.
No, that's not what it says. Find a textbook that says that, please.
Well, look it up on Wiki right now. Look up the timeline of human evolution.
Show me.
Can you do that?
You can look it up for me. I'm not doing your homework for you.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, show me that we came from. Show me an evolutionary paper that, or anywhere, of a scientific source that said we came from amoeba. Because that's not what evolutionary theory states. So that's a straw man. So going back.
Okay, but in the meantime, can you tell me what
the
the common descent theory is?
Sure, I just did. Species speciate, and all species come from other species. Until you have to go back to the very beginning.
So the very beginning, what was the first living ancestor? Can you tell me what it was?
No clue.
Since you said it's not an amoeba, can you tell me? Okay, but you know it's not an amoeba.
Right, because amoeba is on a different line of phylogeny.
Well, what was the first thing?
I just said I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay.
If I knew that,
the
I'd be
textbooks,
famous. But we can go back. But we can go back several millions of years, or billions of years. We can go back to stromatolites, 3.8 billion years ago or so. We can go back very far based upon that whole thing. Species come from other species. Do you agree?
I don't agree that you can go back that far. I do agree that what you say speciation happens, but I don't think that necessitates your common ancestry idea.
Okay, so where does speciation stop? How far back can we go in speciation where it just runs into a brick wall and says, oh, you know what? These species didn't come from any other species.
Well, I would say at the beginning of creation.
Which is how far back? Which is how far back?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe thousands of years, perhaps.
Okay. Well, the problem we run into is now you're just positing something that's not observed. We
billions of years is observed, and you're saying thousands.
No, we don't. Okay. No, we don't observe evidence that supports that.
Well, that's your claim, though.
That's a claim I can support easily. Yeah, we don't.
So you can support that there is no evidence to support that.
Younger creation.
There was a first. Well, both sides believe that there was a creation. All right. You just believe that it was evolution that created it. I believe that it was an intelligent, brilliant designer.
Okay, so, but again, you're positing an imaginary wall of speciation. I need to know something in scientifically speaking. Why in science you're positing a special creation is what you're doing. 7,000 years ago would be a special creation, would it not be?
Well, because it's billions of years ago, it's not special all of a sudden. Come on now.
It's not.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not.
So because it happened slowly and randomly, it's not special.
Right, because it didn't. Because it always
intelligently, it is special.
Because there was always a precursor. What are the precursors for your special creation 7,000 years ago? You just said there was.
Okay, well,
you said that speciation and a half just came out of nowhere.
I just want to point out the fact that you're sidestepping actually my question, which was regarding evolution, and now you're asking me about.
Okay, General Moderator, did I sidestep?
What I say about my creation story has no bearing or weight on what you can carry as far as substantiating your evolution.
General, did I sidestep?
I have the wiki account right here.
My question to Arcane. One second.
Well, General, I'm going to ask you first, General. Did I sidestep that? Or did I give a very specific answer?
No, you were sticking to basically what I just read out from the science, the Wikipedia article.
Go ahead.
So my question to Arcane is
going to be objective. This guy here, he trusts General Han Solo to be an objective moderator.
Okay. I tell you what.
I was asking Steve
questions. You couldn't even be honest earlier when you couldn't even be honest earlier when I asked you a direct question. Did he beg the question? And you sidestepped that question too.
Did I beg the question?
I have no respect for you as a moderator until you can at least.
Have I begged the question?
You're not begging the question.
Right. I don't think he's using that term correctly.
What Steve is asking, because you see, Arcane,
that is begging.
Well, hang on, General, one sec. I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, General, but there's so many things here. Can you tell me what begging the question means, Arcane? Because I don't think you're using it.
No, I'm going to tell you how you beg the question, and we can look at the dictionary together. How about that?
Okay, I know what begging the question means. Can you give me what?
Go ahead, tell me.
No,
tell me if you know. Tell me.
You're accusing me of begging the question, so you need to know what it means. Can you show me what it means?
It's assuming in the premise of your argument, the very thing you're trying to prove, or assuming the conclusion of the argument.
Okay,
so what happened was, Steve, I asked you a very simple question. Mm-hmm. Can you show me? First of all, you made a claim that you observed a complex functioning machine coming about without intelligence. That was your claim.
Yes,
and I asked you, can you give me an example?
Yes.
Of a complex functioning machine that you have observed come into existence without an intelligence.
Yes.
And you said the ATP synthase.
Because that's teleonomic.
Which is the very thing that's in question, Steve.
No,
that's begging.
I'm not making an argument for a premise to a conclusion such that I'm not saying that we have to have intelligence.
That's begging the question, Steve. That's the very thing that's in question.
Well, it's not, though. The reason being is very simple.
Yes, it is.
We are showing a model. We're showing a model of how these things came into existence. Okay? Models are not begging the question. They're conclusion based upon evidence and observation. Okay, we're not making a premise, then forming a conclusion off a single premise. That's begging the question. So when I say we observe things coming to being naturally, right? Anything, you pick anything that's natural, it doesn't require an intelligence because we've never seen an intelligence do it. So when you ask, have we ever seen a system come into being without intelligence? Yes, every natural system we see is something coming to being without an intelligence because it's
Steve,
natural.
that's the very same thing that's in
No,
question because nobody
because
has seen any of that come into existence.
Arcane is natural by definition. So if these are natural
According
systems,
to your definition.
Okay, well, you can play
Steve, I'm not going to play that game with you, bro. I'm sorry.
Well,
That's begging the question by definition. You need to be honest about that.
You're changing the definitions of things.
No,
these things are natural systems. By definitions, natural systems come about naturally.
We are arguing whether or not the ATP synthase was designed or it came about by evolution. And I said, give me an example that we've observed because we didn't observe that coming about, Steve. Whether you want to
show me evidence.
Well, we did. Okay, all right, sure, Steve.
Show me. Well, the model we have.
It's clear you're being dishonest, and
I'm not being dishonest, but that's okay. But everybody listening can tell I'm not.
The more you talk, the more it's exposed.
We have a model that shows ATP synthase, how it works, and how it came about. Now, can you show me your model, how intelligent design did this? Show me how the intelligent designer did this. How he created ATP synthase.
Well, we've already been over that, Steve. I would appreciate it if we can get back on topic.
Well, I want to make sure people realize you don't have a model. Your intelligent design thing that you're advocating, you have nothing.
I presented my argument for why I believe in
but you didn't have an explanation. Right, you believe, but you didn't explain any model.
Right.
You have.
Yeah, I gave an inference to what I believe is the best explanation according to science. That's what I gave. Okay.
So
I'm satisfied with that. You can say I gave whatever you like.
Right. So I just want everybody to notice there is no model for intelligent design. There's no evidence that he's giving for intelligent design. It's basically Arcane's just asserting it because that's his belief. And I want people to recognize that. So, General, what were you saying? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, people can replay the hangout when if you keep this up. Maybe if you do,
absolutely,
and see exactly what I said and compare it to your last statement, and then we'll see how objective Mr. Han Solo is being. So, Mr. Han Solo, Mr. Moderator, please, can you answer my question now? If we are arguing whether or not ATP synthase originated by intelligence or by evolution, and I asked the evolutionist, can he give me an example of an complex machine that came about without intelligence, and he cites the very same thing that's in question. Is that begging?
Well, hang on. You didn't say this ATP. I could give any example. Human body is something that came about as that, as a complex. The whole electronic transport chain is a complex machine, right? So I mean, if you
didn't observe the human body come into existence, Steve.
Yes, we can observe it coming into existence from a zygote.
You can observe a human propagated human, but we're talking about the origin of the human. Steve, do you understand that at all, or is that completely miss you for some reason?
Can I ask my question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you answer my question, though, General? Please.
Well, your question, I'm going to use your question against you.
Okay, so you want to answer the question. All right. Good job, moderator.
You see, the question that I have for you, Arcane, is what...
Hey, let me know if there's any moderators out there who want to actually moderate. Give me a call.
What is it about ATP? Like, is there a component of the ATP that you can definitely point to God as saying, yeah, God's the one who
brought up the ATP.
Okay, can you give me an example of something in nature that you can point to and saying, okay, any other way, but obviously God is the only explanation for that thing in nature?
Well, I've already given my argument, but I would like you to address my question directly. It's a very clear question, and you claiming to be a moderator. If you don't answer my question and be fair in this debate as a moderator, I'm not going to respect you as one.
I am actually being fair in this discussion because I've
answer my question, please, sir. Otherwise, I'm not going to respect you as a moderator.
So, what component in nature points directly to God in your model? Because that's exactly what Steve is asking for.
Okay, yes. I've already answered that question and given an example multiple times already in this discussion, and I no longer respect you as a moderator. So
that's fine.
What was the example he gave?
All right.
I don't know what example he gave either. He keeps saying that he has,
okay,
but he's given no. He's given no evidence.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Steve's asking. What's the example he gave?
Yeah, because you've given no examples.
This is recorded. I've had a question that's been on the table, and I actually had a wiki pulled up for a topic that we were on about your worldview. and you have sidestepped it now to interrogating my worldviews, which is what evolutionists always do in these type of debates, which is why I'm prepared for it. I'm not going to let you guys sidestep it. I'm going to call it out at every turn.
I wouldn't be asking you the question.
The timestamps will show it when people go back and see these timestamps, so it's okay.
I wouldn't be asking you the question.
He said that he didn't know what the earliest life was. We were asking him about his common ancestor theory, and now somehow magically we're on to this.
Yeah, you're talking past each other here, and you're talking over each other. General, what were you saying?
If you gave the example, Steve wouldn't even be debating you on the point. He would accept it.
That's my whole. That's exactly it. Well, I'm still waiting for something. I've got nothing from you.
Regarding this debate is irrelevant to me. I'm addressing Steve.
All right. So I just want to reiterate.
But that's why.
If not, Steve, if you can't leave him out of this, then you're agreeing that this is a free for all. Then this is no longer a debate, and we should probably just end it.
Okay, that's cool. General has a right to ask questions because I think it's been demonstrated.
Well, this was between me and you. If so, I can call another theist in here, and we can go 2-on-2. But that wasn't the agreement.
You can get 9. You can get 9 theists.
We started with the agreement of a moderated discussion.
You can get 9.
What the agreement was.
You can get. Wait, hang on, General.
We started with the agreement of a moderated discussion. Yes.
This is a moderated discussion. You can get 9.
He's no longer moderating, bro. He's biased towards you, and that's clear.
Actually, he's not. But we can get 9 theists in here.
Yeah, he is, and that's clear. I've exposed that.
All right, well, that's your opinion.
So,
I'm not debating anyone on this issue. I was also asking Steve questions.
You're asking me questions. You won't answer my questions. You won't answer my question. You claim to be a moderator, but you want to ask me questions? That doesn't make sense.
I'm the moderator. I have no right to answer questions.
You're no longer the moderator. I'm sorry.
If I'm the moderator, you don't ask moderator questions.
You're no longer the moderator.
All right, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're moving on. So, anyways, again, I think what it boils down to is the fact that intelligent design has no model. We've already established that. This is the takeaway.
Are you reading off of cue cards, or are you going to produce an original thought at any point?
No. This is my recap. So, intelligent design has never produced a model, which again in this hangout we've shown doesn't have a model. We've shown that intelligent design has committed multiple things of fallacies, such as fallacy division, because we've never seen an intelligence create a natural system. We've also shown that we have a model called evolutionary theory that does work, and that ignorance of that model does not mean that model isn't true.
And we've seen the origination of humans, right?
Ignorance of how the scientific method works is not a refutation. We had to explain basic concepts like observation, repeatability, demonstrability, falsification. These are basic concepts, right? And even understanding things like what begging the question means, or throwing out false assertions like you're not answering the question, when all these questions have been answered. If you don't like the answers, then you're not understanding them properly, because this is not that difficult of concepts. If you have speciation and you know that species have to come from other species, then there has to be a point where you can go back further and further and further in showing all these different iterations of different types of species. What Arcane wants to do is say, okay, at some arbitrary point, there's all 7,000 years, speciation stops. Why? God. That falls outside the science, because he has to redefine science to include supernaturalism. My argument has been very simple. Science is the explanation, finding natural explanations for natural phenomenon. To redefine that, you're now not even doing with science, you're now playing a game of semantics by saying, you know what, I'm going to define this word to fit my argument, and that's not how argumentation is done. But Arcane, I'll give you the last word, because you gave nothing. Now, I'll tell you what, yours better than Ronnie. I tell you what, go watch Ronnie's argument. It was pathetic. But you gave nothing to satisfy any kind of argument for ID besides your personal opinion. You gave no evidence, and you gave no model. But I'll give you the last word.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I mean, you said at the outset that everything proves evolution, and that it was confirmed anyway, so your mind is pretty much closed. You've defined science as being everything anti-God in the first place. So any conclusion leading to God, you've completely removed from your train of thought in science, which is no longer science. It's some sort of naturalistic dogmatism than anything. I think that was one of the most dishonest recaps, if you want to call it that I've probably heard in a hangout in quite a while, I must say. Making claims about me, insulting me, that's fine, but you didn't address what I actually said. You just put things in my mouth and screwed up words and put me somewhere where I wasn't. So what I actually said was, I believe that things are intelligently designed because we see features in nature that give the mimic of what we see when intelligent agents create things. So when we see intelligent agents make complex functioning machinery like turbines and codes, and we see the same thing in nature, our scientific minds tell us that intelligence is required to create codes and machines. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Yet somehow Steve wants us all to believe that codes and machines can somehow magically come about piece by piece, but he can't give an example of that happening. He just says there's this model that explains it all. But when I asked for a demonstration, he says, well, you have to look at similarities, and can't you see the genetics and the cladistics and the phylogenics? And that's not a demonstration, that's a theory. I can actually show an intelligent agent creating codes which mimic the codes that we find in nature. So I put forth why I believe in intelligent design. It wasn't anything like he said, but I didn't expect anything less from Steve. But you're right. I probably did better than Ronnie because he's probably run out of patience with you, I must say, by now. But you're better than I thought you would be, though, I must say.
Yeah, well, Ronnie didn't even give an argument to begin. I mean, and I'm not even saying it to be in jest. He spoke a grand total of like 3 minutes for his presentation, 1 minute opener, and then just said, I don't want to do the Q&A, and ran off. That's all it was. But I'm opening this up. Anybody wants to come in, Arcane can stick around. It doesn't matter. You know, anybody can watch the video. I never said anything about evolutionary theory was proven. He said that in his final thing. That was not what I said. Confirmed does not mean proven. And there's so many different things he added in his final that we didn't even talk about, codes and things like that, which are completely irrelevant. It all boils down to just, I think, people not understanding science. And when they don't understand science, they're going to fall into these false conclusions. And ID is predicated on the fact that certain people just want to redefine certain words and have kind of an ignorance of how the scientific method actually works. And because of that, they fall prey into these types of false conclusions like intelligent design, because there's no evidence for it. As we've seen, no evidence since the entire hangout was given. It was just, I believe in intelligent design. That's it. There was no evidence for it at all. Now, you can disagree all you want with evolutionary theory, but there's overwhelming evidence to support it, more evidence than any other theory of all human history. You can disagree with it, you can not understand it, but you can't say it doesn't exist. There's no evidence to support intelligence.
Where's it at? I want to see it.
Well, have you ever taken a college course in it? Why don't you go?
Yeah, I have. I asked my professor there too, and he couldn't give it to me. Maybe you would be the first to do it.
So what college course did you take? Intro to biology?
Is that relevant to my question? I asked you a question first. Why are you trying to ask me what college I went to? It's not relevant.
Did I ask him? General, did I ask him what college he went to or what college course he took?
Doesn't matter.
It does, because I need to know what course
I asked you a question first.
I need to know. Ask me a question. I need to know what course you took to determine what type of subject you were talking about. So you don't
need to know what course I took to give evidence for your belief system, Steve. I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
Did you take biology or take evolutionary theory?
It doesn't matter, Steve. Do you have evidence?
So you can't answer that question, or you won't answer that question?
You can't answer my question. Okay, I see how this works.
Okay, just making sure that we again, throwing out claims you can't substantiate. He says he clicked course.
I asked the question.
It is. Yeah.
I asked the question.
Yeah, go. I can.
You won't even tell me what the evidence is.
Well, for what? Evolution?
Because I asked you the question.
Yeah,
Steve.
There's 1.3 million. Yeah, there's 1.3 million papers on Google search if you do a search for evolutionary theory. 1.3 million. That's evidence. Would you like me to go through every single one of them with you, or do you want to open up evolution?
Give me your best one. That's what I asked for. Your best one.
We've already been down this route.
What convinces you? What convinces you? If you had to give me your best explanation,
but I mentioned one evidence.
Break it down for me. Convince me to be an evolutionist. That's what I want you to do.
No, I'm not here to convince you that. I'm here to show people that intelligent design is a bad argument.
Okay, that's what I
thought. But when I gave you speciation, you arbitrarily said speciation.
So why is it a bad argument again? By strawmanning it?
Because you
not cool.
Again, with speciation, you arbitrarily came up with a date of 7,000 years and didn't explain why speciation stopped at that time without invoking.
That wasn't my argument for intelligent design, Steve. You just asked me a question, and I said I gave you my answer to your question.
You asked me for evidence of common descent, and I gave you speciation, showing that species have to come from other species. You invoke special creation. And that means that you're no longer in the realm of science. That's as simple as that.
According to your definition of special creation,
sure.
I think
Whatever.
your account is more special than anything, since you think that complex functioning machines somehow came about without intelligence over billions of years.
Because we
So,
can demonstrate it.
I think that's more special than intelligent design. I think intelligent design is rational and scientifically observed.
Okay, well, it's an opinion you can't substantiate. That's all.
Well, we see intelligence creating complex functioning machines every day,
But not natural ones. That's the whole point.
Okay,
Until you
that's
can
not
demonstrate
the point.
until
But
you
okay.
demonstrate. Yeah, the whole argument for intelligent design is that there's intelligence behind natural systems, but we've never seen intelligence.
No, it's complex functioning machines. You keep moving the goalposts and
That's not what the
avoiding that point.
okay,
It's obvious.
That's not
You
what the
have to, though,
intelligent
so I
design.
don't blame you.
That's not what the intelligent design movement is about. So whatever your version of intelligent
Well,
design
that's
is,
what my argument is saying, which you're skipping over. So I don't know who you're talking about in the movement, but
we've never seen.
well, all I
any-
asked for was evidence of evolution,
Yeah.
Steve. I just want to know why you still believe you came from monkeys or are a monkey. And
Did I ever
wanna
say
know.
that? Wait, okay, let me ask you, Arcane.
Yeah,
Have I ever said that humans
you
evolved
said you were a monkey.
from monkeys? We are monkeys. That
Yeah.
means we evolved from non-human monkeys. We're
So why are we
Half-Marine.
monkeys? We didn't supposedly evolve from monkeys.
Well, that's a little more complicated, and I don't think we're going to get into that here because we
Well,
tried
it's
this
a simple
before,
question.
and you were confused because we fall into that clade. We fall into the same unique character combinations of all other monkeys.
A clade.
Yes, we've already been through this, and
who made this clade up, right? Is this a group of scientists who decided to classify certain things this way, or did the monkeys tell us that we're related?
the monkeys told us we're related. Yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I know.
to
But
just
see, here's the
assume that
problem.
we
This
evolved from
goes back to what I told you, Arcane. Why don't you go take some college courses in this?
I
So you
did, like
did,
I said, I asked my professors, and they didn't do any better than you, I must say, but they tried.
But I don't. You won't even tell me what classes you took.
They read
So I
out
don't
of their textbooks, you know.
Oh, so
They gave me the
so
textbook
did you
answer.
did you pass those classes?
Oh yeah, obviously.
Oh, so you passed those classes. So you understood it back then, but for some reason now you don't understand it.
No, it's not that I don't understand your theory, Steve.
Oh, really?
I'm asking you for evidence to support your theory.
Oh, so
you don't have any.
Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me what evolutionary theory entails then, without using common descent?
Well, that's what I asked you.
No. You understand the theory. Explain to me modern evolutionary synthesis.
If you give me some evidence that we came from monkeys, sure, I'll entertain that.
Not my claim. I'm asking you to explain to me modern.
It's not up to me to explain evolutionary theory. I don't believe the theory.
Well,
the proof's not on me to do that. So it's not
you claimed
for me to even entertain.
You made a claim that you understood it. Do you not want to demonstrate that you do understand it?
Yeah. Well, we're sitting here debating it, so I don't have to. You don't have to quiz me, and I don't have to be subject to your quiz.
Well, you made a claim though.
It's irrelevant to both. It's irrelevant to both points of the issue. So I have to explain aspects of your make-believe theory.
So you made a claim that you understand it, but you won't demonstrate that you do. Okay, just making sure.
I don't have to. Yeah, if you don't have to give evidence, I don't have to explain your make-believe.
Well, I did give evidence. I mean, I gave a speciation. And I gave natural selection. I gave adaptation, the genetic drift, proteomics, ERVs.
Design one bit, so.
Where does the evidence stop? If I give you proteomics, I give you ERVs, I give you comparative homologies, comparative anatomy, I give you phylogenetics, I give you callistics, I give you things like broken genes, like the Gulop pseudogene that exist in us. I give you things like the human chromosome number 2. I do know.
Well, what was the first living ancestor then? You said you didn't know.
That's not, but that's
you don't know where the tree stops or starts.
Right, but that's not critical to evolutionary theory. Evolutionary theory is
if you're going to demand the same of me, sir, you have to, the same
evolutionary
theory. If you're going to say that I don't know in some arbitrary, you don't even know. So
I know what
what's
the theory
difference? Double standard to me.
Because one is what the argument states. This evolutionary theory states that because of speciation, we have a common ancestry. Right? What that common ancestor was a long time ago is not relative. I don't have to know that to support the theory, right?
Well, I don't have to know when the animals began to exist in twos or by their kind in order for intelligent design to be a rational scientific.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, you asked for evidence. I gave you things like all those different things I named off, and you're just arbitrarily dismissing them, right?
I'm not dismissing them. What did I dismiss? I'm asking.
Okay. So
I'm asking you for observable, testable, repeatable evidence, and you're just saying, "Well, go look it up." Didn't you take a course in college?
No. I gave you the evidence. You didn't understand the evidence, and therefore, that's why I'm saying, why didn't you learn the basics first? Because you don't know the evidence. You don't know how to
You're
interpret.
right. I didn't understand what you called evidence. I didn't understand how that's evidence. Right.
I agree. Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Right.
And I'm glad
Yeah, I
you
don't
finally
agree with your evidence because I didn't see you present any. I just heard you say, well, do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? You asked me questions. You didn't present evidence that something evolved from anything else. You just said speciation. That's what you said. So,
well, is speciation the evolving of species from other species?
we both agree with speciation.
There you
It's
go.
not evolving, it's adaptation.
No, that's not the same thing.
Well,
not the same.
you, according to your philosophy, it might not be, but
No,
sure, Steve.
according to a textbook, what is adaptation?
Well, I'm not arguing from a textbook. So
okay.
You might be. You can argue from a textbook, though, but don't expect me to adhere to the same standard that you do.
Yeah. Well, there's actual science and then there's make-believe science, and you go by the make-believe science. I go by
actual science is what we can observe and test to repeat, and we don't observe, test to repeat animals, other kinds of animals.
Yes, we do. With the London underground mosquito.
It stays a mosquito, right? It doesn't evolve into something not a mosquito.
Again, Arcane, we've explained this to you, and let me ask you again. I want to get this on. I love this. This is great. According to evolutionary theory, to what
it takes too long to observe anything.
No. Listen to me carefully. According to evolutionary theory that you say you learned in school, and you did, and you
we all did, Steve. We all took the same courses, Steve. Come on.
Can you? No, we didn't. I guarantee we didn't.
We all took the same high school textbook, college textbook courses.
Where in evolutionary theory does it allow for a mosquito population over time to become a non-mosquito population, so to diverge in something that's not a mosquito?
Steve,
no. I can't answer this very question. Answer this very question.
Steve, honestly, I don't know, because I don't believe that mosquitoes were ever anything other than mosquitoes to begin with. Okay?
It doesn't matter.
So,
it doesn't matter what you believe.
It's up to you to show me that mosquitoes evolved from something that was not a mosquito.
Okay, listen to me very carefully here. Okay, you made a claim that there's still mosquitoes when I gave you evidence. Why did you say there's still mosquitoes when evolutionary theory would predict that there's still mosquitoes? So did you straw man me?
What? I think we both agree that there's still mosquitoes, Steve.
Yes, and that's exactly evidence for evolutionary theory.
Because mosquitoes exist, that's evidence for evolution.
No, evolutionary theory predicts that a population of mosquitoes will always have generations of mosquitoes. Do you agree?
Sure, Steve. If that's what your theory of evolution says.
Okay, then why did you say
that's what your theory says, Steve? I don't agree with your common descent. But if you believe that mosquitoes will always be mosquitoes, I would say that that's what Genesis says too.
Okay, then why did you say there's still mosquitoes when nobody would argue otherwise?
I don't know. I think I don't know what you're getting at, bro. I wasn't even making a claim about mosquitoes.
Why? You said there's still mosquitoes.
You brought up mosquitoes. Right. I said they are still mosquitoes. It doesn't help your theory
that to me carefully.
Things change into other things.
Arcane. Listening ears. You said there's still
put
mosquitoes.
Them on, Steve. It might help.
There's still mosquitoes.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. There's still mosquitoes. According to evolutionary theory, what's called Meyer's law of monophily, mosquito populations always have mosquito populations. So why would we expect it to be any different? Why would there be an expectation?
So the book of Genesis. I agree then. Cool.
We're not talking about. Okay, so you agree that you straw man evolutionary theory by saying, but there's still mosquitoes, because the expectation would be to have still mosquitoes.
Steve, I'm telling you. So because you cited. Okay, Steve. If I can't respond, then you're just gonna echo chamber yourself, and good luck. Good luck with that, buddy.
I want to make sure that you're being clarified here. Your understanding of evolutionary theory is that mosquitoes can have non-mosquitoes. Is that your understanding of evolutionary theory?
I'm saying, Steve, you citing mosquitoes staying mosquitoes.
It's a yes or no.
Steve, you're putting words in my mouth. I never made that as an argument regarding what you're saying. I'm telling you, if you're positing mosquitoes as evidence of evolution theory, that all things are related to one thing, it doesn't really help you. You need to show an evolution of one kind into another, because as we both would agree, speciation occurs. That's not where the argument is, Steve. So
I'm going to ask a yes or no question. I want everybody to see the dodging here. It's simple yes or no. Okay,
here you go, Steve.
Okay, yes or no. We can do this. Yes or no. According to your understanding of evolutionary theory, can a population of mosquitoes become a population of non-mosquitoes. According to not what you believe, not what you think about Genesis.
According to what the textbooks have taught, Steve, yes.
Oh, okay.
Mosquitoes came from something that was not a mosquito in the past. So it's not irrational to assume, Steve.
Arcane, no, because you've just changed the argument.
You asked me a question, and now you don't want me to finish. That's not
because you just changed the
No,
argument.
Steve, I answered your question, and I'm trying to keep going, but you know where I'm going, so you're trying to stop it. So, anywho,
you've just changed the argument.
The theory says that mosquitoes came from something that was not a mosquito,
and that's not what I said.
Then it's rational to assume. Well,
that's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, I'm going to say it one more time.
So mosquitoes have always been mosquitoes. They've never evolved from anything else.
I'm going to say it one more time because you keep getting confused here. Can a population of mosquitoes?
Take your time, Steve.
Good, I will. A population of mosquitoes that already exist. What they came from is not what we're talking about. Where they're going in the future. Can they ever produce a population?
I'm not trying to predict the future, Steve. That's not my job. Sorry.
Okay. How can you listen to my question if you're talking? How?
You've already asked the question and we've already addressed it.
So according to you maintain there are textbooks that say that a population of mosquitoes or any other population.
I never said that.
Well, you just did. You just said the textbooks say that.
I said according to what the textbooks say about evolution. If you listen to me and then cut me off.
So according to what the textbooks.
So strawman me some more. I don't mind.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'm not strawmanning you because you're misunderstanding the question.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not asking you, can a population of non-mosquitoes produce mosquitoes? I'm asking you, can mosquitoes produce non-mosquitoes? Yes or no?
I would say based on observation, no, they cannot.
Okay, according to theory of evolution, can they?
According to yours or someone else's, I would say people who believe in evolution.
According to my position. According to my position.
I would ask you, what do you believe, Steve?
No, they can't.
Okay, so we've got that established. You don't believe that mosquitoes can ever become non-mosquitoes?
Nope.
And I would say I would believe the same thing because that's what we observe.
Now the question is, the follow-up question is, do you believe that evolutionary teaches what I believe in that?
Evolution theory teaches that mosquitoes were once non-mosquitoes.
That's not what I asked. Can mosquitoes produce non-mosquitoes?
No. No, that's not what I said. Can you address anything I say tonight, or are you just going to make up this whole debate in your head against someone else? I mean, this is ridiculous.
You're totally changing.
Follow along, Steve. Try to keep up. Okay. Evolution theory says that mosquitoes today evolved from a common ancestor.
Yes,
that was once
I totally agree.
I
totally agree. Okay, we're moving past it. I totally agree. 100%. Yes, that's absolutely true.
You agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, moving to what I'm saying. Now that they're mosquitoes, could they ever become non-mosquitoes? Yes or no?
I don't believe that, Steve, because I don't hold you evolutionary view, Steve. I don't know. I don't know what you believe, Steve.
According to evolutionary theory.
According to evolutionary theory, it doesn't say that they can't. So
yes, it does. It's called Meyer's law and monophyly.
Okay, well, play your semantic game. Let me hear it. Go ahead, Steve.
How is that a semantic game?
Tell me why. Tell me why, and then everyone will see how it's nothing but a semantic dodge away from the real issue.
Meyer's law monophyly states that all species will retain their historical taxonomy. So in other words, once you are something, you will always forbid all populations that come from that ancestral clade will continue to have those characteristics. In other words, we will always be mammals. We will always be eukaryotes. We'll always be humans. Anything that derives from us in the future will have all those characteristics and more, perhaps.
But we don't have fish characteristics.
Okay, but that doesn't mean what we're talking about. So I'm asking you.
It does.
I'm just asking you, okay, according to Meyer's law of monophyly, I'm just explaining to you that evolution states that a population of mosquitoes will never, ever produce a population of non-mosquitoes. Now, you're saying, though, from what you learned differently. You learned that according to evolution, it could produce non-species.
See, this is dumb, man. Like, you believe that mosquitoes evolved from something non-mosquito. So, so if an evolutionist would say, in the future, a mosquito could evolve into something that we don't recognize as a mosquito,
but it's still a mosquito.
Evolutionists would not have an issue with that, bro, because that's what happened in the past.
But it's still a mosquito.
This is really dumb.
I
agree. Mosquitoes will remain mosquitoes because that's the gene pool, bro. Like,
but you disagree.
They were designed to be mosquitoes.
But you disagree. You make the claim that evolutionary theory states that a mosquito population can have a population that's non-mosquitoes. You're stating that.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're trying to put an argument in my mouth, and it's clear.
Well, no, that's what you said, Arcane.
Because you're not listening to any nuance. You're just formulating some kind of sensational argument, and it's very dumb.
This is pretty simplistic and straightforward.
What did I say then, Steve? Can you repeat what I said?
Yeah, you've argued that in the textbooks, And what you learned in your class, because you said you
said
went
that
to school on this.
mosquitoes were once not mosquitoes. That's what it says, right?
Right.
Right.
And then I asked you.
Right.
Then
Okay.
then I asked you.
And now you're bringing up a law.
Then I asked you, can a population of mosquitoes produce non-mosquitoes? And you said yes, according to evolutionary theory. Did you not?
Steve, what I said was.
Did you not?
Based on, okay, you're not even listening. It's cool, Steve. Have
Well,
the combo with yourself, bro. I mean, if you don't want my answer, because no, I'm not going to play your little yes or no trap game.
He's just asking what he said is right. That's all. He's just confirming to make sure he's your position right.
That's all.
If you disagree, so you can say, no, that's not what I said. No. What I said is this. And then Steve will go, fine. And then you can say what you said.
Well, he's not letting me say that.
But that's not what you're saying.
Box me in his little box.
He's not. He's just asking a yes or no question. Did I get it right? Did I not get it right?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, guys.
These are called clarifying questions to your position, and you're being very evasive.
Well, why don't you let me elaborate what my position is without a yes or no? Because I think you know if I clarify what I actually mean by what I say.
All right, I'll tell you what. Take it away. I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction right here. I'm gonna give him as long as he wants until he's telling me he's done. Okay, and I guarantee it. In no time, he's not going to say anything about mosquitoes being turned into non-mosquitoes over a period of time by evolution.
You're the one who brought up mosquitoes anyway. I didn't bring up mosquitoes. You did.
So watch. Here's the
You're trying to put me into one of your straw man arguments.
So here's the question.
Anyone can see that.
So here's the question. According to evolutionary theory and what Arcane Logos has studied supposedly in school, can a population of mosquitoes ever become a population of non-mosquitoes? I'm gonna give him free reign here, and I want you guys to record this and listen very carefully. He'll never, ever, ever answer this question. Go ahead.
All right,
as long as you want. I'll mute you. You say you're done.
Like, what the hell, dude? Do you have like that bad a short-term memory? We just went through that whole discussion. Just went through that. I answered you. Then you said, no, I disagree because of blah, blah, blah law. Then you went to cite the blah, blah, blah law, and we went to discuss it. And then you tried to box me into this. Well, you said a mosquito can turn into another mosquito. And that's not what evolutionary theory says. So you're wrong. Like, this is the dumbest, like, but go ahead.
He asked you a question. He never made that statement. He asked a question.
Yeah, and I answered his question.
I asked everybody
like
to stay muted, please. Everybody stay muted till Arcane's done. Continue.
No, I'm done, and I answered your question earlier. It's recorded, and everyone can see that. But
okay,
ahead,
so my prediction came true. He did not address my question in any way, shape, or form. I asked him a very simple question. You see how he dodged this? I asked, according to evolutionary theory, from his understanding, what he learned, can a population of mosquitoes ever become a population of mosquitoes? He did not answer that question in any way, shape, or form in that answer. Not a single thing that he said even referenced that.
Because I said we already went through that 5 minutes ago, and you gave me your answer, and I was waiting to discuss it, Steve, since you disagreed with my answer, and you want to go back. Like, I don't get it, bro.
Yeah, I want to clarify your position.
I told you what my position is, Steve. According to the theory, I don't think that it's illogical to assume that what we see characteristically as a mosquito, right, a little flying buzzy insect, could evolve into something that we don't recognize as having the same phylogenetic characteristics. Right? That's what I said.
Okay, but that's not my question. Can it ever become can they ever become non-mosquitoes? Yes or no?
That's what I said. I just clarified what I meant by that. Are you not?
I'm getting you. I agree with you.
Yeah, according to my observation, if it doesn't look like a mosquito anymore, I'm not going to call it one. If you call yourself a monkey, Steve, like PZ Meyer says, we're still fish. That's your prerogative, bro.
Right,
but
so
I don't agree. That's what I don't agree that we're still.
So Arcane's understanding of phylogeny is what not. It's not taught anywhere. He'll never find it anywhere.
It's not what you believe.
It's not. Well, it's not taught anywhere. Right. You're never going to find an example.
It's not what Steve believes.
No, it's not a matter of my belief. It's not taught.
Probably not. Right. You probably won't find that in your government textbooks. Right.
Okay. Probably not. So we just proven or demonstrated that Arcane has a very strawman approach to evolutionary theory. He doesn't go by what is actually taught. He goes by what he thinks evolutionary theory is about. And this was demonstrated.
No, I disagree with what is taught. And now Steve is trying to give this narrative of me instead of actually engaging with me.
You said something that's taught.
That's what's happening right now. I disagree with what's being taught. Therefore, Steve wants to sit here and talk about me instead of engage in it and exchange ideas with me. Like I said, I wanted to do in the beginning and not do this petty game. But go ahead, bro.
Sure. Let me clarify it again for everybody to pay attention here. Is it taught? Is it taught in school, in any textbook, that a population of mosquitoes can become a population of mosquitoes. Is that taught somewhere in school?
Wow, bro. I've heard an evolutionary biologist say this. Give enough time, you can turn anything into anything.
Okay, well,
I've heard an evolutionary biologist say that.
That doesn't
verbatim.
answer my question. Is it taught?
Well, that's my answer.
Well, that doesn't answer my question. Is it taught in
Take
school?
it or leave it. That's my answer. Make sense of it.
So you
Steve,
have,
okay?
so you have no answer to this question. I don't care what somebody's told you. I'm asking you, according to Arcane Logos,
in evolutionary biology.
When you could bring him in here,
yes. According to a professor in evolutionary biology, give enough time, you can turn anything into anything. End quote.
Okay, so you think that's actually what's taught in evolutionary theory, then? Obviously,
that's what was taught by the professor in front of all of his students. So
I can't validate that.
Like I said, if you guys can't agree on what the theory is, was taught by people with tenure, maybe you guys should sit down and work out.
You're straw manning me again. I'm
not straw manning you.
I'm asking you very specifically, not what one person taught. I'm asking you, is this in textbooks? Is this the general thing? I can't validate what one man said.
I'm telling you what I heard from the horse's mouth. Okay.
Okay, so you believe.
When I asked them, and people like P.Z. Myers tells me humans are still fish, I understand according to the theory.
Okay,
right?
So you believe
you believe that, Steve. No, don't get me wrong, Steve. I understand your theory, Steve.
No, you don't.
I disagree with it, though.
Well, you don't.
Okay, you can hinge the argument on, well, he doesn't understand.
You don't.
But
you just posited something that's not true.
A dodge to evade actually dealing with my objections.
So let's check this out. Hey, General,
it.
Jack and Pseudo. Is it taught anywhere in evolutionary biology? Anywhere? And I'll ask the live feed.
Get your boys.
Yeah, no. I'm asking. We have 71 people watching. I challenge anybody in this audience or anyone who watches this video, show me one place in any scientific textbook or college textbook where it allows for a population of something to become a population that's not that, monophyletically.
I agree that doesn't happen, by the way. Genesis says it won't happen. But
that's not okay. So
that's what you're saying, Steve. Nothing becomes
so Arcane is literally saying something that's not taught anywhere.
Can I just clarify what Steve's trying to get at?
Sure.
So Arcane, what he's doing is he's asking, because you make the claim that you went to college and you studied this. So Steve's asking you, does evolutionary theory teach that a mosquito in the future will become a non-mosquito? You said, according to evolution, yes. And then Steve caught you out on that.
No, what was my exact words, General? Can you repeat what I actually said?
Steve caught you out on that because that is not what evolution teaches. Therefore, you did not study evolution.
Okay. Well, good job, guys. Is that the only point you got to make? Or?
No, that's good enough.
All right. That's good enough.
I mean, it's not that much difference than Arcane claiming that he was a civil engineer at one time and he went to school for civil engineering. I mean, there's certain basic things that you're going to be learning about when you study any of these topics, and if you actually went to college, you would actually learn about. So I don't understand. Instead of lying about it, why don't you just go and take these actual courses? You would help you in the long run.
Well, instead of trying to basically turn this into a shill show and just talk about me and talk shit, why don't you actually engage my ideas and try to refute them like a man?
I did, but then you started straw manning. I mean, that's what you do.
How did I straw man you?
Because you kept rewording my question to you and answering the answer that had nothing to do with my question. My question was very specific.
How did I reword your question?
Sure.
I can actually give you that.
All right, Jack, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So basically, Steve was effectively saying, can a mosquito become a non-mosquito? And you were answering the question about the mosquito's ancestry rather than its descendants. Where effectively, what Steve was basically saying is, can your grandfather ever become not your grandfather?
Or not human?
Okay, and my opinion on that is valid.
Become not your grandson?
Why is my opinion on that valid? I don't believe in evolution. So asking me about evolution theory really doesn't make a lot of sense.
Sure,
but that had nothing to do with the fact that was the question he asked, and that was
I gave my answer. I said yes. I believe that recognizably it would become something non-mosquito. I gave my answer. I guess
it demonstrates that you don't have knowledge about this topic.
Okay, that's cool, Steve. Because that's all you're going to keep saying. Was that your? I mean, is that the best you have though?
No. It's just. I mean, if the only way the only way you can have an argument about it is by straw manning people and rewording the question to fit your narrative.
You brought up mosquitoes. You asked me the question. You were the one who brought that whole idea on to me. I just responded to it, Steve. Like,
and as Jack pointed out, you kept answering a different question. And
no, I didn't.
You did.
I answered you directly. People can rewind and say I said yes. It would become recognizably non-mosquito.
That wasn't the question.
That's what I said.
That's a morphological change. I didn't ask you if it looks different. I asked you, is it a different thing altogether? I said, is it a mosquito?
So you're nitpicking about how I answered your question about
because you answered a totally different question.
Victory, like, wow, good job.
Because
like,
there's two different questions there. I would agree that morphologically you may not look like a mosquito.
That was the whole point I was making.
But it's still a mosquito.
If you call it still a mosquito, if it turns out to look like a bear in the future,
it'll still be a mosquito.
You want to call it a mosquito?
Monophyletically,
that's your belief, Steve. Like, why do I? Like,
I'm asking.
Why does my opinion matter in that? Like, that's what you believe, right?
No, monophyletically, according to evolutionary theory, would it still be considered? Would they call it a mosquito? Monophyletically, yes or no?
Well, your scientists today might say yes. Your evolutionists today might say yes. Some might say no. There are people who disagree.
Well, no, there's no
the board.
Okay, find a scientist that says monophyletically they would call it something else, because that's absurd.
Well, I think at this point we're not even in the realm of observable, repeatable. We're arguing over semantics and labels and cladistics and classification.
He's not grasping.
It's okay. It's okay. I expect the circus and the runaround. Oh,
give another example. Say bird evolution. So do birds come from fish?
Are you asking me or the evolutionist? I think you should ask the evolutionist.
Monophyletically, birds come from the oceans, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Will birds become non-birds in the future?
No.
Exactly.
But according to Arcane, he says that his claim is that evolutionary theory states that they could become non-birds monophyletically. And that's not true. And so I've challenged him and anybody else.
That wasn't even my claim. I didn't say nothing about monophyletically. I said morphologically.
Yeah, and I'm clarifying for the sake of make it clarify.
Come on, who's strawmanning who? Come on, it's obvious. This is live and recorded. Hello?
I don't think you're on the same page as everybody else here. I'm not strawmanning you. I'm clarifying.
I agree with that much about this.
Yeah, you're kind of off in left field here.
Right, I'm nowhere near the ballpark you're playing in.
Right, because I don't think I've explained to you monophyletic before, and you still don't understand it. What monophyletic means as
well, if you're gonna nitpick about these little answers because I didn't answer the way and you're trying to say, well, you don't understand the theory because you didn't answer right, then sure, Steve.
Arcane, it's a yes or no question.
Good job.
Okay, we're gonna make it very simple.
Yes or no, and then you said, aha. He doesn't understand monophyletic, blah blah blah.
All right, watch this very carefully. I will ask him again for a very simple yes or no that can't be misconstrued, cannot be.
I'm not going to answer that question again, Steve. This has been recorded.
Because he knows he made a claim that evolutionary theory.
I already answered you.
That evolutionary theory claims something it doesn't claim, and when we called him on it.
Why don't you tell me about something it does claim? Can we get to like something with substance? Why don't you tell me a claim about evolution which you think makes it real, and we can discuss it together? Can we do that?
Species will eventually diverge, or by a process called anagenesis, become other species.
So it will eventually become another species, something other than what it was.
No.
Oh, another species.
Right, but it still maintains its historical taxonomy.
But it'll look different, is what you're saying.
There'll be morphological changes, but they don't have to be. But there's a lot of things that goes into speciation. Morphological changes are not necessarily one of them.
Convince me, like, give me a reason to believe, like, scientifically, something we can see together, like, not a story, that makes evolutionists believe that something non-human became human.
Speciation.
Well, because we see things speciate, that doesn't mean that something non-human became human.
Right, but we can compare other things too. I gave you all these different things. You didn't address any of them. Proteomics, comparative anatomy, comparative topologies, comparative morphology, ERVs, fossil record. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different things. They all have a consilience with each other.
So what's wrong with the alternative view, though?
Each one of these subjects takes probably 4 years to even get their handle around. Each one alone. That's the problem.
He asked a fair question. He said, "What's the problem with the other view?"
So 4 years. It takes 4 years to learn each subject, right? That's what you
get a good understanding of it. Yeah.
So unless you graduate with a bachelor's, you're not going to understand this, right?
No, I said to have a really good understanding of.
A really good understanding takes 4 years to become an evolutionist.
No, I just have a really good understanding. Most people have to study this stuff in depth with each specific field, right? I mean, for example,
how many people do you think believe it and don't understand it?
Jack studies archaeology. How many years did you study archaeology, Jack?
I still am.
Okay, well, how many years in total would you say so far?
Formal education, 4 years, and sort of I'm in IT, so but an amateur, for about the last 30.
And would you say that you know everything there is to know about this topic?
That's really not a good argument anyway, man. I mean, like you just saw a 15-year-old kid wipe the floor with that hangout earlier. So
Jack, let me just finish. Then I compare myself, because I do amateur archaeology. I help out in the field, and then I compare my knowledge against someone that actually does it for a living. And I'm quite good as a layperson, but I don't have the depth of specific knowledge in an area. Say like the archaeology of in Western England, for instance, where I live. And the depth of knowledge they have of the processes, the development, the different stages that we observe, that's all recorded through that archaeological record.
Well, if everything that I say, you're just going to say, well, you don't understand it because you didn't take the same kind of courses that I took, and you need to take more courses to understand it, then it's really not the purpose of a debate. You're just going to shoot down. If I have an objection, you're not going to critically with me examine my objection or my point. You're going to look to shoot it down by saying I'm stupid or uneducated, and that's
I think you're missing the point, Arcane. I think you're missing the point. If you want to have a discussion about mathematics, you have to have a reasonable understanding of mathematics. If we say, hey, let's have a discussion about something easy, quadratic equations. Hey, General, you and I can have a discussion about quadratic equations. We could take a system and we could actually work with it and come up with the roots. Could we not?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think Jack probably as well, and maybe even Pseudo. So when we talk about mathematics, we have something that we can all say, okay, let's find the mistake with this, or let's deal with this. You don't know anything about evolutionary theory. You have the straw man versions of it, so you're not adequately. But you've admitted that. You've admitted that because
that's your way of avoiding the discussion by saying, well, he doesn't know about it, so I can't talk to him, right? So if I just say he doesn't know anything, then that just justifies me not talking to him.
No, it's not actually. No, that's not the case.
It's a brilliant plan, brilliant idea.
General, hang on. We just sat here for 2 hours and engaged. It's not that we can't engage with you. It's that we're speaking different languages. And that's why there's a communication.
Yeah, I'm speaking science, natural science. You're speaking pseudoscience, theoretical science. There's a difference.
No.
Wanting to educate you.
Yeah.
And that's the point.
Yeah.
You're saying you're the one who thinks
comparing genes, right? If I look at a monkey gene and a human gene, boy, they look similar. So
yes,
if they look similar, that can infer, right, that if you go back far enough, by golly, they could share a common ancestor.
Along with speciation and all the other things.
Theory is really not that hard to understand, guys. You guys sit here on this throne of like, well, you have to.
But that's only one
of evolutionism.
Can I just make a very quick point?
Hang on,
but you can make insults and laugh it away to avoid competition.
Right. Well, we can get a little more in depth if you like. We've kept it very superficial.
For the last hour.
So let's talk about the human chromosome number 2 telomeric fusion. The telomeric fusion of human chromosome 2 we've talked about quite often, so we all have an understanding of this. So when we look at the chimpanzees 2A and 2B, and we see that the chromosome is almost exactly like chromosome number 2. Okay, would you not agree that telomeric sequence between 2A and 2B that was a head-to-head end-to-end fusion, that is exactly what we predict to show why we have a diploid number of 2n46 vice 2n48 from all members of Homodia. Would you agree with on that, Arcane?
I don't agree that that's evidence of common ancestry.
I didn't. Did I ask you if it's common? It isn't. I'm not using it for evidence of common ancestry. You want to talk about evolutionary biology? So we've all talked about this subject multiple times, and you have to be on the same wavelength as everybody else. So let's ask you, show us that the telomeric fusion for human chromosome number 2 is
actually,
not
specific, but like I said, I don't agree that looking at similarities can prove ancestry.
Okay, how much relationship do we have with chimpanzees genetically?
I would say none.
None. So
No.
so we have no genes in common with chimps.
I would say similar genes do not dictate the same genes. Maybe we should get this clear. Just because
Exactly
animals, just because there are animals, there's no reason to assume that God did not create humans as is. That's the point.
So wait, so if I do
just to say that, hold on, just to clarify my position, so there's no reason to strawman me. There's no reason to assume that God didn't create the chimps and the humans as is with similarities in the genotypes. No reason to assume that whatsoever.
Well,
so
except that
similarities dictate a common ancestry. No, it doesn't. It's just your interpretation of the genes, but there's no reason to assume that.
Well, we do assume.
Can I please make a point? Because I think this is really important to what the
well, I'm actually going to take a whizzer. I'll be back in like 3.
Okay, and I that's fine. Because I just want to make it distinct. Because I think this is the whole problem of the argument, which is he keeps reducing everything down to one stream of evidence when it's not just one stream. You know, on its own, that is not conclusive. It's when you take the body of evidence as a whole, and it all points towards a common support of the theory of evolution. That is why we have confidence in the theory. And he keeps trying to make a reductionist argument. And this is what is really, pardon my French, fucking me off.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what he's known for doing. You know, he just said that there's no genetic similarities between a human and ape, but if you do a genetic analysis, it's like 98.5% the same. So I don't know where he's getting his thing from. You know, and you know, he is right that God could have created it exactly how he described it. He's absolutely right. But you know what? Again, we don't assume God. We don't assume non-naturalistic explanations in science. And he his default position is, I'm going to assume supernaturalism, when science default position is you don't. And that's where the disconnect is.
Yeah, and I've made that argument many times.
Yeah, but I mean, but do you guys agree that there has to be some kind of commonality in the language of what we're talking about? Now, granted, I'm not a biologist. I don't speak the way Fiona or Sam would, but I got a fundamental understanding where when they do talk about this stuff, I do grasp a lot of it.
I actually think it's better putting the argument in a totally non-technical way, which is really quite simple. You agree that speciation happens. If you go down the line and morphological change happens and our mosquito becomes something that is no longer recognizable as a mosquito, was its ancestor still a fucking mosquito?
Yes, and the descendants are all mosquitoes too. But the descendants are mosquitoes as well.
Yes. Their ancestry has always got that mosquito ancestry, right? In it. My grandfather is.
That's what your belief says, then I have no problem with that.
Arcane, did you wash your hands?
I have no problem with that.
Well, that's what evolutionary theory dictates. Now, do you contest that?
That's what your theory says. Then
yes,
I have no issue with you presenting that. Okay.
All right. So you agree though. So you now agree that you misrepresented evolutionary theory, and that what we're telling you now is what evolutionary theory is.
I don't agree with that, but that's what you want to say over and over.
So you have a contradiction here. Either evolutionary theory teaches that the populations of mosquitoes.
Test.
Yes, it works.
Okay.
Either evolutionary theory teaches that a population of mosquitoes can produce non-mosquitoes, or it does not. Now you've said both things.
Mosquitoes, like I don't give a fuck about mosquitoes, bro. Like go on to
Arcane. Can I ask you? Can I just explain something here, dude? Come on.
Goodness gracious, what's up, bro? Like,
okay,
bring something new. Thank you, Pseudo. What up, bro?
Listen, you got parents and grandparents, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, you probably do. Everybody does. Okay, right. Now, if you keep going back, say, do you ever have a cousin that you're not quite sure how you're related to, but you know you're related to somebody?
Yeah. Like I still don't understand how the third, like fourth cousin stuff works.
Right. See, that's what they're getting at here. You're related to somebody, but it's not an obvious relationship because it's not through like your mom and dad, like from an aunt and uncle or from your grandparents. You might have to go back 6 or 7 generations to find the line that comes back down to them.
Right. Okay. You're talking about common ancestry. That's what
right. But this is what he's not getting at here.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when Steve's talking about this mosquito speciating, that's your kids and grandkids all down the line. Okay. Now, if you have another kid and they have their own kids on down the line, eventually you now become that ancestor, that relative that the two cousins now weren't aware of, but they know they're related.
Yeah, because it's a divergent process most of the time. Most of the time,
it's a branching,
divergent, combinatorial branching process. So you have one species that becomes two species. Two species become four species, or whatever it is, because things die out, and it's not exactly like that. But they branch off into different species. We witness this happen. We can see this happen in real time.
Well, I think the whole point, though, is there's no reason to assume that mosquitoes were ever anything other than what they currently are.
Well, we're not assuming.
That's the contention.
I don't think you're using the term assume correctly either. Assuming means that we take an axiom that's non-justified in order to build a framework. Okay, we don't assume that mosquitoes didn't come from other populations. We say the whole point of evolutionary theory is how did these extant species come to be? Well, let's explain how they came to be. Let's find an explanation. Oh, well, look, we can show there's a relationship toward other species. We can show speciation occurs. We can see there's a genetic component. We can see there's vertical gene transmission. We can see there's a similarity between the protein structures of the various species. Oh my goodness. All this evidence points to the fact that this species came from other species. No different than saying, hey, look, I'm gonna look at you, Arcane, and do your DNA. I'll take your parents' DNA and say, hey, look, there's a very high probability that you're their kid.
Okay. So just for clarification, I just want to know, like, just for clarification. So you're saying, like, evolution theory, the common descent theory, is a scientifically confirmed fact, and anyone who doesn't agree with that doesn't understand it well enough.
No. Evolutionary theory is a confirmed model, and evolution taking place is a fact. Most creationists I've run into do not understand it. That doesn't mean all don't. I think a lot of them,
I would say I've never met an evolutionist who understands evolution.
Really? So Fiona doesn't understand evolution. Sam doesn't understand evolution.
So.
Not really. So what is about evolution that they don't understand?
None of them will battle me one-on-one on this issue, so I wouldn't know to the extent of which. But I would say, yeah, they don't understand the model of as far as I've seen.
Well, I think what happens is, Arcane, the people don't want to engage with you because you have a tendency to like go off and try to gaslight things and troll rather than stick to the topics. And you did this.
Really?
Yeah, you do have a history of this.
Like I've been calling you out on doing the whole time I've been in here, like that.
No, because I stuck to the topic.
No, okay.
I'm more than happy to answer questions, but again, this goes back to the whole language thing. If you ask me, Steve, can you give me the mathematical proof of the square root of 2 being irrational? I could do this for you.
I want the proof of evolution, bro. Like the common descent. I want proof that you're a monkey, that you came from monkeys. I want the proof.
You know what? I'll tell you what. General, do you want to show something on the screen for phylogeny and we can go through it? But again, we've done this many times with him. He doesn't accept the evidence, so what's the point?
No, I don't agree that that's proof. Okay. That's the point. But you don't want to discuss that contention. You would rather just say, "Well, you're stupid."
So what would you want? What would you consider?
Yeah, what would you
say?
Yeah, what's your criteria for evidence?
What would you like to see? What would you like to see as evidence?
I'm trying to examine what you're presenting as evidence.
No. What would you like? What would you like?
But you don't want to do that. You'd rather just dismiss me and say I'm not educated enough.
That's why we want to know. If we know what you want, then we can see if we can give it.
So
Otherwise, we're just shooting in the dark.
Yeah. So tell us.
Like I said, give me why you believe.
That's vague. What do you want as evidence?
That you evolved from a monkey scientifically. Where's your scientific evidence?
I explained this to you multiple times. Comparative anatomy, comparative morphologies, comparative homologies, phylogenetics.
Can you pick one thing and be specific about it, please? One thing and be specific.
Sure. No, because that's reductionist. And any time that you have, the whole thing is it's not just the one thing.
Right.
Summarize it. If it's not just one thing, give me a summary of what it is.
I just did.
Which is what Steve just did.
Well, you just named off a bunch. You said comparative anatomy, comparative this, and then I gave you my critique of that and why I don't agree that that's evidence in my opinion. And you say, "Well, you're just stupid. You don't believe."
Why is that? What evidence do you give against it? We have
I'm just asking though, where more can we go if you're just going to say everything that I say is uneducated and stupid because I don't agree with you?
Again, what do you hang on? What do you want to see as evidence?
Well, for example, the claim is made that something non-human became human. The claim is made that something non-mosquito became a mosquito.
Okay, so based upon speciation.
So,
okay, so let me do this little thing real quick. Okay, so we'll take for example a.
I couldn't finish.
Well, I think you did, didn't you?
You asked me what I would
okay, go ahead.
What I want, and you cut me off before I can give it to you, and then you proceed to give me something in place of that.
Go ahead.
You've been doing that all night.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the claim is made: something non-mosquito can become mosquito, something non-human can become human. So, if we saw evidence of something becoming something else or has become something else in that respect, then I would say it could be regarded as scientific. But if all you have are these comparative ideas, I could say it can be scientific in a sense that you're comparing what is, but you can't say that your interpretation of what is a scientific tell-all be-all when I can make the same scientific observation and come to a different conclusion.
All right, well, this goes back to my example, the London underground mosquito, which is a new species we seem to come into being. And you said, oh, well, it's still a mosquito. Did you not? You did,
Right,
did you
that's
not?
why I said that, because I would say if your example were to impress me, show me something non-mosquito becoming mosquito.
But you don't accept the period of time, and that's the other problem.
Oh, here's the thing. Hang on, God damn it. Listen to me.
Sorry.
Yeah, so when I give the example of a speciation of a new species coming to being, us coming to being with relationships like pan troglodytes or chimps, we are still apes. We're a different kind of ape that is now a human. We came from prior apes, okay? Just like the London ground mosquito came from prior mosquitoes. So when I give you an example that supports our theory that says, oh, here's a new type of mosquito from other mosquitoes, and you say, oh, but it's still a mosquito, that shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what the evidence is entailing. When I say we have evolved from other apes,
just begging the question.
When I say we evolved from apes, we're still apes, okay? So if we want to look at the evidence, look at the phylogenetic record.
We've never seen something non-human become human or something non-mosquito become mosquito in that effect at all.
Well, you agree that wolves become dogs, right?
I would say that dogs are wolves in that sense.
But they're new species, are they not? Are you saying that?
Well, if you call that a new species,
it is by definition a new species.
Well, I would say that that's a matter of interpretation because they can still interbreed, and you say that new species can't interbreed. So that's kind
not
of
always. No, not always.
Well, then you need to redefine species then, because
that's not the definition.
Right, exactly.
Species that could be a varied things. Most of the time is reproductive isolation.
Exactly.
Right, but you tell me that you take a chihuahua and you take a coyote and you stick them in the same room together, they can mate. Is that your claim?
I'm saying they're dogs.
Right, but can they mate?
And their gene. Well, I would say I have no issue with them possibly having an ancestor that was a dog at one point. That's the point.
But can they mate?
And they make really a new dog.
Maybe not anatomically.
Okay, so they're biologically reproductively isolated. They're a new species. Okay.
But they're dogs.
But they don't breed.
But the wolf is not a dog. Are you saying wolves are dogs?
Bro, yes, wolves are dogs.
No, they're not.
No reason. See, what you're trying to do is listen to what you're doing. Calm down. It's okay. I can have a different perspective than you and still
biologically
talk to you, okay? Right. I don't have to agree with your classification system in order for us to talk, right? So back up a little bit.
Okay, no, sure. I want to get this on record. Arcane Logos thinks wolves are dogs. Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with your evolutionary classification system because I'm not an evolutionist. That makes sense, right? Just so we're clear.
All right, I'm just making it clear that you think wolves are dogs.
So you're telling me, according to our evolutionary classification system, a wolf is not a dog. But according to a biblical one. Oh yeah, that was real deep, bro. Where'd you learn that one? That was real specific.
Here's why all dogs are wolves.
Levity.
Not all wolves are dogs, right? I mean, this is the conceptual error that we're running into here, right? They're all members of canine, right? They're all Canadian.
And you think something that was non-dog became a dog?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And according to your evolutionary classification system, you can arbitrarily define species how it fits.
Yes.
The model.
Yeah, arbitrary species is arbitrary. Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Right. So you arbitrarily define what a species is, however it fits your evolutionary model.
Right. I agree.
Right. But the evidence for your evolutionary model is the species, right?
Yeah,
No, it's the process.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
that's
process.
circular reasoning at its finest, right? Circular reasoning at its
It
finest.
makes no sense whatsoever.
No, it was the process.
There is no.
I
there's
asked you
no circularity.
I asked you what is the evidence for evolution? You said speciation. You said you define speciation arbitrarily by whatever fits your evolution model.
No,
That's circular reasoning.
no, that's not what you. That's what you said. That's what
No,
you
that's
said.
what you said. It's
I never
recorded.
said it.
That's fine. I don't have to argue that.
What I
with you.
said was speciation is arbitrary, and it's arbitrary based upon many different criteria. I think there's 25 different criteria that can go into speciation factoring in it. Okay, but one
And
of the
you said
ones
that you define a
one of the
species,
ones-
however,
one of the
fits
ones
your evolution.
one of the ones is biological reproductive isolation. Now you just said that poodles and coyotes won't mate for anatomical reasons or whatever. They are different species because the end result is they do not have babies. If they do not have babies, they are reproductively isolated from each other. They are
So
a
we
different
have
species.
one tick in the "this is a new species potential marker" list.
Right.
If we have enough ticks,
Yeah, I learned
enough
the same thing.
percentage, if we have enough percentage ticks, then that means yes, we can classify this. This is a good example of a new species, but it's a very gradual thing. So you can't just go, "Think, there it is." You know.
I don't agree. I don't see any reason to believe that all of the dogs in the world came from maybe 2 dogs at the beginning.
No, from a population.
Came from a group,
Two dogs, 2 dogs is not
Population.
genetically viable because you'd have too much interbreeding and they would destroy themselves as a species, probably.
Right.
Well, that's your belief.
There's
though.
a very high. No, that's based on observed evidence of what happens when you have close relations.
You've never observed the first 2 dogs coming into existence and then watching and documenting how their population
and you've never
respond to
observed
breeding.
any
Come on.
intelligent design. So
You're not even responding to what I'm saying.
You're not holding yourself to the same standard you're asking for us.
It's okay, guys. I'll wait till you're done talking over me. Go ahead.
This goes back to where it was 2 hours ago. I ever explained to Arcane what observation is, and he's still using a straw man version of it. Arcane, can you tell me what
I don't agree with you and you call it a straw man. That's hilarious, Steve. I don't agree because I'm not an evolutionist. I'm not going to agree with your classification system. Do we have to go through that again?
I'm using scientific methodology that you always say you want to talk about. According to scientific methodology, I gave the definition of what observing.
You're using evolutionary theory.
No, I'm not talking about evolutionary theory. I'm talking about observation. It means we observe something today. That is standard scientific methodology across the board.
We've never observed a non-human become human today, though, correct?
Arcane. We don't have to. We have to observe what we observe today.
Okay, well, can you answer the question? Is that correct? We've never observed something non-human become human.
We've never observed that, and we never will. Because we're not required.
Okay, I agree. That fits the biblical worldview, so I agree with you.
But you understand we can't go back in time and observe something that's already happened. But that doesn't mean we can't observe something today. All observation.
Right, what we observe today fits Genesis, which says that things will reproduce after their kind, as in humankind.
Actually, Genesis doesn't say that. Actually, the first in the Greek Septuagint. No, the Greek Septuagint uses the word genos, which means descendant. It doesn't mention the word kind.
You can make that claim all you want to, but that's what the book
But
does.
see, all kind means is descendant. So, I don't see that to be a really great argument.
Well, you can claim what you want, but humans have been humans since they were created as humans in the beginning.
That's a
So your semantic games are petty as hell. But keep making them.
Do you think all humans came from 2 individuals?
Can you show us genetically how that happens?
There's no reason to assume otherwise. You hold on. Well, wait a second. Before you ask me, can you show me genetically? You're claiming to have scientific proof that all things
I have never said the word
one thing.
I have never said the word proof.
Yeah.
Why do you keep throwing that word proof around? Science doesn't deal with proof.
Oh, confirm. Oh, you're right. I guess you guys can't prove anything. I agree.
It's not an alcohol.
Yeah, in science, you don't prove anything.
Proof is for alcohol and math.
Right, you just dogmatically assert it as confirmed fact.
Yes, it is. So yes. So can you show me how? Can you show me how 2 people can viably produce all the billions of people since then off 2 people's genetic pool? Or just 2 people, the gene pool.
As soon as you can show me how one thing can produce everything, sure.
I didn't. I've again going back to 2 hours ago. We told you it's not one thing that produced everything. That's not what the last common ancestor means.
You
it was
don't know
population.
that. You don't know that.
I don't make the claim it was one thing. So that's not anybody's argument that I know of.
That's what they claim, a single common ancestor is what
I don't know anybody who claims it was
a single common species is a
Species.
better way of
Don't
thinking about it.
Yeah,
Also,
it's
a bunch of organisms came into existence at the same time. Is that what you believe?
means last common ancestor, which refers to a population.
So you believe in a biogenesis, though, right? It has to work for your evolution theory to get started, right?
No, matter of fact, you don't need a biogenesis for evolution. Evolution only takes place.
So you just need all the cells, all the self-replicating molecules free of charge. Boom, it's there.
No.
Okay. All right.
Evolutionary theory only deals with the change of allelic frequency, which goes back to the definition of evolution. It only deals with how genes are changing. How they came about is irrelevant to evolutionary theory. God could have created everything abiogenesis. By the way, abiogenesis
Newton's laws of motion describe motion. They don't say how motion happened.
Right.
They just describe the process of motion.
Right.
The same way as evolutionary theory describes the process of evolution.
So you guys won't admit that you have a belief in a theory about the past, just like I have a belief in a theory about the past. You won't admit that.
Well, it's knowledge. It's testable, confirmed knowledge. Knowledge is a subset of belief. But let me read this out to you. The last universal
knowledge can't be wrong, according to what I know about knowledge.
The last universal common ancestor is the most recent population of organisms from which all organisms now lived on Earth have a common descent. The most recent population of organisms. Okay, that's what Luca means. Not a single organism. Now that we've clarified that, you're going to strum at it again.
That's what they teach. That's what they teach, is that a single cell somehow self-replicated and produced everything that we see today.
Okay, can you show us where they teach that at? Show me a textbook.
Bro, I'm not gonna. Everyone knows that. So for the fact that you're like trying to defend that is really silly.
We have another claim. Tony, do you know that?
Yeah, everyone knows that.
No, I'm actually seriously. Is that what you were taught? That as a single organism that produced everything?
No.
Okay, Pseudo, were you taught that?
So you were were you taught that it was a group of organisms that produce everything? What were you taught?
Jack, you made a claim. Everybody knows this. Jack, were you taught this?
No, I was talking about populations.
Okay, me too. General, were you taught that it was a single organism or population?
Oh, this is boring.
General, and we don't care about ocean. So your claim everybody knows this is completely wrong.
Ocean's mom made everything.
Ocean, how's your mom, bro?
Well,
yeah, Ocean's mom, it was the original organism.
Well, where did God? I mean, if it's so hard to believe that evolution is real, then how is it so easy for you to believe that God just popped up in existence?
I used to believe in evolution.
I mean, where are gods made? Where do they just?
I used to believe in evolution. So it's not like I just dismissed evolution. I evaluated evolution based on its scientific merits, and I chose a more scientifically plausible explanation, which is intelligent design.
You chose a God popping up.
But as far as the question about God, no one said anything about God popping up out of existence.
Where did he come from then?
Bro, why did God have to come from somewhere? Why do you assume that?
Why can't we evolve then?
I didn't. Okay. All right.
Well, first of all, okay, do you believe, according to evolutionary theory, a single organism evolves or a population evolves?
Bro, I have heard so many different theories.
Okay, I'm just asking you what you think.
Well, you can let me respond, or you can cut me off and put in place of what I was going to say, what you want to say, Steve, like you've been doing all night. All right, go ahead.
I will because
that's all you can do. Right?
Yeah, you keep answering the questions not asked of you. Again, I'm going to ask a very simple question. According to evolutionary theory, can an organism evolve or is it population? You don't need a diatribe. You don't need a long-winded explanation. Organism or population, one or the other.
Population, Steve, but you have to get to a population somehow, don't you, Steve?
Okay, just making sure that you understand that concept. Thank you.
Can you answer the question, Steve? I'll answer a real simple question, Steve. Can you answer it or not? You have to get to a population somehow, can't you, Steve?
Yes, you do.
Okay, does it start with a population to get to a population, Steve, or could it have started with a single organism?
No, it starts with multiple organisms that are from different populations that combine into one single
multiple organisms started the whole thing.
Not organisms. I didn't say organisms. It doesn't have to be organisms. Well, it starts getting into things like self-replicating RNA and lipid formation.
You said you didn't know earlier, right?
No,
we don't.
I didn't know what the single organism was. You're asking two different questions
you don't know
here.
Well, you didn't know what the first organism was, right?
Correct. Doesn't mean I know what it was made of.
So when you go back far enough, when you trace the organism lineage back to the very beginning, you have no idea what started it all, right?
I don't know what the first organism is. That's different from your question.
Do you know what the second one was, maybe?
Nope.
How about the 50th?
Nope. Do you know
A
why?
turtle.
So at what point, okay, can you give me at what point you do know life existed? Okay, well, how about that?
It's probably a few 100 million years after the first life developed. First things with
Probably.
genes. Well, because it's called a bush. The tree of life is a bush back then because there was a lot of what's called horizontal transfer going on of genes. So it's very difficult to really trace it back.
What was it then? Do you know?
Did I answer him before? What did I say before? What I know? I didn't know what it was. Nobody does. If I did, I'd be
that's what
very
I asked.
famous.
You didn't know the first thing. You didn't know the second thing. I'm asking you, what was the thing that you know was the first recognizable life that you can trace back in the fossil record?
Stromatolites go back 3.5 or 3.8 billion years.
Stromatolites.
Yeah.
And when we observed stromatolites, they were already fully formed and functional as stromatolites, right?
Well, all things are fully formed. There's no such thing as half a stromatolite. All species are fully formed.
We didn't see anything in the process of becoming a stromatolite.
Well, that's because it was a bush. But we see once stromatolites became into existence.
Well, that's irrelevant of why. The fact is, we observed stromatolites as they were, right?
But Arcane, once stromatolites came into existence, we can see what things evolved from that point, right?
Well, what do you mean we can see what they evolved from what point? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
No,
be specific.
We can see how things evolve from lower species, right? Because speciation is a process of species coming from other species. When you ask me how far back can we go, and then it gets kind of mixy, we've actually gone back 3.5 or 3.8 billion years with stromatolites. What they evolved from, what they share common ancestry with, we don't know. Does that make sense?
Right. So you just have a population of stromatolites that then evolved into something else?
Not sure what you're asking.
Well, there's this population. You said that the common ancestry, this bush, goes back to stromatolites, right?
Stromatolites are some of the earliest organisms that we know of.
Right. Did they produce anything up the chain on the way to becoming human?
They don't produce anything. Things are a divergent process.
They have to produce something in order to bring about more complex life.
No, Arcane, stromatolites still exist. They still exist on the planet. They didn't evolve.
Okay, so what I'm talking about I'm not talking about them then. I'm asking you specifically about the ancestry, Steve.
You're not understanding.
So can you tell me about the ancestry of humans? Do you follow?
Yes.
He wants a genealogy list of all the creatures from the.
I want God's genealogy. I want God's genealogy.
No, I want to see if you can pinpoint a certain population where you think is the earliest that we can know of that we are related to.
Well, like
that's
I said,
all I want.
We can go back very far, 3.5 billion years.
Right? And you're saying it's stromatolite, right?
That's the earliest record we have of the life as we know it. Was the first thing that we can see that left any kind of record.
Okay, but you're not claiming that we're related to them, right? That's what you're saying. You're not claiming we're related.
Yes, we're related to them. We're related to everything that has life. All life is related. That's why they share common ancestry.
Okay, so if you trace us back far enough, something that a stromatolite produced something else.
Stromatolites still exist.
Explain to me how it worked then. What did stromatolites? How are we related to stromatolites then? If we didn't
common ancestry.
Well, how are we related to them if we didn't evolve from them?
Okay, remember what he was telling you about your grandparents and your grandparents and your cousins? That's how it's done.
Right. So somebody had to fuck, Steve, at some point. So
reproduce.
Right. So let's talk about reproduction.
Fucking came much later.
Yeah.
Much.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page that something had to reproduce to produce more population, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Something had sex with something, had some sex with something, which produced humans eventually.
Well, they're asexual. Yeah, this is a period of over 3.6 billion years.
Right.
How many species do you think that involves?
Long process of copulation and procreation.
Reproduction.
Stromatolites are in that lineage, is what you're telling me, Steve, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's logical to say, based on what you're saying, that a stromatolite eventually, through its populations of reproduction, Okay, so explain it to me, Steve.
That's like saying
how did we get from stromatolites to humans? Steve, can you explain?
That's like saying you evolved through your cousins. They're related to us by common ancestry. We didn't come from stromatolites. Just like you didn't.
Where did we come from then? Can you tell me what we came from?
Hang on, Arcane.
That's what I asked you in the beginning.
Arcane.
What can you trace our lineage back to something you said stromatolites? So
that's common ancestry.
Please correct yourself.
There's nothing to correct. Arcane, if you have a kid, is your kid a descendant of your brother?
No, Steve.
Okay. But his common ancestry is your brother. Your brother's a stromatolite.
But if we trace it back, we can find a grandma we're all related to.
Do you want the analogy? Right? You want the analogy? Your brother is the stromatolite. Your kid is a human. You guys share common ancestry to your parents. We don't know what the parents were.
So my brother's a stromatolite, and my kid is a human.
No.
But we're all related to my parents, which were humans, Steve. Let's try to stick to what you actually believe, Steve.
I want to know an example of common ancestry. Your kid is not related. Your kid is not from your brother, right? But they share common ancestry to your grandparent or to your parents, correct?
To my mother. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we don't know what the grandparents were, but we can show common ancestry up to a certain point.
Okay, I asked you what that point was, and you said stromatolites.
That's the farthest back I know of, 3.5 billion years. If it goes back further, I don't know.
If I were to ask you, what does our reproductive history end up with, Steve? What is it? Is it a stromatolite?
No, I think your question doesn't make any sense because you're not understanding.
Steve, I'm asking you what we're related to through reproduction. Do you understand?
We're related through everything, just like your son is related to your brother's son. They're still cousins.
So if stromatolites were the earliest forms of life,
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's the last.
You said that's some of the earliest that we can find, right?
That we can find because they left a record of it. Yes.
Right. So that's what I mean, Steve. So you don't have to be so anal. Just flow with the combo, okay, bro? It's not that serious.
Well, that's not what you said, though. You said that was the first life, and I never said that.
That's what you said. The first life you know about.
The first life we know about that a record. The earliest. That's not the first life.
Steve, right. So that's the first life. That's what I'm saying, Steve. That's the first life you know about, Steve.
Okay. Well, some of the first life. I'm sure there's others too, but that's the only one.
Whatever, dude. Like that's what you believe we used to be. Stromatolites.
No.
Well, according to you, we're still stromatolites.
No. Okay, guys.
Well, how are we still monkeys? How are we still monkeys, but we're not still stromatolites?
I want to make sure I clarify for this record.
Okay.
Did I ever say, or did I say 10,000 times, we did not evolve from stromatolites? They are in a different line of phylogeny. Did he just now?
Well, then why did you? Well, then when I asked you for the ancestry of humans, why did you say stromatolites, Steve? I'm confused.
No,
because they are common ancestry to us.
No, Steve. I'm asking, what led up to humans? Was it a stromatolite that started that chain of lineage?
Everything that ever lived was we're related to.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked you, Steve.
Let's keep this simple. Go back to the root.
That wasn't what I asked, Steve.
Humans, well, you don't have to go back to mammals.
Even a primate, or you can just do that.
Steve, that wasn't what I asked.
That's fine. We can just concentrate on where we have the strong evidence, even though he wants to hold different people to different standards.
Don't answer my question. Of course not. You can't answer it. I understand.
No, that's fine. We're just going to do something that's going to probably be more acceptable evidence to you, and keep it simple.
So primates.
No, to you. You're going to change it to what's more acceptable to you because you don't like where I'm going.
Arcane, you've gone nowhere. You've gone in circles. You basically have done.
I know because you're not giving me anything but your belief.
But you just literally said, Steve, you said that we evolved from stromatolites when I never said that, and you know damn well I never said that.
Steve, I asked you what was the first in the lineage. You said you didn't know. I said what was the next. You said you didn't know. I said what was the earliest you do know. You said stromatolites. I'm talking about human ancestors, Steve.
Human ancestors. Oh. Well, yes, stromatolites
from the first life to humans, Steve, is what I'm asking.
One of the earliest ones.
Sure. You didn't say the human, though.
Yeah, you didn't say human, but here we are.
That's what I said. Human ancestry. That's
no, you did not.
One of the ones we predicted was 12 million years ago.
Desperate.
Okay, one of the ones we predicted was a common ancestry that goes about 12 million years ago by a species called Pyrrholopithecus catalonicus. That is a common ancestry basal to all members of Hominids. Okay, which is Yeah, is it Homoidea? No, it's not Homoidea. It's
Homo
Hominidae.
pithecus hemorrhoideus.
No, Hominidae. Hominidae is the great apes. Homoidea is all apes. So Hominidae
Hemorrhoida. Okay.
would include orangutans, gorillas, bonobos, chimpanzees, and humans. So the thing that's basal to them all would be Paralopithecus catalonicus. We discovered that in Spain a few years ago. That's evidence predicted by what we would find, where we would find it, what characteristics it would have, and how old the fossil would date to. We were spot on with all of it.
Well, to me, it's not convincing to.
I didn't ask you for convincing. You asked me for a question. I gave you the answer.
I don't care what you asked me. I'm just retorting.
Okay.
Is that okay, Steve?
Did I meet your condition for what is basal for where humans evolved from? Was it with the last
Not
common
really.
ancestor? Okay, so you're denying that Paralopithecus is basal to all that group?
Well, I don't believe in your cladistics or your classification system, Steve. So yeah, I'm denying that.
According
Steve.
to evolution.
If you believe it, Steve, let's argue the point. Okay, is that
okay? So
okay?
explain to us how you make a prediction and say, okay, I'm going to predict. I'm going to look for this particular fossil. I'm going to find it in this particular region. It's going to have this particular character combinations. How do you make that predictions without using a model? Do you use a model for that, Arcane?
Well, there would be no reason to assume some sort of evolutionary history.
I didn't ask you that.
If you come from a different perspective, Steve. So you're talking about some model. Listen, Steve, if you have the idea at the outset.
Right. I'm back to bed.
See you later, Pseudo. Peace out, bro. You were a big help. If you have the outset that things were created by God, and the intent of science is to figure out how things work in the natural world as God created it, you don't have to have a story of origins of evolution to do natural science. So as far as having a working model, I think you need to be more specific what you mean by a working model.
Okay, we have a model.
Can I just very quickly respond?
Hang on. No, I'm not letting him get away from this.
No.
I'm having a model that gave me what I needed to know to go look for something very specific called Paralopithecus catalonicus. Same thing with Tiktaalik, right? Where we found in Nova Scotia. We look for.
Wait, slow down. Let me understand you. You gave me a model to predict
where we would find a specific fossil that had specific unique character combinations. Okay.
Okay. The model was to find this fossil.
Right. That was basal to all members of Hominidae.
Okay. See, this is already assuming an evolutionary history, right?
It makes no assumption. It's a model. This is the. I want to say
that's what the model is. It's assuming an evolutionary history in order to find this so-called
fair enough.
fossil.
Sure, fine, whatever. So I am going to say where am I going to go look for this fossil based upon migration patterns? What do I expect this fossil to look like, and in what layer am I going to look for it in? Okay.
Well, according to your evolutionary theory, that's something that evolutionists would come up together and figure out, Steve. But
right, exactly.
If you don't hold an evolutionary assumption when you start, there's no need to
So
say, well, where can we predict to find this fossil based on evolution?
Perfect.
You can just dig, and if you find fossils, then you can interpret the fossil.
Just dig. So I want you just dig around. Dig around by Arcane.
Yeah, so we're not going to go. Well, are you suggesting? Hold on. Are you suggesting we go and look for fossils to support evolution?
No. Here's the thing. I give you a sheet.
So what are we digging for?
Arcane. I give you a sheet, and I say, Arcane, I want you to go and find me a fossil. I want it to have this particular morphology, this particular anatomy, anatomical features. I want it to have this kind of relationship from the nose to the ears. How would you go about doing that using your model with intelligent design or God?
Okay, well, first of all, there are different geological theories. There's catastrophism, and there's the uniformitarianism, the Charles Lyell uniformitarianism, and neither one of them can be proven based on what we see today. You can just theorize about them. That's why they're theories, Steve.
Not my question.
So it depends, Steve, on what your intent was, Steve. It depends on what your intent was when you start whatever method you were pursuing.
Okay, walk me through the steps, Arcane.
If you're like, here, Steve, I'm not finished. I don't talk that long. You know, I don't talk that long. So if you give me a task, go find this fossil, this monkey fossil. How would I go about it?
Yes.
And you're saying that's impossible unless I assume I evolved from that monkey?
No, I didn't say
Come
that.
on!
I didn't
Oh
say
my
that.
god.
Yeah, now you're strong
Give
man.
me something more to chew
All
on,
right,
Steve.
hang
Come
on,
on.
Tony. Hang on, Tony. So, Arcane, I didn't assume anything. I'm giving you the sheet of paper. I say, Arcane Logos, go find me this fossil. You walk me through the steps without making any assumptions or do anything you want. Make any basal assumptions you want.
I'm
make
not a
any
geologist, bro. But
So
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Steve, listen, I'm not a geologist, so I'm not going to
This is
assume to give you some.
paleontology.
I'm not a geologist or a paleontologist or an archaeologist, so I'm not going to bullshit you and give you some scientific. Listen, I'm going to.
All right, hang on, Arcane, hang on.
I'm not going to answer the way you want me to.
Time out, Arcane.
I will answer you.
I get that.
Me.
I'm gonna make it. No, I'm gonna make it very simple for you. Very, very simple. Because I understand you know about these fields. Can intelligent design tell me where to dig for that fossil? Yes or no?
Listen, bro. You can be an intelligent. Okay, listen. Intelligent design isn't a model. Do you understand that?
Right. Thank you.
That's what we're saying.
All right, come on, everybody.
Thank you.
Everybody.
So
thank you to Arcane Logos.
Yeah, good job. Steve understands now. So when you say stupid shit like, can intelligent design tell me where to find a fossil? It doesn't make sense. You understand that, right?
Yes, that's my point. Thank you for proving that.
Right. So
that's
a breakthrough. Asking for nonsensical things, right? So asking for nonsensical things.
My viewers are going crazy.
Right. So that's what I thought. Right.
76 people.
Can I ask?
He still doesn't know what's just happened.
No, it's 4-on-1 now, so I'll mute until I can have equal time as my opponent.
All right, but let's relish in this.
I'm happy.
Jack, relish. The whole audience is going crazy because Arcane Logos just had a breakthrough. He finally realizes that the intelligent design has no model, has no predictive ability, as we've been saying.
I said intelligent design is not a model. Now Steve's lying and saying that I said that it has no model. You're a liar.
That's the same thing.
Same thing.
Not a model has no model. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Because you're trying to generalize. Can I finish? You asked a question. I'll see how long it takes one of you guys to cut me off. Dog pile. It's like double dutch. Can I jump in? Can I jump? Okay. Oh, here we go. So yeah, intelligent design is not a model, bro. Okay. Intelligent design is saying that things in nature show signs of design. It's not a freaking model. If you have an evolutionary model, good job, bro. But to say that intelligent design can't tell me where to find a monkey fossil is stupid. But if you ask an ID proponent, right, where would you suggest based on your intelligent design theory? They could probably tell you. But to say that intelligent design isn't a model, therefore you win an argument is the dumbest shit I've heard probably all week.
Okay, find oil then. How about finding oil?
Hang on. We just have made a breakthrough here.
Seriously.
Intelligent design, he just admitted intelligent design is not a model. Therefore, ergo, you cannot compare it to evolutionary theory to compare to everything. Compare to anything. Evolutionary theory is a model. You just admitted that intelligent design is not a model. Therefore, they are not in the same category of each other. So intelligent design is useless. It doesn't predict anything.
Steve,
it doesn't explain anything.
Wow, Steve, you're so deep, bro. You're so deep.
Well, yeah, he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, you just refuted your own argument.
Oh, you guys are so deep. Good. Wow, you're so deep.
A model is an explanation, and you just said it's not a model. Therefore, intelligent design is not an explanation. Da. Game over.
All right, let Jack talk. Jack, he once said something.
And by the way, Darwin's Greatest Hits, you can use that in your video. I give you full permission, even though it's fair use. But yes, I just demonstrated that Arcane Logos just
intelligent design isn't a model on how to find monkey fossils. You might need to ask a monkey.
Let me do this deductively.
Yeah, you might need to ask a monkey specialist on how to find monkey fossils. So Steve is a liar, and that's proven over and over again. Good job, guys.
So intelligent design is not a model. Models are explanation. Ergo, intelligent design is not an explanation.
There are models within the intelligent design idea, bro. Like, it's not a big deal. But you can claim victory on this point, though. And
thanks for
playing. Look like a hero to your little monkey boys.
I actually agree with Arcane on
intellectuals are laughing their ass off, thinking that you actually won an argument there. That's fucking pathetic. But hey, Jack, you got anything new for me?
I have a question, because you and I agree on one point. We do actually agree on intelligent design.
Awesome. What kind of intelligent design do you believe in?
I believe in intelligent design through evolution.
Great. Okay.
He's a pantheist, so he's a little bit.
So now, wait. Now, I just want to ask my question. So what I want to say is, where I have my faith and view on evolution and the fact that it was started by intelligence. You have a view that is based on a short term of time on Earth and an instant creation. Show me where my argument fails and your argument succeeds.
Well, I would say it fails subjectively, right? So you're asking me what my belief is, and all I could say is what my belief is. So if you're telling me to defeat it, all I can give you is my best defeaters. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when as far as your belief in theist or intelligent design through evolution, I don't know what your position exactly is, but you believe that maybe the evolution was started by an intelligent process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in both cases, right, we're talking about something that happened in the past, and we can't reproduce those events today, like in a lab. On either side, I can't reproduce the 6-day creation theory, and you can't reproduce millions of years of intelligently guided evolution. Is that fair?
Okay, Jack.
Wait.
Jack.
Please let me just finish this, because I'm going to.
But I'm not going to let him do this, because we've already explained to him observation.
You don't want to let a conversation happen.
No, please, Steve. I know where this is going, and I'm very happy with the argument that I have.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Arcane. Could you just restate your last point? Because I just want to make sure I'm on topic and I don't strawman you, and I'm just following your thought pattern.
Right. I was just establishing that we're both in the same position. Whether I believe it was created in 6 days or you believe it was created over time with intelligent guidance, scientifically, we're looking at the past, not anything that we're observing in real time. So you would agree that we're not in the realm of observable, repeatable science. We're just looking at a historical view. You agree?
I would kind of disagree to an extent of the fact that I can use deductive and inductive arguments to actually support my position. One, through observable evidence of what we see today, and we can take Steve's mosquito, we can take ring species, we can take Nylon X in bacteria. We have lots and lots and lots of evidence and lots of ongoing studies that show that we see change in organisms. I can look back and I can look at the length of time and the fossil record and the geological column, which I know you disagree with, and I'm fine with that. That's your point. And I can say that's more evidence that supports my view. I can look at my faith and my belief, and I can see that that falls in line with what I observe in evidence today. So I can look back at the evidence of the past and say that is consistent. I can look at the evidence of today, which is consistent, and I can look at the ongoing research, even down to genetics, and say that is consistent to my worldview.
Yeah, well, the problem is, though, I look at the same genetics, I look at the same fossils, I look at the same evidence, but I come to a different conclusion than you come to. So when you ask me to give you something that I feel is makes intelligent design or young Earth creation view superior, I would say that it starts with, I would have to say your presuppositions at the outset then, because we're both looking at the same evidence. I think the way we're looking at the evidence or interpreting the evidence might be where the issue is. And I again, can't make a claim of superiority because I don't want to assume that I'm more superior than you.
No, and again, I can agree with that point of view. Now, I want to just go on to a sort of an analogy, and it's quite a simple one. And we'll use the classic murder scene. Now, if I've got a murder scene and I've got no witnesses, no evidence, nothing, then all I can come up with is just silly ideas. You know, I can whatever I can pull out of my arse, I think is the American expression. If I've got, say, I've got an eyewitness, I can say, okay, that's good, but that's still only one thing. I've got someone, they could be biased, they could be, it could have been dark, might not have recognized it. And then I can sort of say, okay, well, I've got an eyewitness and I've got the murder weapon, but I've got nothing to tie it to my suspect. So I'm still not very confident. But now I've got a witness, a murder weapon, and I've got physical forensic evidence. Now I'm getting a bit more confident. Do you see where I'm going with this? And this is my problem. For you to sort of like disagree with my view, you're not just challenging one piece of evidence. You're challenging geology. You're challenging physics. You're challenging biology. You're challenging all these different subjects that you think that I have wrong, or you think that my view is wrong. No. You're challenging
disciplines are wrong, or that somehow the evidence isn't what it is. I'm saying that you have a different way of looking at it than I do.
Yeah. What I'm saying is from the vast amount of observation and evidence that we've collected in the current scientific view, you just have to disagree with multiple pieces of that evidence that I present.
No, because I've seen more in favor of intelligent design and a young Earth than I have seen in favor of an old Earth.
Yeah,
it's not that I just don't understand your evidence. It's that I do understand it, and I understand that there are better explanations.
But
because I used to believe in evolution. I used to believe in deep time. I used to believe in all that.
I got to go lay down for a while. Ocean and General are going to kind of take over. We got 74 people watching, so I don't want to like shut it down because they're like bitching at me. Oh, come on, we're watching this. So I find it interesting. So I do want to thank Arcane for coming in. I'm willing to have these discussions. I take on anybody, especially in my room. Anybody's welcome to come in. Arcane came in today, and he's took the bullets and stuff like that. Give him props for that. He did a lot better than Ronnie did. Arcane, I sent you in the outside feed on this particular account you're on now, the debate with Ronnie, and I do hope that you give me your honest opinion on it. And I think I know what you're going to say on it. I think that you were going to say that you did better than Ronnie did, and I think you did too. But I like these kind of conversations. He did. No, I mean, let's be realistic. I'm not going to say that but I mean, I'm not saying it was required much to beat Ronnie, but I mean, at least he tried to at least engage. Ronnie wasn't even willing to do that, and he's the one that wanted the debate, right? So,
hey man, nobody got muted, nobody got booted.
Yeah, no, I like
this. I'm concerned, it's a big leap and bound away from our last conversation. So
I'm hoping that we have more, and I'm hoping that Antonio can come back in one of these days, and Carlos. I'd like to have more discussions on young Earth creationism, because that actually what my channel is about mostly is trying to debunk young Earth creationism. So I'm probably going to focus a little bit more on that. I got some people coming in on those topics. I also have a plasma physicist, a PhD in an astrophysicist that specializes in plasma physics. He'll be joining us in a couple of weeks. So that's going to be really cool.
Bring him on to debate his spaceballs.
You know what? I've never talked. I've talked to him on the computer, but I've never talked to him voice. And I know he's from Spain, so I don't know how thick his accent is going to be. Hope not too bad, right? So we'll see how that goes. What else is going on? Well, anyways, like I said, I'll listen in every so often. I'm gonna, and you guys have mods, but since people are paying attention to this, I'm gonna keep it going. But the next time you come in, maybe we'll just talk more about young Earth creationism and stuff, if that's cool. But like I said, I like people to come in here. They've always been welcome to. I do want to have a little bit better dialogue. The only people I can't, there's certain people that once they start getting argumentative. And just basically like that one flat earther we had came in, he was getting, what's the word? I guess disrespectful, I guess, more than anything, and that I can't tolerate with obvious reasons, because I have to have some controls. But Arcane, you did fine, and hopefully we'll talk again. But I am going to go lay down. I'll check this screen so I can see it. And if everybody leaves, then I'll go and end the hangout. So, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm going to turn it into Ocean's and General's hands. So if you want the link to get in, they're going to have to give it to you.
Word, man. We'll do it again soon.
Now my inbox is going to blow up. Thanks, Steve.
So yeah, I mean, just getting back to my point, and And I don't want to go technical, and I don't want to go bits and bytes and bobs, because I don't think that's actually useful to the level of conversation that we need to have. All I'm basically saying is that there is very little I have to change of accepted scientific view to support my belief.
Mm.
That's actually all I'm saying.
I had to change almost everything.
Yeah. And that's so from the point of view of degrees of confidence, I can look at kind of, and I am saying I'm taking the accepted view of what goes on, because I don't know all these subjects to the nth degree of detail. And yes, you can even say that there is a certain level of faith, involved in that. But I'm also a skeptic to a reasonable level as well. So I do a reasonable amount of research, and I do validate stuff, and I do quite a technical job. So I feel reasonably confident in my view. So that's kind of what I'm saying. So why should I be convinced by your view?
5 years ago, I did too. I was comfortable as a heliocentrist, a evolutionist, and as an atheist. And I guess a different perspective showed me a different way of looking at the evidence, and it opened my eyes to actually looking at the evidence that I overlooked, because I was so set in my worldview. So it depends on the mind state of the subject, on whether or not they're open to the evidence, I believe. And I think that on our walk through life, we're pushed in certain directions. Not that you can say that one is correct until you die. I mean, a lot of these things, we weren't there. So you have to have faith, like you said. So to me, it's not worth the energy to correct or incorrect over things that you can never validate in your lifetime. So if you want to talk things that we can observe, like, for example, for darn well that a code or a machine won't come about by itself. But you believe that somehow an evolutionary process would do it with intelligence. I just have no reason to believe that an intelligence would need to use a lot of time to bring it about. I think an intelligent agent could make the machine like that.
Lickety split. Yeah.
Why not?
And again, why not? And I wouldn't say with that power, within the capability. But I also believe, as you say, life, the experience of life is a journey. It starts and it will finish. And that's how I look at the Earth. That's how I look at our solar system. That's how I look at the universe around us. It has a process. For me, it has meaning to go through that process, and that is part of the journey of life. To go through that process, to go through that development, to go through to realize itself, to actually understand what the universe around us is, and try best as we can to get. I don't like the word truth, because it's a shit fucked up word that people misuse horribly. To try and get the best understanding of what is around us and what we're doing here and why we're doing it.
Yeah, I just take a different approach now than I did 5 years ago. I just let Jesus take the wheel, so to speak, and let him guide my explorations of this realm that we call the universe. But it's about perspective. But I just happen to believe that there's more scientific evidence in support of the Bible as it's literally interpreted, 6 days. And there's no reason to assume otherwise based on what we see today. Now, if someone drafts up a model or a theory about how things might have happened in the past, it might be compelling, but that does not mean that it's operational in what we do today scientifically.
And
so we should definitely establish those boundaries,
Well, that's why I asked the question to you of what do you accept as evidence. It wasn't me trying to do a gotcha, because I really don't try and do gotchas. It's, you know, I try and put my point of view across, and I want to listen to your point of view, which is why I wanted to know what you consider, you know, good evidence, you know, to say, hey, you know, actually I can see where this is going, and what you consider to be bad evidence.
Well, like I used to think that the fossil record was good evidence of evolution and deep time. When you look at the geologic column, it seems to make sense that sedimentary layers over time, as they get added, would bury the creatures that were existing in that strata at the time, and it would form sort of a record of a history of life on Earth. It makes sense, but if you hold a biblical view that says, no, a flood caused all of those layers at one time, now you have a competing hypothesis. Now you can't ignore it and be intellectually honest scientifically. You have to address the possibility and the evidence that would potentially be seen if that was the case, like fossils to begin with. Fossils are indicative of a flood. So if a flood happened, deep time might have happened, but you can't base your conclusions of deep time on the geologic column anymore, you see.
No, but we don't.
Well, they did, and they still do.
No. It's part of the. This is where I was going back to a point I made earlier on. And again, I was a bit peeved at the time, so I didn't do it now. And quite the calm feeling that I have now, and I feel much better because I think we're actually having a nice conversation. It's just one component of evidence. So we can use the geologic column, we can use radiometric dating, we can use the transformation of rocks and how they change from one type of rock to another based on the pressure, heat, etc. that goes on. But now I'm starting to talk shit that I don't have full understanding of, so I will pull back slightly. So you have that sort of evidence. So it's not just one strain to say the geological column is correct. It's a number of different, you know, pieces of evidence that we would look at to say this is why this supports it. And I understand why you do it, because I think sometimes you get into and this is my opinion. This is not me trying to put words in your mouth. But I think sometimes you get defensive because people get quite challenging, or you know, it's not a friendly debate, it gets aggressive, and you take a reductionist argument when it's not a reductionist question. Do you think that's a fair point?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody's walk is different, though. Like I said earlier, I've met evolutionists who disagree upon many things within the timeline of evolution, and many things regarding geology, and so a lot of faith is required on both sides of this issue. I think my frustration comes when I'm trying to separate the faith from what we can demonstrate and not mix the two and be honest about it. Like, what we see in nature today doesn't dictate either theory, but you can infer, because we're talking about past events. Like, it's different than saying if I drop a pin, it will fall to the ground 10 times out of 10 times. I can then go reproduce that. That's different than making a claim saying this geologic column got here over millions of years in this way. You can't reproduce that.
Okay, can I take actually that's a really good point. I just want to pick up one thing I know about this, which is transformational rocks. You know that obviously things like sandstone can turn to shale, shale can turn to slate through the process of pressure. And time is a partial involvement, but pressure is kind of the main thing. And we can repeat some of those evidence. So we can use pressure to create sandstone into different forms of rocks that we observe in nature in the geological column. So that is an
I would say if we can reproduce, if we can reproduce it and show it, then it goes a long way as far as scientific.
Yeah, and that's my point. That's what I call a good piece of evidence to say, we don't see these kind of layers unless you've had sort of like folding of the mantle as it's gone through subduction and induction. And again, I'm starting to talk about a level of geology I don't fully understand, so I'm not going to try and pretend I do.
Well, I would say after all of my research and my freaking going back and to and fro every freaking crazy theory that there is, and trying to wrestle with all of the facts presented from everywhere, is that when it comes down to it, it's basically, are you going to put your faith in the authority that man has appointed, or are you going to put your authority in what the Bible says? It's as simple as that. If you come from a biblical worldview or a starting point, you're going to look at things a lot differently than if you come from a secular starting point. Bottom line, the choice is yours. Which starting point you choose to look at from, I would say.
See, again, I would slightly argue that point, because when you come from a Christian worldview, that is not one thing. That is a very broad spectrum of views and beliefs with some centrally held creed or centrally held common beliefs. Again, I'm going to ask, I'm just want to make sure I'm not straw manning you or saying something that isn't true.
Well, I said a biblical worldview. The Bible's pretty objective in what it says. You can't really, no way around that. So I said, if you take the Bible as your authority, you're going to look at it different than if you trust the secular authorities.
Are there different interpretations and views of the Bible within Christianity?
Sure. Yeah. People interpret the Bible differently, and just in the same way that people interpret evolution differently. Just like Stephen Jay Gould disagreed with Darwin. He thought that punctuated equilibrium was a better theory to go along with evolution than Darwin's theory.
So there are a group of people that you associate with within the Christian community that hold this interpretation of the Bible, is what I'm guessing at. And again,
there are people who claim to be Christians who don't necessarily hold the same biblical interpretation that I do about certain aspects of Scripture. Absolutely.
And if people don't hold the same view as you, are they not Christians?
No, doesn't mean that. It depends on what view. Like if the Bible is
I'm not going to start going, are these Christians or those Christians? I'm just trying to go generalized sense, Arcane. I'm not trying to be that specific because I'm not an arsehole.
No, Christians disagree all the time on interpretations of Scripture.
Yeah,
like I'm a flat earther.
Christians
don't hold that view.
Yeah, and that was again the kind of point I'm saying is that you're coming at this from the point of view of your view of Christianity, your view of the evidence, your interpretation, and the peer group that you associate within that, which holds that interpretation. I'm coming in from it from a different theological perspective, and I have my view. What makes me happy and I quite like is that there's very little in the accepted scientific paradigm. Let's just call it that, whether you agree with that label or not. Just the generally accepted scientific paradigm that disagrees with my view. And as I said, this is just going back to you have to change so many things, which is why I talked about degrees of confidence. Because normally the more complex, I'm going back to Occam's razor. So let's just be simple. The more I've got to change, the less likely it is to be right, kind of thing. And that's kind of where I have a problem with your position, and it's where I've had a problem with your flat Earth position. Is you have to change.
You don't have to change the truth. Well, I should say is you don't have. Once you land on the truth, there's nothing more to change.
Yeah, and I'm dangerously straying into a logical fallacy technically, which is the argument from authority. And again, I want to be clear about that.
Well, like I said, after my research and my looking into all of this junk, that's what it boils down to, is that you're either going to put your faith in the authority of secular government, or you're going to put your faith in the Bible or some other historical narrative or text given a narrative of history. I mean, because none of us were there. We don't have time warps. We have faith. So.
No, but I mean, again, you class the Bible as a historical document, and to a certain extent, I agree. You're kind of straying into an area I do know, which is archaeology. And to a certain extent, I would definitely agree. There is some very useful historical information that we use. We found a number of biblical cities around that. That's great, and that's because it was written in a particular time, and some of the oral history came down to be then recorded and written. Which is how we get it, and we can look at lots of historical documents throughout the world that help us in a similar way. And again, I don't argue that. But what we also have done is we've used, we've said, does A support B? So, we've got a record. Are we seeing that evidence in archaeology? And that's one of the reasons why we call it a historical document. There are some really good bits that are right. It's got some bits that are wrong, in my view. Because I can look at more records, I can look at an understanding of society at the time, I can look at generally how things were done, and the Roman period is pretty well documented. So I can look at that and I can say, yep, great here, I agree with that, but I can see different body of evidence or different weight of evidence for this maybe point here. So I'm not saying the Bible isn't historical. I'm not saying the Bible doesn't have really useful information in it. I'm just saying that there are certain interpretations or certain pieces that are wrong. The census returning back to your home, your hometown. We know. We have good evidence, because I was going to be arrogant and unfair. We have very good evidence to say that wasn't a practice in the Roman period.
Well, you have what your governments allow you to see. That's what you have, and you have faith in that. That's what I said. It just relies on your authority, what information you're willing to trust. And after my research, there's no reason to deny the scriptures as historically accurate, scientifically correct, as written. So, it's just a matter of how you choose to look at it, bro. Heads up.
I mean, I as I say, I can put evidence to that, and I'm not going to go into nitpicking into the Bible, because that's your article of faith, and that's not something I want to do. But as I say, from my perspective, from the archaeological records, we can see the bits that agree, and we can see a few bits that don't. That's all I'm saying.
I would say there's more that fit, man, especially concerning the pre-flood era, and there's a lot of stuff that contradicts an evolutionary gradualism sort of worldview concerning what we find in archaeology. So it supports a pre-flood view, just like all the ancient writers talked about Atlantis and this kind of thing. It aligns with scripture.
No, there's one ancient writer that talked about Atlantis.
Well, there's many that talked about a flood, a great flood.
Yeah,
and,
we have flood stories from all around the world, and I have a particular archaeological view on that.
Right, you have a view on that might be different than mine, but what I'm saying is, when I look at the history that we're allowed to see anyway, the stuff that I can sift through and find legitimacy in supports what I read in the scriptures as far as a pre-flood civilization that was more advanced in knowledge than we are today. And those things that we find in archaeology reflect that biblical perspective. So it aligns perfectly. I don't have to.
I'd be interested in seeing what you consider to be advanced technology that we can't produce today.
Advanced knowledge? Well, according to the...
No, you said technology.
No, I said knowledge.
Okay, I'll go. Let's go with knowledge.
But I said that knowledge reflects the archaeology. So in a sense, yeah, that whatever device they used to create some of these artifacts were certainly advanced, whether we can say it's technology or what have it be. But things like the Great Pyramid, for example, pyramids all over in every continent with the same building styles.
No.
Yeah, they're found all over the world.
The Egyptian pyramids were built very, very differently to the Mesoamerican pyramids, for instance.
Not really. Well, there's pyramids in Peru and structures in Peru that have the exact same building style as the Great Pyramid in Giza, and all over the world we see these similarities. In Mexico and in Egypt, they're similar.
And again, I would love you to send me some articles or something on that, because I will go and read them.
You can Google it right now. Just Google the similarity between the temples in Mexico, in Peru, and in Egypt, and you'll see that they're exactly the same. Heterogeneous building styles were used. Mummified bodies were found. Megalithic buildings. These are found on every continent, and they're not reproduced by any civilization in our recorded history outside of like the biblical ancient texts that we regard as mythological. So when I look at it from a scientific perspective, I don't see any reason to doubt it. It makes perfect sense with what we find on the ground. A civilization that existed pre-flood, that was wiped out, and that had advanced knowledge.
So I just want to go back and challenge your Great Pyramid view. So the pyramids in Peru and the pyramids of Giza are built in radically different ways. The pyramids in Giza are not step pyramids. The pyramids in Giza were built with the passageways in. The pyramids in Mesoamerica were built with an earthen core and then basically blocked on the outside. So they tended to use more natural features.
If you want to sit here and tell me about all the dissimilarities and ignore any similarities that I might put forward, we're not going to get
no, I'm not changing the subject. I'm actually picking out. You said they used the same building techniques, which I've said they don't, and I can prove that. You said that they had the same design, which they don't, and you can see that.
Well, first of all,
where am I being unfair?
They do, and I'm in a second, if my computer allows, I'm going to screen share and prove you wrong. And I don't want to have to say eat your words, bro, but come on, man, have a little bit of humility and just say, well, show it to me. Don't say, well, it's not there. Okay, because I've seen it. A lot of other people have seen it. This has been published in books. This is not new knowledge. This isn't something Arcane's just making up. This is something I've discussed several times in live hangouts and shown this. I've shared it on my page. So when you say things like that, man, I hate to be like, man, I told you so. Just, yes, I've seen it. When I said heterogeneous building styles are found in these megalithic structures, like in the Great Wall in Sacsayhuaman, Peru, and a couple other walls in Peru.
You're talking about the interesting. No. I now understand what you're referring to, and I'm now on board and on message. You're talking about the way that they did dry stone building, with the wall in Peru, where
I'm talking about
the multiple angular sides of the stone and how they were slotted in together, which is amazing.
Let's draw the similarities. They're megalithic beyond what we've known in historical records to our humans who have produced.
Yeah, okay. You would be better off using the example rather than the Great Pyramids, which weren't built that way. Yep, you should use the temple next to the Sphinx, which is built that way. And I would agree.
I was talking about the megalithic buildings in general, bro.
No, you mentioned the Great Pyramid of Giza specifically.
Yeah, the Great Pyramid of Giza is one of them that's similar to.
Which is why I disagreed with you, and why I said, and it's why I'm actually giving you a better example.
You're going to say that and then disagree with everything I tried to say.
No. Which is why I went on to be generous, Arcane, and gave you a better example for you to use.
No, I like mine.
Because I agree. the Great Pyramid is not a good example. The temple next to the Sphinx with the megalithic blocks that it's used to build actually have the multi-angular cuts. That's
Well, let me know when
we're talking about.
Let me know when I can actually tell you what I'm talking about then, because
please. The floor is yours. I will be quiet and listen.
Okay. Some of the similarities that I'm talking about are in the Great Pyramid itself is one of them. It was built heterogeneously, meaning that the blocks were of different shapes and different sizes and fit interlocking with one another, like a jigsaw puzzle. The idea behind it, I guess, in theory, from an engineering standpoint, is that it makes it earthquake proof. It's able to absorb stress and very in a very strong way. So for one similarity is the heterogeneous building style. It's found in South America, it's found in Africa, it's found in Easter Island, it's found everywhere, the same style. Two, the megalithic structures themselves, they're huge. I mean, we're talking about thousands of tons of stones. We don't have any record of humans moving or building in that way. We don't even know why they made it that big, but there they are. They're huge. Not only are they huge, they're used no mortar while stacking these stones. So this is raw stone on stone, no mortar in between. Another similarity. So this is what I mean. Not only that, I mean, we're talking about scale, you know, the scale of these things. They would have needed to have at least cranes to move some of this stuff, bro. And yeah, it's inconceivable to think that humans back in that day with primitive tools were doing this kind of stuff. And I'm just going to screen share this, one of these, if my computer lets me, to give you an idea. Can you see my screen? Yeah, can you see that? Yeah. So, for example,
Yeah, I can. And what you're actually showing there, there's interlocking blocks on Giza, not the Great Pyramids. That's the Temple of the Sphinx. It's not called the Temple of the Sphinx. It's the temple next to the Sphinx.
the Great Pyramid of Giza was built heterogeneously.
It wasn't built with interlocking
like
cut
these-
stones like that. It was built generally with square blocks and some oblong blocks. And I can show
Yeah,
you.
but it was built heterogeneously, and other parts in Egypt, not just the Great Pyramid itself, have the same style. If you look in Turkey, you'll see the same style. Peru, you see how they interlock without any mortar. The same style is found in Italy. The same style is found in Mexico, and all over the place. And doesn't really fit with your evolution model. More so supports an ancient civilization that was wiped out by a cataclysm, like the globalist catastrophist geologists believed back in the day.
We have a technique in the UK that's used specifically around places like the Yorkshire Dales, which is dry stone walling, where they use very sort of similar techniques, have been doing so for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, probably thousands of years. You know, where we see the same idea of using dry stone because it's very stable, the weight holds it together, and it works well. So it's a process that we see repeated. And just because different ideas originate in different places, you know, we have parallel development. These are all different time frames as well you're talking about. So some of the examples you were showing there were Hittite, which is northern Anatolia, modern day Turkey, for instance, which is, you know, we know that city, we've got good archaeological dating for it, we can see the development through various stages through the archaeology. So, you know, you would agree that you kind of build on top of stuff. That's not unreasonable.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this right here, man. I've seen these. These are all pretty similar to me. You've got Iran, got the Step Pyramid, Dozier
Yeah.
in Egypt. You got all the way in China, Indonesia, Mexico, Cambodia, Sudan. There's pyramids and structures like this all over the world. So
Yeah.
not only that, you have mummified bodies, elongated skulls, ancient writings with obvious signs that they communicated with one another. I mean, if this doesn't scream conspiracy, I don't know
No,
what
but
does.
we also have evidence of the trade routes that underlie that and the communication, and it's one of the things that I do agree with you that until probably the last 30, 40 years was something that we really underestimated about humanity, which is how widely people traded. And we now have so much evidence to show the trade paths, to show the trade routes, to show the intermediate stages, the cities that along those routes that have come there. So you will have a certain level of sharing ideas. But you're looking at stuff, the Egyptian, the Incan sort of designs. Yeah, there are some similarities, but you can't say that they're all homologous.
Well, at the very least, it gives evidence that the textbooks are wrong and that there was this transoceanic communication before Columbus, before all of that. They were communicating across the continents, and they were building structures that are similar to one another. They had similar rituals, similar customs, and this is written about in all of the ancient cultures around the world. Epic of Gilgamesh to the Bible, and it all lines up.
Yeah, but
it doesn't.
you're looking,
I don't see any reason to read the Bible and then come to a different conclusion based on what I see in with these.
But
on the ground.
The Epic of Gilgamesh predates the Bible, or predates the time frame that is normally accepted for Moses and the writing of the Bible. It predates it by quite a long way.
That's fine.
So
what's the point?
The point is, it's here's where I'm
That's just more evidence as far as I'm concerned. There's an older text corroborating what the Bible was saying and all the other.
Because it shows the evolution of where the stories, some of the stories in the Bible came from.
Yeah, it could be based on an actual event that took place.
And some of the stories.
It makes more sense to me that all of these cultures, hundreds of them around the world, recorded a pre-flood world where that was destroyed by a flood, because it actually happened. It's stuck in a memory.
Well, the Mayans,
like I don't think 3,000 years from now we're going to be remembering Yoda, right? These people remember these ancient, what they call gods, that were in this pre-flood world, and some of them that were after. Yes, the Greeks and all of that. So this was real to them. Mm-hmm. I don't see any reason not to assume it's real because somebody in the 20th century wants to make a theory about deep time and evolution.
Nothing you said there causes a problem from what I call about evolution and deep time. That's perfectly fine in the model. There's nothing in that disagrees it. Even if you have,
flood would destroy that.
Well, only if it's a flood to the extent that you have in the Bible, and there are many Christians that take the flood as a localized event, not a global event.
Well, that's their belief, but I just gave evidence to the contrary and reasons why I believe that it was a global event, because we're seeing evidence of a civilization that was wiped out and historical record talking about it.
You look at things like the flood myths in North America. If you go down and look at the Olmec the Mayan culture, they believed that the first cycle of Earth was destroyed by fire. The second cycle of Earth was destroyed by water. Yep. So why don't you accept their first cycle? The fact that all people.
I have no reason. Like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve the Bible based on what I've already seen in the archaeological record.
But you're then cherry picking from their written text, which says that there were two destructions of man. not one.
No,
Why
I just don't have any reason to believe them. I don't have. That's not cherry picking. That's being a skeptic until proven wrong. That's what that is.
No, but you're
They can say all they
only
want to. There was a million
only-
Earths. I don't have to believe them, Jack.
You're
Or
only
whatever your name is.
or Jack. Either's good because you just got my address account blocked. But what I'm saying is that they have a legend. You're just saying, because they say there was a flood, that must be our flood, and we're going to ignore the other cycle that went down because that disagrees. We're going to ignore.
I don't see any evidence for their cycle.
We're going to ignore the time dating evidence they give because the Mayans believed in deep time, big time.
Well, there is a layer of ash all over the world. So
I mean, yeah, I don't see any
by
reason
fire.
to believe a Mayan timeline of history when I have a biblical one that is supported by the evidence I see on the ground in archaeology. So until they can bring some sort of support for their claim, it's really a non-issue. I see no reason to believe in older Earths that were destroyed, other than what the Bible says.
No, but the problem I've got is if the Mayans say there was a flood 20,000 years ago, and you say there's a flood 5,000 years ago, you got a problem. You've not got synonymous evidence. All you're saying
have a problem.
No, all you're saying is, well, they said there was a flood, therefore it must be then. I'm going to move it.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you were saying. There's lots of
if
evidence.
They say it's 20,000 years ago, and I don't believe anything is that old personally. What I could do is say, well, perhaps I need to look into why they believe it's that old. Maybe it can be reconciled that way. I'm not just going to automatically say, well, I'm just going to assume that fits my view. Like, when the hell did I even infer that, Dress? Like,
when you said that there are stories of floods all over the world that support the Bible, and I'm now bringing up evidence to say there are big, and I'm now bringing up evidence to say that here are things that disagree with the model because you're having to again move stuff, having to change things.
I already agreed that there are cultures that have different views, Dress. That doesn't disprove what I believe, though, because they believe something different.
I'm not trying to disprove. I'm just trying to say that the way you're describing your evidence is not supported because you're just saying because they said there was a flood, it must be this flood.
I never said that, so
then you're not then saying that these other texts are then evidence for your flood.
What I said was there are texts supporting the view that there was a worldwide flood. Dress, do you understand?
Yeah, and if those texts
and you're putting words in my mouth now, trying to.
I'm not.
So where are you going?
I'm not. What I'm pointing out is the differences of the descriptions of those floods and how they don't support the biblical description.
Right. That's when you use your critical analysis and you actually dive into the evidence and weigh it. And if it doesn't fit what you believe and there's nothing refuting it, you make up your mind about what to do with it. You don't just say, well, they said it's a flood, so therefore it fits my view. Like, when the hell did I even... Like, never.
I was making a reductionist argument, but that's you know.
It was a straw man.
No, I wasn't trying to straw man. I was just making a reductionist argument to make a simple point, which you can then disagree with. I was not trying to straw man. At no point during this conversation have I tried to straw man you. And if you've interpreted it that way, I will apologize because I'm really not trying to do this. I'm trying to make very simple arguments. I'm not trying to make it complicated. I'm not trying to dive into lots of minutiae because that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about general evidence and acceptance and so forth, and having just a nice rolly argument. It's nothing there. I mean, I think I've kind of made my point about where my views come from and why I hold them and why I feel I have justification. And I know you've put across, you know, your case of why that, and I've put up some critique and some challenge to that, and that's all I've tried to do. But I think, you know, this is for me is a good point to say, you know, I understand where your points of view are. I can understand where I disagree with some of those. I do think I'm trying to put this in a way that's helpful. Yeah, I do think you want to look at sort of trading in the ancient world, especially early Bronze Age, late Copper Age trading, and how that kind of went on, and the sort of the length and breadth of those trade routes, because I think that would, and then look at where stories come from, and just try and look at it from a slightly different perspective from that side, to see what you think of that as a concept and an idea. I'm not trying to, again, change your paradigm of view. I'm just saying it's a different spin on how you can see evidence and how you can see information traveling, because that's one of the things trade does. Trade spreads information, and that's kind of my point.
Like pre-flood, I'm talking about like that time. Like I'm talking about like the Genesis 6, the time of the Nephilim. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I understand.
Think that maybe can relate to some of the Greek mythology that we've heard about in schools. You know that they teach it as history over there. They don't teach it as myth. We teach it as myth in the Western world with our evolutionary worldview. But over there, they teach it as history.
Over where?
In Greece?
No.
Yeah. You said no. There's several things I've said that are clearly false.
No. I will go. That's a good point, and I actually think that's a fair point, Arcane. I would be surprised. I will go and check. The reason I find that kind of strange, and why I disagree with that.
Well, put it like this. I'll be fair.
No. I just want to finish this.
Who's been there. According to someone I know who's been there, they don't teach it as a myth. They teach it as part of their Greek history.
I will look into that. I've got friends in Greece, so I can do that. I've been to Greece quite a few times. The reason I found that a funny statement is they are a deeply religious state, and the religiosity is around Greek orthodoxy.
Go to Athens and see
I've been to Athens. I've been to Athens.
Yeah, see what they say about the if whether or not it's taught as part of their Greek heritage, their history, or is it taught as a myth?
When you say part of their history, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the building of the
actually happened?
No, are you talking about the building of the Parthenon, or are you talking about
the gods, what they called gods? Yeah,
Zeus coming down in the form of the bull and mating to produce Hercules, for instance.
Yeah, what they perceived as gods, and how they tried to express what they saw about them.
Okay, no, I'll definitely, I'll go do some digging, and I'll go and ask some questions.
So if those things aren't actually myths, right? If we took them as historically true, like they have been presented, it falls in line with the Bible as well. So then I could start making sense of some of these things that we were taught in school.
But they have a
secularists really can't wrap their head around some of this stuff.
But they have a completely different creation myth, I think.
Doesn't matter. The fact is, we have an account that aligns with the pre-flood world. That's what matters. They can have there's all kinds. The Bible says that there's people who worship different gods. That's not an issue. The fact is, what they're describing in their history matches what is described in biblical history. That's the point. Like they're saying things that happened in the history where the Bible was supporting that view historically. Doesn't matter what, they can believe that the earth is on the back of a turtle. It doesn't matter what the hell they believe. The fact is they had a view. It's right on with the Bible. So it's just not that everything fits perfectly, but like you said with evolution, you have to compile the evidence and weigh it and see where it fits. Not everything fits.
But coming from a pantheist viewpoint, see, I see that as quite natural, because we adopt the stories. It doesn't mean that there is a consistent set of stories sometimes is necessary, but we adopt the stories of different cultures and faiths as we encounter them. Now, me, I'm more of, Earth Mother, Goddess is kind of where I come from. I'm a pantheist from a point of view, and I'm also, potentially what's called an animist, because I believe that things are imbued. But that's getting into more detail than I think is necessary. But it's just the point that these stories adopt. So it's natural that you see the adoption of these stories as other gods are basically adopted into the pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
And also the way that the Greeks, and Ocean can back me up on this because he probably actually understands this better, it wasn't necessarily literal stories. A lot of them were analogous. A lot of them were teaching stories. A lot of them were about why things happen, or the result of the gods, or the fallibility of the gods.
But like the sensationalized Titans event, the Clash of the Titans, that's, you know, that can be taken as a actual event that happened. Those people really existed.
Ocean,
Perfectly in line with the Bible.
I'll let you reply to that, because I know this is more your neck of the woods.
Oh shoot! Hold on. What did you say, Arcane?
What do you think about the Clash of the Titans being compatible with Genesis 6?
What's Genesis 6?
Genesis 6 concerning how the Nephilim, the angels came down, mated with the daughters of man, and produced a race of giants, which began to devour the earth, you know, with their wickedness, according to the scriptures. But according to the scripture, there was of giants, and well, in Greek mythology, isn't there? Or in
yeah, but they're not on Earth.
Say what?
The Titans. Oh, it depends on the interpretation, but I believe conventionally they're not on Earth. The Titans.
They're in another.
They were locked away somewhere.
But there was a battle though.
Well, Zeus was taken.
He's talking about Cronus.
Like Uranus.
He's talking about Cronus, and he's talking about before that, when Kronos battled, what is it, Rhea and Kronos, but there was Gaia who was before that. So Gaia gave birth to Rhea and Kronos. The Titans were the others, the brothers of Kronos. Kronos defeated the rest of the Titans and banished them. Zeus was then born, but it was foretold that Kronos' son would kill his father, so therefore he ate every child. Zeus was actually disguised as Zeus was replaced with a stone, and Kronos ate that, taken down to Earth. So I just remembered the story.
Right. That's what I was saying. Zeus was taken down to Earth. The Clash of the Titans was prior to that.
Yeah.
And Earth didn't really come into play until Zeus was taken there.
You're saying this didn't happen on Earth? This was on like another realm, or what have you?
So the Nephilim being the Titans wouldn't make sense.
Well, the Nephilim weren't originally from Earth either, so it makes a lot of sense.
No, there were angels that came down and copulated with humans. There's nothing like
to produce the Nephilim.
Right. Yeah. There's nothing like that in Greek mythology.
And therefore the Nephilim are from Earth. They're not from anywhere else, because they were the offspring of the angels that came to Earth and mated with the...
There's offsprings of the gods in Greek mythology, but they look, smell, talk, and feel like humans. They're not giants.
Well, so did the Nephilim.
For example, one would be...
Well, they were the Titans were giants, right?
No, but the Titans are not were born by humans. The Titans were giants, prior to humans.
The Titans were giants. Come on.
But they're so not. There's nothing else like the Nephilim. It wouldn't be.
Gog and Magog were giants. I've got loads of Celtic stories talking of giants.
I don't see why it's not compatible. You're talking about a race of giants that destroyed each other, that came down from heaven.
Destroy each other. They were imprisoned.
But they didn't come down from heaven, Arcane. They were the children of women on Earth.
Well, the
Stop
ones
changing that,
please. They're the offspring of the gods, weren't they not? Where the gods come from?
The gods, the offspring of the gods look like humans.
Titans are not the offspring of humans and gods. Titans are a completely separate race.
Titans, honestly, to an extent, most of them predate the gods.
Anyway,
and then chaos predates the Titans.
Well, there are myths that talk about
these gods, if you will, and they are giants. And this is perfectly in line with what Scripture is talking about in Genesis 6 and
I've actually read a lot about different mythologies. I've never seen anything like the Nephilim show up in any mythology.
What do you know about the Nephilim?
It might show up in Asher, but
Sumerian is kind of the nearest.
Well, I just gave you a comparison.
Which one?
Okay.
The Titans? Titans don't work. It's not a...
Well, any of the ancient so-called gods that people saw and worshipped as actual beings back then, according to the mythologies.
Well, the Nephilim are offsprings of humans, though.
These can be interpreted as offspring of the angels or the Nephilim themselves. No problem.
Are the Nephilim physical entities?
Yeah.
Okay. That wouldn't really be the same thing.
And they could also be angelic beings.
If some people make I've heard Christians make the assumption that the angels are the gods, or demons are the gods, and that's a better.
Well, look
that's a better
the angels
attempt. But the Nephilim being Titans doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe because you don't know that much about it. Because the Scripture says when angels came down and mated with humans,
and then formed the Nephilim. That's not the origin of the Titans. The Titans.
No, you're not making. You have to listen. You have to listen. That's the first key. It's key. It's a major key, like DJ Khaled says. Major key. Listening, right?
Hey, you're trying to tell me what my religion.
Nephilim isn't just an exclusive word to an exclusive race of beings. Nephilim could be described as fallen angels, the ones that came from the sky, or it could be described as a special group of what's called men of renown, as described in Scripture. So you can't just limit Nephilim to the angels or one group or one race. It was several things going on. But as far as what you were saying, it's perfectly fine.
No, it says
the gods that were portrayed in these old myths,
renowned warriors.
Well, if you're talking, hold on. The angels that came down and mated with humans produced men of renown, and these looked like humans. Some of them were giants, some of them weren't, but they were considered Nephilim nonetheless. But these Nephilim, when you look at some of these old mythologies, some of them could fit the bill as what normal sized humans would look at as gods. And when you look at like some of the mummified bodies with the elongated heads and the things like this, you can kind of see how the Nephilim could fit that bill quite easily, or the offspring of these angels.
You've chosen to make the Nephilim even more ambiguous than the Bible does. Because the Bible's fairly specific.
Well, I'm actually looking at the etymology of the word as well, and that's interesting.
Yeah, you're going to see
what's the etymology of the word?
So there's been a number of studies, and it's actually quite a hotly contested word. So Brown Diver Biggs' lexicon of 1906 described Nephilim as giants, and Holzer proposed etymologies of the word are all very precarious. Many suggestions and interpretations, but based on the assumption of the word as a derivative of the Hebrew verbal root phi, which is fall. Robert Baker Gridstone argued in 1871 that the word comes from the hyphal causative stem, implying that the Nephilim are perceived as those that have caused others to fall down. No one else says, though, ones who have fallen. The grammatical analogous to Packard, one who is appointed or one who is bound. So it can mean the prisoner, the overseer, the ones who have fallen, the ones who caused others to fall, giant. So the etymology of the word is problematical, and again, I would kind of agree to a certain extent of Arcane's interpretation of Genesis 6 verses 1-4. I think you're quoting, which is because my spirit will not abide in mortals forever. Great, I've got it up now, so I can do the rest of it. For their days shall be numbered 120 years. The Nephilim were on earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God went into the daughters of humans, who bore them children. These were heroes of renown. So I'm not actually saying the children of the women of man were the Nephilim. The Nephilim were the ones that fell to earth, would be my interpretation That was the New Revised Standard Bible, if you want to know what version I was taking that from. Arcane.
Yeah.
So I would actually
It
say,
seems that, do you agree with me that the Bible says that that wasn't really clear in what you said, that the Bible says that the Nephilim are the offspring or the Nephilim are the fallen angels?
So they could be considered as both. It's not just exclusive to one like group or race of people. The Nephilim were giants, and they were also Nephilim that weren't giants.
The Bible says to me.
No, but all it says is the Nephilim were on Earth in those days and also afterwards.
Right.
When the sons of God, wait, can I just finish? When the sons of God went into the daughters of humans who bore children to them, these were the heroes, not the Nephilim. These were the heroes that were the old warriors of renown.
You don't think these were the heroes makes reference to the Nephilim?
That's talking about the children of the Nephilim. Well, I think it's talking about the Nephilim and humans mating to produce the heroes of renown. That's how I read that. But that's my interpretation.
I read it the other way. I guess I could see how you could make it either one. But I think there would be just
one. There's a lot of debate with this, even among Christian circles. Not everyone agrees with my interpretation.
I'd just like to point out that in Mesopotamian lingo, Nephilim had the term Apkalu. It's only used with the union of what's known as the Watchers and human women. So the Watchers would be the sons of God, and so Nephilim is never used with respect to angels.
So you say Nephilim would be the offspring?
Nephilim means to fall, right? Or like
no, actually, that's a misunderstanding. Traditionally, those who didn't know Hebrew, they thought, oh, Nephilim is similar to the root word Nephal, to fall. But they don't realize that Nephilim has a root word in Aramaic, actually, to the word watchers and Apkalu. It all it means is giant. That's all it means. It doesn't mean to fall.
Giants. Well, the giants came from the fallen angels, according to scripture, right?
Yeah.
So
they try and connect it to the root word Nephal, but that's actually a grammatical error. And the reason for that is because of the extra yod in the Numbers 13 passage that has, because Nephilim has one yod, but curiously the author of Numbers 13 has an extra yod, and therefore that extra yod refutes the Nephal connection because it's trying to connect the Nephilim of Numbers 13 with the Nephilim of Genesis 6.
So what about like the demigods, right? Like Hercules and
Perseus. The Nephilim would be so they would be the demigods.
So that would be the Nephilim.
That would make sense.
The Hercules and the Perseus.
If you wanted to say the Nephilim were demigods, that would make sense.
Well, the offspring of the fallen angels.
No, my point was they wouldn't be the Titans, but demigods like Hercules. That would be something that would make sense. However, descriptions of the Nephilim that I've heard are nothing like that. They wouldn't.
Well, the Titans were giants, right?
But the Titans are unrelated to this because they're not.
The Titans would be equivalent to what you see in Daniel 4, what's called the Watchers. So Titans would be, say, the high angels of the Council of Yahweh.
Well, didn't the Watchers have children?
I don't think they would be equivalent to the Watchers. They're primordial.
Yeah, but the other problem with the Titans is, if you're taking the Titan, you can say, are they big? Yes. Do they have generally lots of arms, lots of eyes, lots of legs, lots of things? They're not humanoid in any way, shape, or term.
They're also like
general.
I'm not sure if they would fit on a planet. They're that big.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible describes giants being taller than cedar trees. So, I mean
being bigger on the planet.
I don't know how big
bigger than a cedar tree.
I don't know how big they're described in the mythology, though.
No, it again, like for example, the bed size of Og in Deuteronomy. It's to do with when you go back again to Mesopotamian understandings of why it's so huge. So they had, for example, they had ziggurats to try and make a connection between the divine and the human realm. And the main head king of a tribe would have a big bed because he'll be having sex with as many women as he can in a ritual sense to again bring the divine and the natural together. So King Og's bed doesn't denote. Goliath actually is only 6'5" in Samuel. He's not 9 feet. So the average height for those people were like 5.5 feet. So 6'5" would definitely be quote unquote a giant.
But the Amorites, like it says in Amos 2:9, whose height was like the height of the cedars, and he was strong as the oaks.
Yeah. It's metaphor. That guy's as big as a tree. Yeah. He's built like a brick shithouse.
Why is that metaphor? Why couldn't it be like it says?
It's the same.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, it's the same in Numbers 13 as well. Like we're like grasshoppers in comparison.
Right. What's wrong with that?
It just shows the point that paleontologically and archaeologically, that in that time were a mere 5 feet tall, and these beings were 6.5 feet high. And yeah.
Well, you weren't there then, so you can't say what was around then. The Bible says that they were tall as cedars.
Because we'd have bone. Surely would have one skeleton or some evidence from the archaeological record.
Well, that's easy for a secularist to say.
Well, I'm not a secularist, but what I'm saying is that
if you believe what they show you is what they actually have in entirety, then sure. I believe that they have found bones that they're not letting us see, but can I prove it? Because the Bible clearly says they were as tall as cedars and they were giants on the earth in those days.
Fine. Okay. So you have no evidential reason why it's merely an article of faith. Why?
Well, aside from the megalithic structures all over the world, if I'm seeing megalithic structures all over the world that would require cranes that we don't even possess today to move some of these objects, I would say someone as tall as say someone as tall as a cedar
I can
tree.
send you links to cranes that will move even the blocks of bulwark, because I've actually researched that.
Bro, stop it. You can look up an article. They had to assemble a truck just to move this 1,000-ton block of stone, like 300 miles. It was a world-renowned feat of mechanical achievement just to move this single block of stone using all of our man-made resources. And you're telling me, oh, they just willy-nilly without a crane or piece of machinery whatsoever whipped up megaliths that we couldn't read. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you can believe that. But
this has all been refuted. If you go to Ancient Aliens Debunked, it's reached like 3 million views. Where
go to Ancient Aliens Debunked, guys. Go.
It is a scholarly.
And Arcane, you're straw manning me as well.
It's so been debunked, guys. Like they have so shown. Even though I just gave a clear example, anyone can look up. It took these guys, I don't know how many years it took them to build this truck just to move a stone. I think it was like 1,000 tons. I'm not kidding you. They had to re-engineer roads and stuff like that to move this freaking stone with all of our man-made equipment. And you're telling me a bunch of guys fresh out the Stone Age did it with not even the pulley, just chisels and ropes and a bunch of wood? Yeah, go to Ancient Aliens and check that out. Let me know how that works.
It's very simple. It's very simple.
It's very simple. Very simple. Okay.
Yeah, if you go and see the stone,
go to Ancient Aliens Debunked. It's very simple.
Oh, come on, Arcane, please stop. Please. We've been having a good conversation. Let people finish what they're saying, please. Come on, this is going nicely.
I mean, he said it. Go to Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, they have drag marks on the stones. You can actually go and see either the stones were made on the spot.
Which stones are you talking about?
The structure, it depends. You're talking about.
Be specific.
It depends on what location you're referring to. Any ancient area,
you're making the claim. So you're saying on all stones you can find drag marks?
Yes.
Where's the
can
evidence of all the wood that they? Hold on. Where's the evidence of all the wood then? If you can find so-called drag marks on the stone, which I have not seen these drag marks, you'd have to show me. Then where's the evidence of all of the massive tonnage of wood that would be required to roll these things hundreds and thousands of miles to their destinations from the quarries? We don't see any evidence of that. We don't see any evidence of this massive undertaking of cutting down all of these logs. First of all, you're talking about Egypt. You're in the desert, and there's not that many trees.
Oh,
so why don't you be specific as to which stones you're talking about? Because I've never seen drag marks on the stones that I've referred.
The pyramids of Giza, for instance, most of the stones were quarried off the Giza plateau.
I'll just Jack.
Some of the granite came down river.
I won't respond.
Yeah, sorry.
Like the butting in is just unbelievable.
Sorry.
Some of them came from 500 miles away from the Aswan quarry. So there's no evidence that any undertaking of deforesting took place to manufacture the logs to roll them, or any evidence that they were dragged along that distance. There's no evidence that the stones were transported in a lot of these instances. So I'm just saying, it just fits if there were these megaliths that exist, which they do. And if they were built, giants could be an explanation. And it's not that far-fetched. Just saying.
Well, actually, we have quite a few good lines of evidence for us to actually work out how Egyptians built pyramids and how they moved these stones. Now, with regard to the shit you said earlier about us not being able to replicate it today, the strongest cranes we have today can lift up to 18 tons. The stones that make up the Great Pyramid weighed about a ton each. And when you have 10 guys pulling a ton, it really isn't that much. Having said that...
A ton each in the Great Pyramid, really?
Yes.
That's the biggest the Great Pyramid is a ton?
No,
yeah, so basically 10 of them.
Let him hang himself, guys. Don't help him, Jack. Let him hang himself. So the biggest stone in the Great Pyramid is a ton.
I don't know about the biggest stone, but on average, stone weighed 1 metric ton.
That's about right.
Now, having said that, if you actually look at the quarries and how they obtain the rocks, and you look at the tools they use, it's actually pretty simple and quite ingenious. What they used to do...
Oh, so they cut through rose granite.
Yeah, they use
what? Tell me.
So anyway, what they would do...
What they use?
They had a square crevasse, and then...
What they use to cut rose granite?
It was fucking sandstone.
Okay, what did they use to cut the rose granite? Do you realize that there are rose granite statues?
We're not talking about fucking statues. We're talking about blocks.
We're talking about megaliths, right? Big ass blocks, right? There are rose granite megaliths. Do you understand?
We're talking about the pyramids, aren't we?
I think you're moving the goalpost.
We're talking about the megaliths.
No, you're moving the goalpost. Well, you said pick a specific example.
Poor babies.
No, wait. Arcane. No, wait, Arcane. You're being
poor babies. Don't want to talk about the red granite, but you want to talk about sandstone.
Wait. You said pick a specific. You said pick a specific example.
Why are you mad, Jack? You seem kind of triggered.
You are lying, and I'm
lying. Oh, okay.
Yes, because you said.
Sure, Jack.
Can I just finish my point?
Sure,
you said pick a specific example. We picked the pyramids. You then changed the goalposts after you said pick a specific stone. What stone are you talking about?
Maybe the switching of conversation is like, okay, fine, I abandoned the pyramids, but he wants to talk about something else.
Well, if you want to talk about pyramids, go ahead.
Okay.
What's your point?
Well, either way, my fucking point is that it's quite easy to work out how they did it, and we can quite easily replicate it today because we have machinery that can lift up to 18 tons.
That's a very good argument. I don't believe you, but good job.
I just googled maximum weight a crane can lift. 39,690 pounds or 18 metric tons.
Okay, what's the biggest stone in the Great Pyramid? Do you know?
Let's find out.
Do that and get back to me. It's bigger than 18 tons, by the way.
And we can actually lift stones way bigger than 18 tons by
crane.
Yes,
we can.
That's wrong. That's
right. So he's wrong all across the board with his fucking argument. So good job, Amy.
that is kind of wrong, because we can pick up blocks of about 3,000 tons with the right crane.
Well, maybe.
No. There is actually a company that specializes in this. I actually looked it up a while ago. And
yeah,
also,
you can pick it up, but you can't stack it on top of another stone like at an elevation. So you might be able to pick it up and move it, but you definitely ain't stacking it at 150 feet elevation.
But anyway, you weren't moving any stones of that size to 150 feet elevation. The stones at the top of the pyramid are around 1 ton to 3 tons tops, depending on the level.
What about the King's Chamber? Have you thought about those stones?
The King's Chamber was built up, yep, and we have a good idea that they actually.
What's the elevation of those stones? About 150 feet?
Don't think it's that high. Not sure. I'll find out.
Yeah, from 12 to 40 tons. Yeah.
But as you're building up, anyway, I'm not.
Show me an achievement equivalent to that in our modern day. Show it to me.
Yeah.
Because I've actually heard engineers and architects say we couldn't reproduce it today, but you guys sitting here telling me that you can is pretty funny.
Yeah. So can you give us a name as to who has said that?
Sure.
Because I can point you to, for example, a French engineer who specializes in pyramid architecture, and he says that it has absolutely no problems.
Well, sure. Here's the point. Well, sure, buddy. I've heard that all my life growing up in grade school until I actually looked at the granite blocks that they're telling me they were cut with copper chisels. So
you can raise those blocks with a simple planking mechanism.
Bro, listen. Okay. Granite blocks cannot be cut in the ways that they were cut for some of these statues using the tools that they were said to have had at the time.
They do it today.
Okay. They do not do it today. If you say they are, I would say show me, and you're not going to show me, bro. You're not going to show me. So just don't lie to yourself.
You want me to screen share for you? Let me screen share for you.
I want you to show me them replicating it by using the tools that they had then, and you're not going to do that. I know you're not, because I do this, okay? You're not going to show me that. You're going to sit here and say they can do it today because we have a theory.
All right, let me bring it up.
You're not going to show me them replicating any of the statues that I'm referring to. So you have nothing. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Are you talking about the statues made out of rose granite in Egypt?
Okay, I'll be specific. I'll give you a specific statue.
Give me a specific
statue of Ramses II at Luxor. All right. It's made out of granite.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this statue made out of granite is symmetrically damn near perfect and smooth, polished, perfect. Now, to achieve such symmetry today, we use machines because the human hand, for one, is not that precise. And the things we use to cut things as hard as granite today, they're things like diamonds. So they needed to have something hard as diamond back then, or harder than the granite, to cut it, and a way to be as precise as to be perfectly symmetrical with their cuts. Now, today they use machines to do that. So using the scientific method, it would be safe to assume that whoever produced that in the past used something equivalent to machines, not the tools that you're suggesting they use. So if you can show me, hold on, if you can show me someone using those primitive tools and getting the same result as the Luxor statue of Ramses II, I'll believe you. But until then,
yeah. So just to clarify, are you referring to
no, not at all. I'm referring to the statue of Ramses II at Luxor.
Statue of Ramses II. All right, 1 second.
At Luxor. And if you want to look up Christopher Dunn, he's an engineer. He actually explained why they needed to use mechanical assistance to make those statues. Look him up on YouTube. He'll explain it to you. So he's a professional in the field. He knows what it's like, what's needed to
cut those stones. He said it had to be machines. You guys are saying what? Let me know. Let me hear it.
I'm actually trying to find the example of the statue you're talking about. I can find a lot of segmented statues.
Go on YouTube, type in Christopher Dunn Ramses II statue. You'll find it in the.
Oh, there we go. We can use the kneeling statue of Amenhotep II. That's fine. That's made out of the same material.
Or you can look up the statue I'm talking about, because it's actually perfectly symmetrical and smooth and polished. You can take the left side of the face of the statue, overlay it on the right side of the face of the statue, and it's perfectly symmetrical. The same diameter circle was used to trace the eyebrows, the eyes, the lips, the mouth, the face, the same diameter circle. So this is indicative of machining. This is the same thing we do with machines. We have like a layout of what is to be cut out of a shape, and the machine does it.
I'll be honest enough to say I don't know. I will go and look into it, and I'll come back with a reply of what I think.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. It might change your mind, blow your mind.
No, I think just one thing quickly, Damon. One thing about polishing stone, the way you tend to polish things like granite is you don't tend to use. I'm not talking about the cutting or the accuracy or anything else, just the polishing. The polishing is normally done either stone on stone or compound on stone. So rosin is a good example. So we can polish and make granite very smooth. That's not a problem. Complex machinery to do that. That's the only
what do
point
you think made the what do you think made the blocks at Sacsayhuaman in Peru? What do you think made those blocks fit together like that?
I honestly, I'm assuming that part of it's cutting, part of it's polishing. But do I intrinsically know? Do I know the exact evidence? No, it's not an area. It's not a part of the world I specialize in. I'm much better on European Mesolithic culture. So if you want to talk about Stonehenge, Callanee, Shaftesbury, Drummond Beg, West Kennet, I can go into much more detail on that, and I will talk. Because to be fair, Arcane, give me the credit that I have been honest about where I know stuff. And I've said where I think, and I've said I don't know. Can you give me that?
Part, I'll give you that.
Anyway, I was going to say that regarding the symmetry of the statue, and by the way, I just Googled it, and it actually says it's made of sandstone. But the Egyptians knew how to lay down the foundations for their pyramids because they had an understanding of basic geometry. They would know how to make 4 parallel lines by drawing circles in the sand and then tying them along with string. So being able to replicate 2 perfect circles, I don't think is that far-fetched, especially when you're considering that you've got an artisan who's making this his life work. If you've got a culture that understands basic geometry, they can apply that practically and make 2 circles look the exact same on a statue.
That's a straw man. I didn't say 2 circles out of the same. I said you can take the left side of the face and overlay it on the right side, and it's a perfect symmetry. And this sort of thing is only indicative of a machine-guided tool because the hand is not that precise. And if you would like, I just pulled it up on YouTube. It took me less than 10 seconds.
I think that's bullshit because you're talking about a culture.
Sure you do. You have to. Well, I expect you to say that.
But you don't need complex toolkits. You don't need complex tools to create symmetry. You can do that by certain types of stenciling and protection. So I can use the same pointer to keep measuring and replicating. That again is something that we see in a lot of Greek statues, and we know better the process that they use to actually carve and make those statues.
You guys can believe that, man. I mean, hey, if you guys are stuck in your belief, don't expect me to try to argue out.
No. Don't storm, man. Okay, we're just doing a nice exchange back and forth. You don't mean to be a dick.
I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying you guys seem pretty awfully
You are
convinced
being
here.
Disingenuous, Arcane, when you say stuff like that. I could go, well, the great weight of evidence is against you, so why should I think, why are you not deluded? I'm avoiding all of that kind of
I'm the one discussing evidence, though, so that it wouldn't make sense.
I am avoiding that kind of repartee, and I would appreciate if you did the same. Okay, and I think you'll get a better conversation if you do that. And I think I'm going to say
That's
that
the guy who just snapped and went apeshit on me like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
Get the hell out of here, dude.
I ain't fucking perfect, Arcane. Okay, and I'm not saying I am. I'm just desperately trying to.
So don't expect me to take your advice on how to conduct myself in a hangout full of atheists.
Again, that's fine.
Right.
I'm not an atheist, so please don't say that.
Whatever you are, you're functionally an atheist.
No, I'm not. I'm just not a Christian. Okay.
You're functionally an atheist as far as everything we've said tonight.
No. And I've explained exactly why, and I've gone into some detail of why. That's fine. I don't have a biblical view of the world. That's what I don't have.
Right. You're functionally atheistic in your epistemology and your worldview.
No, I'm not. Where'd you get that?
A God is not functionally intervening in your world, is he?
Yes. Well, not a god, no, but yes.
Okay, then you're functionally atheistic in your worldview.
Because I believe in a goddess. Okay, and that's the primary mover in
Oh,
my
right,
fantasy.
derp. Yeah. I was like, wait. Trust, I thought that, oh. That's right. Goddess worship.
The earth is my mother. I stand on my goddess. She supports me. She cares for me.
A very supportive mother she is.
I'm about to pull up this clip, though. Hold on.
So I would say that Druss is not functionally atheistic in the slightest. As his mother. I will say about Druss that he is a dirty Celt, though.
Yeah. Well, a bit more Beaker, to be honest, if I'm going to be truthful. It's where my belief system originates from, and certainly within my country. So, yeah.
I'm interested in seeing where you're getting information on the belief systems of the Beaker people.
It's mainly through archaeology and some of the objects and statues.
Oh, I got you.
Then,
okay.
yes, and then there's there's proto-Celtic. On top of that, I do admit that. I just try to avoid modern Druidism.
Gotcha.
Have you guys seen this documentary? Here, I'll give you the link so you can follow along later on.
Yes. I have seen that documentary, but I think it was a long time ago. But I will go back and watch it because I love all that side of stuff. I read a lot of books on the type of archaeology you talk about. I love Graham Hancock. I love Robert Raval. I think they write excellent books and they're great for getting people interested. But you also have to understand where they take interpretation and where they take actual evidence and the evidence they use and how they use it. And there's some of the stuff I think is intriguing and interesting, and it's thought-provoking.
Are you ready to hear the professional, or do you not want to hear him?
No, I'm just gonna finish my statement. I was gonna let you carry on. And I was gonna say, and the fact that we see things where we go, wow, how did they do that? I don't think that's a problem. We can say that they might have required machinery, but we have no physical evidence. So what we can say definitively is no. What we can
might have had a little bit more knowledge than we have about some of this thing. I don't see what's the shame in admitting that. There
is no shame in sort of looking at that and saying that is a possibility, and I'm not arguing that point. What I'm saying is what we actually find in the archaeological evidence. What you're showing us is the result. Agreed? This is a bit like you and evolution. You're asking me to say, here's the result, now accept my interpretation.
No, I'm saying this is something that we find in the archaeological record, and we're going to try to interpret which worldview can make sense of it better. Mine or yours?
Yeah, so this is the result, here's my interpretation. So what I said was correct.
So this is the evidence, which somehow, you're saying isn't evidence. I don't understand. But
no, that's the result. That's the evidence. That's the production of the work, and I would agree with you that it is a stunning piece of archaeology. It's a stunning piece of human ingenuity.
This is evidence reflecting the worldview, suggesting that there was a advanced pre-flood civilization which could produce.
But that's way post-flood time, according to you guys. That's not that old in the scheme of things. Ramesses II is what? 1850, 2100 BC, somewhere around then?
Look, bro, look, I believe that this statue, regardless of whatever secular timeline you want to attach Pharaoh to it, right? I believe that this statue had technology lost to us.
Okay? So you think that statue predates the flood?
More indicative of my conception of a lost knowledge civilization.
Are you saying that statue predates? No, I'm asking a question. And
I'm saying that this statue
I
more
understand
advanced than anything we can create today.
Yes.
And that fact alone is your little worldview. I don't even have to explain anything.
Wait. I'm saying, I hear what you say and I understand what you said. I'm asking a question to clarify what you're saying. Do you believe that statue predates the biblical flood? Is that when the technology was around?
I think many of these statues are, including this one and the Great Pyramid itself. I think it doesn't fit your little timeline. So
fine. So, and obviously the flood and destroying everything wiped away this technology, so we haven't been able to replicate them or understand how that's been produced since. That's your argument.
The knowledge would die with it, and the only thing that would remain would be little remnants here or there that we get that people like secularists consider myths and legends instead of actual history. It's sad.
Okay.
Right.
Don't know why you keep calling me a secularist, particularly. I'm just talking about
because you're functionally secular. You have a secular worldview.
Okay. Right. I will agree to differ. Okay.
Could I ask a question just regarding this advanced technology?
I've actually got to go because my kids are calling, and I really should be spending a bit of time with them. And I've spent a lot longer in here than I intended. Okay, and I just want to say thank you. It's been an interesting conversation. I will watch your video. In fact, I'm just going to take a copy of the link now, so I don't forget. Awesome. And hopefully we'll carry on this conversation at another time. But I think what would be interesting. We want to do that is pick something specific that we can look in a bit of detail, and maybe I can do a bit more investigation, especially if it's sort of outside of the areas I know well. Because I'm not going to try and argue about shit that I don't fully understand. I'm not going to make claims about stuff that I don't have what I consider to be reasonable evidence for. Something that I can be reasonably confident in.
Well, I think I think you'll be interested in something in the video. I think you'll be able to challenge me on. I'm pretty sure. Cool. You'll know something. I'm pretty sure of that.
No worries, man. Anyway, look, much better conversation than the last one we had, dude. Unblock my main account, and that would be much cooler.
Oh yeah, I got you. I'll do that. No problem, bro.
Cheers, man.
Peace.
Okay. I just came in here because
I had that one question. Really thought it was, I think, pivotal to this whole conversation. If you look at the Peruvian pyramids, so there's a pyramid in China. I mean, a lot of these really ancient structures, they're built with simple materials, and they're being built into the most simple, strongest geometric structures possible. Now, I myself, I know nothing about archaeology, but what that would suggest to me is a civilization that has Bronze Age technology. I mean, if they really did have things that we couldn't replicate today, why didn't they build these statues out of exotic polymers or metals that we struggle to create in the lab today? I mean, this is all Bronze Age technology, and none of it indicates anything beyond a lot of hard work and a lot of really brilliant minds. So how can you then say that this ancient civilization went out of their way to build a simple structure with simple materials? And what if they build something bigger and grander than we could ever do today?
I don't think the structure that I'm referring to is at all simple. And I think that they use granite because through the ages, granite won't change. So they can preserve all sorts of secrets within the structures of those granite structures throughout the ages. Granite's not going to morph. It's not going to form into something else. Ancient structures have withstood earthquakes while everything around it has crumbled into dust. The Great Pyramid is the only wonder that's still standing of the ancient world. So I think it's obvious why they use granite from that perspective. I'm going to take a piss. I'll be back in 3.
I really don't see how that answers, but fair enough. And by the way, I'm sorry if I'm a bit snappy or shitty. I'm recovering from a flu, and I'm feeling kind of crappy myself.
Your mom is snappy and shitty.
Well, being half Lebanese, my mother is quite volatile. Not quite snappy and shitty, but explosive.
Well, Wayne, you've been listening. What are your thoughts?
I only really listened to the beginning, and then when you guys started getting into like the anthropology, I kind of dipped off. But I found something that I think it confirms with my flood model, even though I don't hold to the same flood model as Arcane. I think it was a local flood. But I just wanted to share something with him, so I guess he could, like see his thoughts or his opinions on it and whatnot. How he would interpret this evidence.
So what are you looking at sharing here?
I'm showing him. So there actually was an article that posted a study about something I predicted. I predicted this in like 2016, and I'm just now seeing the paper today, but it confirmed something I had said in the past, and I just want to show that to him because I know like we were supposed to be talking about models and stuff like that, and so like I want to present my model against his global worldwide flood model because I think my model is more realistic. So I'm just waiting for him to get back from the bathroom.
I gotcha.
Damn, headphones. Hello.
Yep. Are you back?
Yeah, you're good, Arcane. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Arcane, I just wanted to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was about to introduce you. Wayne says he's got some stuff to talk to you regarding the flood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I know a couple minutes ago you guys were talking about the flood, and I'm one of those people who I'm a Christian, and I do think the flood was local, and so I made a flood model to basically explain not how the flood happened, because we know it happened because a lot of rain, a lot of water, but I was explaining the mechanisms around why it happened. For example, like I think one of the reasons why God flooded the earth or that region is because there was interbreeding with hominid species. Now, I didn't have the actual evidence when I wrote these things out, like when I wrote out these predictions, and over time people were just posting articles on the different science pages that I'm following, and so I said, oh, this is pretty cool. Like they actually posted something I predicted. Like for example, I think it is about 20% of East Asian, they share Neanderthal DNA. Let me share my screen with you right now so I can go down my predictions, and I'll show you like the confirmations. Oh, let me see. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working.
So I actually wrote this out, and let me scroll up. I had wrote this in.
Wow, you did that?
I wrote this in 2016, and so basically, I had wrote out and I said, in case you don't know, this is my position. I think that God flooded the earth, or flooded the Mesopotamia region 40 to 45,000 years ago in the Near East. and I had basically said, Asians have 20% Neanderthal DNA, and so I was trying to explain why. Why do they have about 20% Neanderthal DNA? And I said, well, it could be that they were interbreeding with Neanderthals. And then in my model, I say that Neanderthals were pre-Adamic humans. And so I understand, Arcane, that well, let me ask you, what do you think about Genesis 6 with the angels cohabitating with people? How do you interpret that? And then I'll tell you how I interpret that.
Well, I interpret it like it says that the angels came down and mated with the daughters of man and bore offspring, and they became the Nephilim. And it said there were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, after the flood. So I guess I would ask you exactly what are you asking me? Like, because I do believe that the entire world was flooded, because it said that all life was stamped out except for Noah and his wife. And I think that how the giants got on were here after the flood was from the wives that were taken on from Noah's sons. But yeah, I think that the whole world was flooded. So I guess I would ask you, what are you basing your local flood on? Like what?
Well, I'm basing off the text, but that's irrelevant from the model. So, in my view, I would say that yes, I do believe that it happened, but I would say that the actual mechanism of how it happened is, I think, the angels, because angels don't have actual physical bodies. I would say that the angels transformed into humans. So the book of Enoch actually says the angels transformed into men. But I would go a step farther, and I would say that probably, and I could be wrong about this, but it's a realistic model. I would say the angels transformed into hominids.
It says they left the first estate.
Book of Enoch.
Right. So they left the first estate, their original estate.
Right. I'm agreeing. So they leave, their hyperdimensional, place of existence, and they come into our three spaces. They come into our dimension, right? And they transform into what an ancient Near Eastern person would consider to be a human as well, like an ancient Near Eastern person living with other hominid species around that time. So this was around 45 to 50,000 years ago, where we know that humans interbred with Neanderthals back then. And so they would just consider these people to be other people too. They wouldn't have like a modern name like Neanderthal. These were just people to them. The difference is, in my model, I say the angels transformed into Neanderthals. The Neanderthals, and I'm not saying all Neanderthals were angels. I'm just saying, just a small population of angels transformed into Neanderthals, interbred with the woman, and as a result, they gave birth to what an ancient Near Eastern person would think is a giant, right? And so the average height of people around that time would have been around like 5 feet, right? Like 5'3", right? So the height for Goliath was 6'6". So Goliath would have been
Goliath.
Yeah, Goliath. Goliath was about 6'6".
Well, where do you get that at?
The Septuagint text. You can even I know Michael Heiser, he has a good outlook on it. But if you look up Goliath's height, his height would have been about 6'6". He wouldn't have been that tall.
What about the view? Well, it says it was a giant, and I don't think 6'6" is a giant. But
right,
nonetheless,
did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said before that? To them, to an ancient Near Eastern person, in their eyes, Goliath would have been a giant to them, because the average height of people would have been around 5 feet. So,
but at the time though, you don't really know the average height of the people at the time when David slayed Goliath. But as far as like the Neanderthals, though, as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason to believe that they were anything other than humans, maybe post-flood humans that lived a couple hundred years maybe. and who had a vitamin D deficiency like rickets.
Well, that's one. That's exactly one of Kent Hovind's busted hypothesis that don't work. But what I'm saying is,
I don't see why it doesn't.
Yeah, but nobody said Neanderthals weren't human. Neanderthals are human, but at the same time, they're also See, what's the word? You use a specific word. I always forget. I forget the word. No, not Nephilim. No, I'm talking about biology. But long story short, basically, there was a paper I had came across a couple minutes ago, and my computer's acting slow. This only happens when I share my screen. But it basically confirmed what I had been saying about, maybe these Neanderthals were about 6 feet tall or something like that, right? And the paper I had saw written on it, it confirmed what I predicted. And as a matter of fact, if you go on my page, because this is loading really slowly, we made a prediction that we should be able to find like Neanderthal fossils in the what is the epoch of the earth called? They dug into the ground, they dug into the earth, and they found a Neanderthal jawbone, and it was dated back around 45 to 50,000 years ago. And that's exactly where I will put the flood at. And it was that was about 700 miles away from Mesopotamia. And so those are just some evidences that just point to the fact that my model more or less is plausible. I'm not saying it's 100% true, but it's definitely plausible. Now, whether or not the angels actually transformed into humans or not, I can't prove that. But I would say my model fits with reality more. Here we go. Here's the paper right here, or the article that links the paper. The tallest men in the world traced back to the Paleolithic mammoth hunters. This was around 45,000 years ago. And when you click the link, it'll go into more detail about that. I just want to get down to, hold on, scrolling. Here you go. So their statue appears to be at least partly a genetic legacy of the upper Paleolithic Gravitanian culture, says the study, and the study's right here. You can click it. These people lived around 50 to 10,000 years ago, like I said, and I'm looking for the part where it gives you their height. There you go, right here. So remains of Gravitanian men suggest they stood between 5 feet 10 inches and 6 feet 2 inches on average, which was an extraordinary size for the time. In contrast, men among the ancient Maya who lived several thousand years later were 5 feet 2 inches tall on average. Mayan women were about 4 feet tall on average. So that actually matches exactly what I predicted about in 2016. If Goliath was a real person and he really did exist, he would have been a giant in their eyes. I'm just basically saying my model, it made viable predictions, right? And when I saw the evidence, like a year later or so, it fit. But your prediction that you're making, or I actually don't know if you even made predictions in your like global flood model. Do you have any predictions of anything we should expect to see, like if there really was a global flood?
Well, I don't believe in a globe, first of all, but the worldwide flood is quite evident. Like I said, from the stuff I was discussing earlier, we're finding things on every continent of a lost civilization. And if it was just local to Mesopotamia, you might have a trump to my argument, but we find these things on every continent and legends of a worldwide flood on every continent. So biblically, it says everything was wiped out, all the life except for Noah and his people. So I don't think that all the life on Earth at that time, after hundreds of years of populating the Earth, some of the smartest men that ever lived, they were just contained in one little region of Mesopotamia, when the evidence shows that they were building pyramids all over the world. So it's just hard to adopt that view, but it's a cool model.
Thanks. Well, I can't really even talk that much because I got to get ready for school. It's 6:47 in the morning here, but I'll probably have a hangout on this later on tonight or something like that. We'll talk. But Have a good night, or have a good morning. As a matter of fact, have a good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah. Is your mama up, Ocean? Tell her to go live.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, man. Tell her I said I want you to send her the link. Send her my link, yo.
All right. Steve, are you back? He's not here. God damn it.
I don't think he's been here all night, man. Don't worry about him. He's all right.
Cool. All right. I guess it's time for the hangout to end. He's telling me to tell everybody good night. And Arcane's mom. He says that he loves everybody and he also loves himself. And thanks for tuning in. I guess we'll have Arcane back. Arcane, you interested in coming back?
Yeah, man. Peace and monkey grease, yo.
Cool. All right, man.